Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Committee of Council meeting on Wednesday, June the 8th. It's a beautiful day outside, and I hope everyone's in a wonderful mood. We will begin with the City Clerk calling the roll for today's meeting.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence in today's meeting. Councillor Dillon.
Present.
Councillor Singh. Present. Is present. Councillor Fortini.
Good morning. I'm here.
Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams appears to be absent. Councillor Medeiros.
Here.
Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Is present. Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Is present. Councillor Willens.
Present.
Is present. Councillor Vasante.
Present.
Mayor Brown. And Chair Santos is present. There are 10 members present.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Do any members have any additions or changes to the agenda? I am looking at my list. I have first Councillor Fortini, followed by Councillor Medeiros, followed by Councillor Bowman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to add the discussion on Canada Day. The second item is William Parkway. I know they're re-asphalting on the William Parkway. And another one on meetings that I've seen on the calendars. There's not much meetings left.
Sorry, Councillor Fortini, through you, Madam Chair, can you repeat the item, particularly the last one? It was difficult hearing in chambers.
Yeah, Canada discussion on Canada Day. One is on William Parkway. I know they're resurfacing. And another one, the third one would be, I know it's on the calendars, we don't have much meetings left, and I just wanted to have a discussion on our council meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Councillor Medeiros, followed by Councillor Bowman, followed by Councillor Dillon. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to add delegation and an update on the Tamil monument, the Tamil genocide monument, and I believe staff were given a heads up. And I also would like to add a discussion regarding code of conduct of employees. Just some clarification and discussion. Employees of the municipality.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. Those are another two items. Councillor Bowman, you're next.
Thank you very much to you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to add a brief discussion on an update on the windstorm cleanup across the city. And another item, I would like to add a discussion on quiet zones.
So winter storm cleanup and quiet zones. Okay, Councillor Dillon.
Thanks. I have I wanted to add what's proposed on, well, it was proposed on the screen. But can you get it up, Peter? So it's, I'll read it. Yeah, right there. It's, so it's a delegation from Remedy Brar and Grenier Tillon. So that's the delegation. It's a request for, can't read this, it's so small. Request for the mural for Sidhu Moosewala.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Okay, it's a lot of additions. I'm looking at my list. Any further questions from councillors regarding the additions to the agenda being suggested by Committee of Council? I see no one else on the board.
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry, just to clarify, proposed delegation 6.9 from Councillor Medeiros regarding the Tamil monument. And I just wanted to clarify, Councillor Medeiros, you're also proposing to add a staff report? Is that correct?
No, I believe it was the staff update. I'm not sure if there's a staff report. If staff can maybe comment, but my understanding was just a delegation with the staff update.
Thank you very much. So,
Through the chair, there is a report as well.
Okay, thank you. So there will be a staff report distributed to members of council with that item. Thank you. Yeah.
okay. Thank you very much. Anything for Councillor Palashi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, normally I would support additions at committee. This is a massive agenda already. I'm going to ask that the delegations that are here be separated, voted on with the approval of the agenda, and all of the other additions to be voted on by recorded vote. So sorry, I might have said that backwards, Peter. I'd like the delegations to be added to the vote on approval of the agenda, and all other delegations to be voted on separately. Or sorry, all other additions to be voted on separately.
Mr. Clerk, is that clear for you?
So, no, it's not. Through you, Madam Chair, so Councillor Palashi, you're asking for a recorded vote on adding the two delegations, proposed 6.9 and 610, and you're asking for a separate vote on all the other new business items proposed for addition to the agenda by a recorded vote for each one, or as a package?
As a package.
Okay, so then, through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to be advising that there then are essentially 4 votes. First is a vote on, three votes. First is on adding the delegation 6.9 on the Tamil Monument and the accompanying staff report, and adding delegation 610, which is on the mural for Sidhu Moosewala, and then taking a second vote after that on the balance of the new business items proposed, and then a third vote would be the approval of the agenda as amended.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I have Councillor Singh followed by Councillor Fortini. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
So is the staff report being added for the Tamil genocide, or is it says staff report?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is a staff report that's been
Yes,
prepared
okay,
that will be
just wondered.
distributed if it's added to the agenda.
Sorry, say that again?
It will be distributed to members if it is added to the agenda. The item is not included on the original agenda, therefore, a member of council and committee of council need to vote to add that to the agenda, after which it would be distributed.
So I'm going to ask for further separation between the two delegations because Councillor Dillon did talk to me yesterday about 6.10, so I will be supporting that with the corresponding item. And because of the Hall of Fame is also on today the agenda, it'll be connected to the Sidhu Moosewala as well. I'll have some questions. So I would just like that further separated, 6.10 plus the added item. Thank you.
But it's a delegation.
Pardon?
I'm just asking for all.
Thank you very much,
No, I wanna separate because-
Councillor Singh.
Yeah.
Just,
separate the
I'm looking
delegations.
to the clerk if that is clear enough for you.
So my proposal through you, Madam Chair, to committee is we'll take a separate vote on adding proposed delegation 6.9 on the Tamil Monument, plus adding the staff report. We'll take a separate vote on adding delegation 6.10, the mural for Sidhu Moosewala, and then we'll take a separate vote on adding the balance of the new business items that have been proposed by members, and then we'll take a fourth vote on approving the agenda as amended.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is that clear to members of council? Any further questions? I have Councillor Fortini, followed by Councillor Dillon, followed by Councillor Medeiros. So Councillor Fortini, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We always add the things, and I don't see what the problem is. In Canada Day is very important. This is a fire issue, and it's very, very important that we discuss this. If I know it's not, it'll probably be voted down, but when it comes to safety of the residents, it's very important. And we always have an update on Canada Day before it happened, and this is important for many residents, for parking and safety issues and fire trucks and ambulance, and it's going to be voted down on the safety issue. I just don't. We've always added things, and a committee, I could get council, yes, but committees, I don't see what the problem is now. So, just very disappointing.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Dillon, followed by Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Dillon, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So the delegation 610 is in regards to the item that I have added. And so are they going to be voted on separately? Because I'm just concerned that It's really kind of a non-controversial topic, and I don't think it'll take too long. So it's potential, from what I'm seeing, that, you know, maybe one of them or both of them could be voted down, and so can we not vote on them together?
I will ask Mr. Clerk to clarify whether or not the two delegations can be voted together, and then further clarification from Councillor Paleshi as to whether or not he wants these two delegations separated or not. To the clerk.
Well, sorry, just to clarify, Madam Chair. The discussion and the delegation is what I'm asking, if they can be voted on
So the
together.
discussion and the delegation. Okay, Councillor Paleshi says he supported. Mr. Clerk, are you clear on that, that both delegations will have the corresponding report and discussion items associated with them as 6.9 and then 6.10?
If they're successful in being added, yes.
Okay, if they're successfully added, then yes. Councillor Dillon, is that enough clarification for you?
Yep, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maderos?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. To the city clerk. So the city clerk, the request to separate items, to vote on items, understanding it's a practice, but it's not a practice, it's a practice that has to be accepted. And can we vote on to separate it or not? Because usually, I know at the region, when, you know, it's not automatic when a councillor requests that we separate to vote on items, because it's either, we can opt it to as a package. So the fact that someone's requesting to separate the items, that would have to be, that can be voted on, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's not correct. The council procedure bylaw allows a member of council, if there is a proposal and a number of proposals and they're distinct proposals, to request separate votes on those items. It is a proper motion for a member of council to ask for a separate vote on some of these items, on all of the items, but they are distinct proposals for today's agenda.
But when it comes to amendments, then that's where, because at the region, we don't have to separate the amendments, we vote on it. So we would accept it as a package, and we can't separate it just because someone requests it. So is that the difference in terms of our, the bylaw there and the bylaw we have at the city?
So whether it is a main motion or an amendment, a member, if it is a distinct proposal, can request a separate vote on that element of the matter that's before the decision body. In this case, what has been proposed so far are proposed amendments to the agenda. So as I've pointed out, there will be, at this point, 3 votes. One for 6.9, proposed delegation and staff report, one for 610, proposed delegation and discussion item, and then the balance of the new business items as amendments to the agenda, and then finally, if any or all of those succeed, a vote on approving the agenda as amended.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maderos, and Councillor Fortini for a second time. Go ahead, Councillor Fortini.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. So to Peter, yes, this will probably be voted down. Well, can we add this to the next council meeting, or we have to send it in?
So through you, Chair Santos, the deadline has closed for the June 15th council meeting. If members had new business, it is to be filed in the form of a notice of motion by 4:30 on Tuesday. So the other option is it could be proposed at approval of the agenda next Wednesday at the council meeting, subject to a 2/3 vote to be added to the agenda, or members are free to propose items to add to the next committee of council meeting, which is June 22nd, for which the agenda deadline for submitting those new business item requests is next Tuesday at 4:30.
Okay, I guess we don't care about the safety. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, councillors. I have no other members on the board. So, Mr. Clerk, I will hand it to you to administer the various votes on approval of the agenda.
So through you, Madam Chair, to members of committee, the first vote is a recorded vote on adding proposed delegation 6.9 regarding the Tamil Monument and the associated staff report that has been prepared. All those in favor or opposed to the adding that proposed new business item, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Williams is not present. I just wish to confirm. She's absent. Councillor Maderos.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
It's a yes. Chair Santos?
Yes.
That's a yes. That carries unanimously 10-0. The required two-thirds has been achieved. The next vote is on proposed delegation 610 regarding a mural for Sidhu Moosewalia and an associated discussion item from Councillor Dillon that will be identified as item 8.3.4 if the other items are added to the agenda. All in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Williams is absent. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
That's a yes. Chair Santos?
Yes.
That's a yes. That carries unanimously 10-0. The next vote is on adding proposed new business items, and I will recite the items that have been proposed. Proposed item 8.3.2 from Councillor Fortini regarding Canada Day. Proposed item 8.3.3 from Councillor Bowman regarding windstorm cleanup. Proposed item 11.3.2 regarding council schedule from Councillor Fortini. Proposed item 11.3.3, code of conduct for city employees, proposed by Councillor Medeiros. Proposed item 11.3.4 regarding quiet zone, proposed by Councillor Bowman. Thank you. Proposed item 12.3.1, Williams Parkway resurfacing, proposed by Councillor Fortini. And those are the proposed items for the agenda. All in favor or opposed of those proposed items, please indicate. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
No.
That's a no. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Williams? Oh, my apologies, she's absent. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Paleshi?
No.
It's a no. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Vasante?
No.
It's a no. Councillor Santos? Oh, sorry, my apologies. Mayor Brown?
No.
It's a no. Chair Santos?
No.
Those items are not added as the required two-thirds has not been achieved. The vote is 5-4, but the required two-thirds has not been achieved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I believe we have one final agenda.
Yes, is approval of the agenda as amended. Is a recorded vote requested on that?
I don't think so. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. The next item is declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Do any members have any declarations of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter concerning today's agenda? I see no one on the board, and the clerk will so note for the meeting minutes. The next item is the consent motion, and as part of our consent motion, I will be reading all the various agenda items that are on the agenda for consent, and members can please verbally share whether or not they would like to hold those items for debate. And I will begin now. This will be a recorded vote at the end and summarized by the clerk. 8.2.2, staff report regarding Andrew McCandless cricket pitch naming rights. Seeing no holds, that is in consent. 8.2.3, staff report, Brampton Minor Ball Hockey League, overdue account balance. No holds, in consent. 8.3.
One question. Can you repeat the cricket one again?
Staff report regarding Andrew McCandless cricket pitch naming rights.
Not the cricket.
No. Okay, so 8.2.2 still in consent. 8.3.1 minutes, Brampton Senior Citizens Council meeting.
Hold. Hold.
Is that Councilor Medeiros?
Yes, please.
Okay, Councilor Medeiros holds 8.3.1. 9.2.1 staff report, towing and storage working group recommendations. Councilor Singh held 9.2.1. 11.2.2 staff report, vacancies related to requirement to return to the workplace.
Yes. Hold, please.
Councilor Bowman.
Hold.
Thank you. 8.2.2 is 11.2.2 is held. 11.2.3 staff report, workplace modernization update. In
Hold. Hold.
Councilor Medeiros. 11.2.5 staff report, Brampton Arts Walk of Fame nomination working group. Held by Councilor Singh. 11.2.6 staff report, purchasing activity quarterly report. That is in consent. 11.2.7, staff report, active consulting services contracts. Councillor Bowman. 11.2.8, staff report, Ontario Dump Truck Association labor and safety concerns. That is in consent. 11.2.9, staff report, budget amendment, fair wage policy and community benefits.
Hold.
Councillor Majeros. 11.2.10, staff report, request to begin procurement armored car service for a 3-year period for various city facilities. Consent. 11.2.11, staff report, request to begin procurement technology security operations center services for a 3-year period. That is in consent. 11.2.13, staff report, 2022 first quarter operating budget and reserve report. No, I don't think so. That is in consent. 11.2.14, staff report, status of tax collection accounts. Consent. 12.2.1, staff report, waste collection agreement for the City of Brampton facilities. Consent. 12.2.2, staff report, 2022 stormwater asset management plan. Consent. 12.2.3, staff report, stormwater charges for farm properties in the City of Brampton, held by Councillor Paleshi. 12.4.1, correspondence from Peggy Breckveld, President, Ontario Federation of Agriculture. Consent. 15.1, open meeting exception under the section 2392C of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, local board, and a property lease matter. In consent. 15.2, open meeting exception under section 2392B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, identifiable individuals.
So, Madam Chair, that item should be held because the corresponding public session staff report has been held by Councillor Singh.
Okay, so that is also held by Councillor Singh. The clerk will now summarize all of the items to be included in the consent motion for approval. Mr. Clerk?
So through you, Chair Santos, to members of the committee, the following items will be included in the consent motion. 822, staff report on Andrew McCandless cricket pitch naming rights. 823, staff report, Brampton Minor Ball Hockey League, overdue account balance. 11.2.6, staff report, purchasing activity quarterly report, Q1 2022. 11.2.8, staff report, Ontario Dump Truck Association labor and safety concerns. 11.2.10, staff report, request to begin procurement, armored car service for a 3-year period for various city facilities. 11.2.11, staff report, request to begin procurement, technology security operations center for a 3-year period. 11.2.13, staff report, 2022 first quarter operating budget and reserve report. 11.2.14, staff report, status of tax collection accounts 2021. 12.2.1, staff report, waste collection agreement for City of Brampton facilities. 12.2.2, staff report regarding 2022 stormwater asset management plan. 12.4.1, correspondence from Peggy Breckveld, Ontario Federation of Agriculture regarding calculation of stormwater management charges. 15.1, open meeting exception under section 239(2)C of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We will now turn to, I apologize. Councillor Bowman, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to confirm, Mr. Clerk, you said 11.2.6 was held, but I held 11.2.7. Active consulting service projects.
Yes, sorry, I may have misspoken. You've held 11.2.7 on active consulting, but for the consent motion, 11.2.6 on purchasing activity Q1 is
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from members of council? I see none. Members of committee, I see none. Yes, Mayor Brown.
The delegation on the cricket stadium, is that item being moved up to this? Okay. What I'm saying, is there a staff report accompanying that?
Through you, Chair Santos, there was not. There was a staff report at last week's council meeting, and that report that talked about a multi-purpose cricket facility was referred to today's committee of council meeting to be considered along with the delegation that will be heard this morning.
Okay. In what order are we going to do that? Separate with the delegation or after?
That will be up to committee to decide.
We can bring it forward at that time.
Sure.
Mayor Brown. Councillor Willens, you're next.
I would request that we deal with the delegations first, because there's some delegations that are online, I believe, and I think the cricket one will be a long discussion, so I think it'd be better if we do the delegations first, if that's okay.
So through you, Chair Santos, so the first listed delegation, when we do get to the delegations item, is the cricket delegation. So if Councillor Willens, if you're proposing a motion to vary the order of the delegation list, that's something that could be considered, but I would suggest we do that after we deal with the consent motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Singh?
I don't need closed held for the corresponding closed item. I don't have any questions about that. I just have the open question for the open item. So we can move that also to consent.
So through you, Chair Santos, then Councillor Singh is not holding 15.2, the open meeting exception for 2B for personal matters, but identifiable individuals,
Yeah.
identifiable individuals.
Yeah. So I have
Okay, so 15.2 will be added to the consent motion for a recorded vote. Councillor Willens?
No, it's okay. Mayor Brown just clarified, he won't be bringing it forward. He'll do it in the order of the agenda for the cricket, so
Okay.
we're good.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Clerk, over to you for recorded vote for the consent motion to also now include 15.2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All in favor or opposed to the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman. That's a yes. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Willens.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Vasante. Councillor Vasante. I'll come back to you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Vasante. Councillor Vasante is in the session. He's going to be marked as absent, as we've called his name a number of times. Chair Santos.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 9-0.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is announcements. We have 3 announcements this morning. 5.1, which is announcement from Brampton Venture Expo from June 16th until 17th. And the presenters, and I apologize if I mispronounced your names, Nabiha Noorani, Marketing and Communications Lead, Ryerson Venture Zone in Brampton, and sponsored by Regional Councillor Vicente. Nabiha Noorani, you have the floor.
Nabiha, you are in the session. I do see that you've unmuted your mic, so you are able to address the committee. Please go ahead. You have up to 2 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. And yes, you pronounced my name right. So thank you, council members. I'm excited to tell you a little bit more about the Brampton Venture Expo and the closing festival, BVX Fest. So Brampton Venture Expo is going to be a 2-day event, virtual, to merge content with community and help Brampton startups scale. And our closing event, BVX Fest, is a festival to celebrate the local talent, artists, culture, and businesses and startups in Brampton. So it'll be taking place next Friday at 5 p.m.
Sorry, Nabiha. My apologies. Can you just pause for a moment? Members of committee, I need to confirm we have quorum present. I see 4 members in the chamber. I see Councillor Fortini online. Councillor Singh is back. Councillor Vicente, are you present?
Ambulance.
Thank you. So we do have quorum. Yes. Sorry, Nabiha, you can proceed.
No problem. So it'll feature performances from local hip hop and R&B artists. Ethnic food vendors are all from Brampton. Free swag and then the city is also bringing Brampton Batman, and the city will have a booth there as well. The event is also going to be a lead up to Collision. So Collision's going to have a presence there. They're going to be promoting, giving free swag, and also the city is going to be bringing key leaders and startups who are attending Collision to come to BVX Fest to just learn more about the Innovation District and see the culture here. And next slide, please. And just to give you an idea of the lineup of performers, we have Ram Riddles, who is from Mississauga. He's an R&B artist, pretty well known in the community. rappers Fame Holiday and Spitty, who are from Mississauga and Brampton, DJ Baba Khan, who's known for his fusion music with South Asian, English fusion music, and Omega Mighty, who is the sister of Havaya Mighty, also from Brampton and more of an R&B dancehall artist. So we're very excited for this event and hope that you can all come out as well.
Thank you so much, Nabiha. I'm planning to be there. I'm very excited to check it out. I have a speakers. Oh, I don't have a speakers list. The sponsor was Councilor Vicente. Okay, thank you very much. And do we need a motion to receive the announcement? Nope. Thank you very much, Nabiha. We'll see you on Friday, the 17th. 5.2 announcement, Collision Conference, June 20th to 23rd. The presentation is from Andrea Williams, Economic Development Coordinator. Is Andrea here? And the council sponsor is Councilor Majeros. Andrea, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council, Mayor Brown, senior leadership team, and city staff. My name is Andrea Williams, Economic Development Coordinator, and I'm so pleased to be here today to tell you about Brampton's involvement in the upcoming Collision Conference. Next slide, please. As some of you all already know, Collision is the fastest growing tech conference in North America, and it's expecting an impressive turnout of more than 33,000 attendees, 1,250 startups, 850 investors, and 200 partners this month in Toronto. Collision, now considered the Olympics of tech, is an incredible opportunity for Brampton to generate high-quality leads, strengthen existing corporate relationships, and increase Brampton's brand awareness of the Innovation District and its partners. The Brampton booth will create a unique experience, offering a one-stop shop to connect with all 6 Innovation District partners, along with an opportunity to learn about Brampton's post-secondary institutions, Sheridan and Algoma. Next slide, please. The space will be welcoming and feature a lounge-like environment with nods to our heritage, encouraging people to sit back, recharge, and connect with Brampton staff and its partners. We are also excited to announce that a local superhero, Brampton Batman, along with his Batmobile, will be joining our booth for some exclusive Brampton photo giveaways. We are confident our booth will stand out and draw in crowds to ensure the conversation continues post-Collision. Leading up to all events related to Collision, the Economic Development Office and Strategic Communications team created a robust marketing and communications plan detailing key information to create awareness of Brampton's involvement at the Collision Conference, which targeted both domestic and international audiences. The campaign kicked off the week of May 1st with our Countdown to Collision event and have been building on various tactics to promote and attract startups to our booth. Methods included print, digital media, and all forms of social media, along with paid marketing and advertising, which included GO Train ads, Metro Lake Station posters, digital ads, transit shelters in Brampton, paid social media ads through both EDO and city accounts, and ethnic digital media on Rogers Communications and Omni TV. Additionally, as part of our commitment to Collision, the organizers of the conference posted several social media blogs and posts to help generate an interest and awareness of Brampton's participation to an even larger international audience. Economic Development also participated in an exhibition series with Mars entitled Portraits of Innovation, and it's a showcase of Ontario's diverse tech sector, so the thinkers, scientists, and entrepreneurs behind some of the greatest companies and institutions. And these women and men have dedicated their lives to meaningful innovation, and Brampton couldn't think of a better person than MD's VP of Operations, Holly Johnson. The series will launch June 13th in the Mars Center in Billy Bishop Airport and June 18th at Pearson International. As people are arriving at the airport, Brampton will definitely stand out as a city to connect with. Many other hubs are also participating, and given the growth of Brampton's tech sector, we felt it was important that Brampton was included and highlighted its newest headquarters, MDA. Staff will make great connections throughout the formal trade show and after-hours events. We will utilize the Collision app for lead generation during all events related to Collision, including pre- and post-event, to ensure investment meetings are made with an opportunity to continue the conversation and potentially invite them back to Brampton. Immediately following the Collision Conference on Friday, June 24th, Economic Development, alongside Brampton Beehive, are partnering to host a delegation in from Collision with the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, and Brampton's newly wrapped Innovation District bus. We are expecting to host upwards of 50 delegates and tour Brampton's Innovation District. This mobile bus officially launched a few weeks ago at our Countdown to Collision event and continues to raise awareness of the supports available in downtown Brampton and the Brampton Innovation District as it circulates the streets of our city. It will be a very exciting week for the team, and we cannot wait to showcase all things Brampton. Staff are confident the booth will draw attention and help facilitate new leads and investment meetings. In closing, please be sure to join us at the Collision Conference June 20th to 23rd at the Enercare Center to enjoy some networking, masterclass sessions, and inspiring conversation. We hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea. It's always lovely to see your smiling face giving these announcements. The sponsor was Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros, would you like to speak on the announcement?
No, I just want to, just very quickly, thank you to staff. I know there's been a lot of work and effort in it. It's really great our participation, and the City of Brampton and all of us should be very proud of our association with such an important conference, and our ability to, be part of the conversations when it comes to startups and the ecosystem that we're building regarding IT and so on, and it's exciting. So it's great, and thank you to staff for all the work on this.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Andrea. Our next announcement is on Philippines Heritage Month, which is this month of June 2022, and our presenters are Romulo Sinayon, Regional Commander of Knights of Rizal Central Canada Region, Ed Lim, President, Brampton Filipino Seniors Club, Delphin Paleo, Chapter Commander of Knights of Rizal Brampton Chapter, and Mitch Arrojado, President, Federation of Filipino Canadians of Brampton. And I'm happy to be the council sponsor. You may take the floor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mitch. I represent the Federation of Filipino Canadians Brampton, and also the regional treasurer for the Knights of Rizal, Central Canada.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sir Romy Sinajon. I'm the regional commander of the Knights of Rizal, Central Canada region, and we're here to invite you to be with us with the Filipino Heritage Month. We have 4 events that we'd like you to attend, and Sir Mitch Arrojado will discuss those things. Thank you.
Sir Delphin.
I am Delphin Palileo, Chapter Commander of the Knights of Rizal in Brampton.
For this year, firstly, we would like to thank the City Council for giving us the Rizal Park you unveiled it at the Sarno Road. That's along Dixie, north of Countryside. So that was unveiled last year. You gave it to us in June 9, 2019. We were here then. So thank you very much for giving us the park. Now for the Heritage Month, we will begin this Sunday here at the City Hall, June 12th. That will be the 124th celebration of the Philippine Independence Day. It will start at 11 o'clock with the flag raising, with the program, then followed by a reception at the convention, call it Convention Hall, inside the City Hall, up to around, I believe, 2. So there'll be programs, dancing, and food. Then on the June 18th, that will be the Halo Halo at Barrio Fiesta, which will be at the Century Garden Auditorium, that's at Bowden and Rutherford. This is the fundraising for us to be able to build a bus monument to Rizal at the Dr. Jose Rizal Park. We propose to have that installed by next year, so we're doing fundraising now. So please help us by attending the event. We actually have tickets here if you want to attend. And you can still participate by, please help us do the fundraising. Then that's only $60 per guest. Then on June 19, that Sunday, that will be the birthday of Dr. Jose Rizal. He's the national hero of the Philippines. It's his 161st birthday. So we will do a wreath laying at the Dr. Jose Rizal Park here in Brampton. And of course, this is not already June, but July. You are all invited to visit the Philippine Pavilion at the Carobram. That will be, that's again at the Century Garden. That's on July 8th, 9th, and 10th. Anything else? Thanks so much.
Thank you. One more thing. The Knights of Rizal Central Canada region is presenting a film about the life of Dr. Jose Rizal, which will be aired on Omni Television. It will be shown on June 19 at 8:30 in the evening, and a second part will be shown also on June 26. This is a 30-minute presentation on June 19 and another 30-minute presentation on June 26. Omni Television at 8 o'clock, 8:30, both times. Thank you very much.
So again, please help out with the fundraising. It starts at 5:30 to 11 o'clock. That's on June 18. Thanks so much. Salamat and mabuhay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Magandang umaga sa inyo lahat, and maraming salamat. Thank you very much. I just said good morning again to all of you, and many, many thanks for coming today, and mabuhay. We will see you there. Thank you very much for your announcement. Our next item is public delegations. Item 6.1, delegations regarding the proposed development at the CAA Lands Cricket Stadium. And joining us today is Carrie Kaplan, Jasper Kujavsky, Mike Rowe, and Carl Hirsch, Development Consortium. Committee, you will recall that at council, a council report had come before us last week, and budget amendment and development framework for the multipurpose cricket facility, which was referred to committee this week to be considered during this delegation. And the referred report is item 8.2.1 on today's agenda. Welcome, Carrie, Jasper, Mike, and Carl.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank Mayor Brown and Council for allowing us to speak. It's nice to be in person. It's been a long time. I guess the first question would be to request additional time. I know 5 minutes, we're going to try and be efficient, but the 5 minutes is going to be too short.
Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to give additional time. How much time would suffice for this presentation?
Depending on, I think the presentation may be 10, 15 minutes, but there may be questions beyond,
Okay.
maybe 10 minutes, but there may be questions
So we'll
beyond
say
that.
maximum of 10 minutes. You know that we have a very
Okay.
packed agenda
Do.
today, so we will cut it off at 10 minutes, Mr. Clerk. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Again, thank you. So we will try and be as efficient as possible here. So if we could proceed with the slide, the next slide, please. It looks like a big agenda. There are 9 points, but we're going to go through them in a couple of minutes, so it'll all be quick. So go to the next page. So firstly, the group, and that's where I'm going to use a good chunk of the 10 minutes here, is the people that I'm here with. But all of this was done in alignment with the 2040 vision, understanding, I mean, we spent a fair bit of time, and arts and culture is a big part of that, and our belief is that this will do wonders for arts and culture, what we're talking about here. So the signatories below, and that's again the people I'm going to introduce, Jasper first, have a wealth of experience on building facilities in a variety of sizes and capacities. And again, our goal is to create the first world-class Major League Cricket oval in Canada. And it, if done quickly enough, will be the first in North America, with 20,000 permanent seats on the CAA lands area, the 110 acres or 88 acres, depending on how that's divided. Okay, I won't belabor it here, but I've been involved quite a bit, as some of you know, in Brampton. I was involved with the hockey team that was here for a number of years, and was also our company were the chief revenue officer for GT20, which was an extremely successful event, the most successful cricket event ever in Canada, with more viewers than watch the Super Bowl. So again, very proud of that connection, and I think this is an extension of what happened there. Next. Here's Jasper Kujavsky's behind me. Jasper did something similar in Hamilton, Ontario, and I just get him to speak to that for a moment.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of council. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. We have in Hamilton, where I currently live, we have successfully completed a negotiation with the City of Hamilton where our private sector consortium, which is the Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group, will be taking over responsibility for all of the 3 downtown entertainment facilities. Many of you will remember and know Cops Coliseum, now known as First Ontario Centre, as well as the Downtown Theatre and the Convention Center, and we're going to be doing a very significant renovation of those buildings. And this is part of a partnership in which there is essentially no municipal money that's being spent or risk taken on these facilities. The deal is that the private sector takes all of the responsibility for the risk on the entertainment facilities, and the city comes to the table with land and the regulatory authority for a multi-use development which is going to surround it. So we believe that that kind of model is one that works for the municipality. We believe it works for the private sector, and we hope that it is of excitement to people here in Brampton in regards to the creation of North America's first Major League Cricket oval. And just before I'll be turning it over to Carl Hirsch and Mike Rowe, but one of the things we also just want to indicate in terms of the time sensitivity of this is the fact that the 2024 Men's International World Cup of 20 over cricket, T20 cricket, has been awarded to the United States and the West Indies, and we're very confident that if we can move expeditiously to get at least a significant part of this stadium in place here in Brampton in time for that, that we will be able to secure games in that 24 World Cup. So that's a big part of the time sensitivity of the proposal. And now I'll turn it over to Carl Hirsch, one of our partners from New Jersey, who's had enormous experience in terms of the both the management and the construction of sports facilities.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My company, Stafford Sports, has been around for 28 years. My background is in operating venues and then in developing them. My specialty in the past 5 or 8 years has been public-private partnerships, and I've been responsible for over $2 billion of public-private partnership arenas and stadiums completed over the past 2 years, including the Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, the Moody Center in Austin, Texas, and a new building going up for Arizona State University in Tempe. So something I'm very familiar with in understanding how they work. I've represented both the public side and the private side in doing these deals, and I look forward to working with you all to make this a reality.
Mike?
Yes, thank you. I hope I'm unmuted. Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity. I practiced this introduction. It's 45 seconds, council members and mayor, so I hope you're smiling. I've been added to this development team because of my sports and entertainment background as well as my cricket-centric background. Very familiar with sports and entertainment complexes. I operated a 650-acre property in New Jersey called the Meadowlands Sports Complex, which generated 2,500 full and part-time jobs. It spurred hotels, office buildings, and restaurants. Again, it was a public authority, so I do understand the guardrails that must be in place to represent the public interest. After that, I went on to be an operations manager in the West Indies for the 2007 Cricket World Cup. I assisted in the development and renovation of 11 stadiums in 9 countries. And most recently, my cricket-centric background is that I was the CEO of a proposed U.S. Cricket League. My partners and I secured over $500 million of financing to build 8 stadiums. That investor has come along with us to be our partners with the project. The vision that the Meadowlands developers had, I have for this property in Brampton. I think it will be a great enhancement and to the quality of life, and I'm sure our partners will be great partners with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. We're very fortunate to add Rashpal. Rashpal is the president of Cricket Canada, and this would have been new to discussions previously with council. I mean, Rashpal and Cricket Canada are strong, absolute supporters of our group. And I think Rashpal is, there's a little bit of background there, Rashpal, but I'll turn it over to you on, and if we could maybe move the slide forward there for Rashpal.
Rashpal, you're in the session. Just your mic is muted at the moment. Through your telephone only. Your computer looks like it disconnected. There we go.
There we go.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having me here today. As Kerry said, Cricket Canada, cricket is actually the fastest growing in sport in Canada. And we are very confident that this group of Brampton Development Group is the right team that we want to engage with because something that has been missing for a long time in Canada, even without the stadium, cricket has been coming here and it's been growing at an enormous rate. And we have been able to attract people, but we are missing on a lot of opportunities of getting the international cricket here in Canada. All right. As Cricket Canada, we have a calendar of about 100 to 120 days that we can actually fill up the stadium. So we are excited. We are looking forward to this proposal and moving forward with it. As Kerry said, and as Jasper said, 2024 World Cup would have been happening in Canada also as part, but since we didn't have the stadium, there was an issue that made it difficult. But still, we have an opportunity where we can get this major teams like Pakistan, India, and play in our backyard and showcase the game at the highest level. Global T20 is happening every year because of COVID. We haven't been able to, and they are a big supporter of Brampton City. And I think going forward, it's only going to get bigger because at the time we have about 20 days for GT20. But as you all are aware, it was a major success in Brampton, and I think this is the right way to go, public and private partnership. And I think any other questions that you have for me? I know I'm just rushing through it. This is because I know the time is of the essence.
I think that's the key, Rashpal. I just wanted, I don't know if you can see it, but the page up there says, these are a couple really important items. At Cricket Canada, one of the concerns was, will this be a white elephant? Are there going to be events there? Cricket Canada is talking about 130 dates of usage. And Cricket Canada is saying they're only comfortable working with our group as the one stadium bid, and the World Cup is upon us here. So I don't know, Rashpal, anything just to, I don't know.
Yeah, no, as it is in the presentation, we can get more than 130 annual days. This is once we have a stadium. I'm already refusing IPL teams that want to come to Canada, and because Canada, right now the market of cricket is so much developing that they're looking for the North American market, and especially Canada. I have refused Rajasthan Royal and Punjab Kings 11 because we don't have a world-class cricket stadium to host, and the impact that's going to have on our economy and on the cricket. And I think as Cricket Canada, we can guarantee that about 130 to 140 annual events will be there. Not only GT20, there will be women's, men's. We even have handicap cricket that wants to come here and do the World Cup kind of a thing. But I mean, for all these events, we need a stadium that has to be of the world-class level. And I think with this Brampton Development Group, we are very confident that this is the group that we can move forward with to get the stadium going in this beautiful city of Brampton. I hope it gets in that direction. And 2024 World Cup is upon us. And Commonwealth Games, we have this year. I'm going to Birmingham for the first time. Women's cricket. Cricket is going to be part of Commonwealth Games, and it is going to be a sport in Commonwealth Games, and we are now vying for the Olympics, 2028 Olympics in LA. ICC is trying to get cricket in there. So there's so many opportunities that we can actually avail once we have this infrastructure in place.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rashpal. Unfortunately, you have now well surpassed the 10 minutes.
So the only thing I would request, I mean, this is a massive investment to the city. I mean, 5 more minutes, we really require 5 more minutes here to get through this. There's no more speakers. There's just a couple more items.
Thank you very much, Kerry. I appreciate that, but we have like about 10 other delegations that follow.
No, but this is a hundreds of millions of dollar investment in the city. I would think 5 more minutes would be a reasonable request.
Okay, moved by Councillor, Mayor Brown. Anyone opposed? That carries.
Sorry, I oppose because, it's Councilor Dillon, because some of the delegation has some other commitments that they gotta get to. So I just want to oppose that. The other delegation too, sorry.
Okay. Anyone else opposed? Okay, that carries. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. Our speakers are done. Thank you. Okay, the next page, please. So the message there is the urgency. You know, I know there's discussion of 2030 Commonwealth, but the World Cup 2024 is in the U.S. and the Caribbean, and Brampton could have the biggest cricket matches in the world in Brampton in 2 years. If something is approved quickly for the site, there's an opportunity to change the scope of Brampton forever. This is the World Cup. It will be the largest cricket ever in Canada. There's an opportunity to do it in 2024, but the stadium would have to start immediately. So there's a real urgency here if there's any appetite to do that. Okay, next page. Precedent, a couple of seconds.
I'll be very quick here because we really would like to make sure we get our position in front of you in terms of what we're hoping you will consider. As you can see, the precedent is that in Hamilton, we executed a memorandum of understanding with the city that was a non-binding document which set off a discussion for a master agreement, which we have now completed, and that is now in place, and that's why this enormous project, which is going to include a minimum $100 million renovation of the Coliseum, is going forward. What we are asking this council to consider, because of the time sensitivity regarding World Cup, is simply to give us a 60-day period during which we can speak to your staff and see whether we can move towards an agreement. This would be a non-binding period. We're hoping it's exclusive. That's what we're asking for, but only 60 days to see if we could come up with a memorandum of understanding which then sets off something more concrete moving forward. We hope you will do that, and I'm sure we also hope that you can appreciate that because there's been a considerable amount of discussion about this project, we in fact have been approached in an unsolicited fashion by other municipalities that are interested in this. But we've held off on that because we believe that Brampton is the best place in the country to build this Major League Cricket oval. And the fact that we have Cricket Canada with us, talking about it being their national stadium, the home of the National Centre of Excellence, and the home of these great international competitions, we think is extremely important that they're on our side and that they are supportive of this. But again, we believe Brampton is the best place for it, but I'm sure you can appreciate it's not the only place that could have it. And we're hoping to be able to have that conversation with you and not have to go look elsewhere because we think this is where it should take place. So that is our ask of this council, to approve a non-binding 60-day period of discussions with your staff to see if we can come up with a memorandum of understanding that meets all of your requirements.
Thanks, Jasper. Okay, next page, just the last 2 minutes. And again, we won't get into the detail. The slides are public here, but this is more than, what I will say is there were 3 major objections that we heard in discussions. One, transit and traffic flow. We have world experts in the U.S. that were looking forward to working with the city and have examined it and feel we can solve all traffic and transit related issues. So that's one. 2, user groups. There's groups in Brampton that want to know they can play on the field, that it won't just be used for professionals. Absolutely, that's an easy yes. And multi-sports. This isn't just cricket. The ability to have this multi-use development and be able to, sports like rugby and soccer and tennis, I mean, it's a multi-use concept. So I know those were 3 big issues from the city. They're all addressed in this proposal. Okay, next please. Okay, we won't go through the examples. Atlanta's very comparable. Please go, keep going. Next. Public-private partnership is key. I think the thing is there's no taxpayers' money. I mean, there's stories about $35 million, $40 million, $45 million. We were involved with that at one point. This is a private investment that we believe is in the best interest of taxpayers. And I know there was a survey that said 30% of people only would support a publicly funded cricket stadium. I would think those numbers would flip if it was a partnership with the city and privately funded. Okay. Just talk about that. It's again more than cricket. It's a full development on the land and the facility, around the facility. Okay, next. Okay, next. Okay, I think we mentioned that. The other thing too, it's a big, huge return on investment for the city. It's tourism, it's user fees, it's taxes, all upside for the city. It's a huge ROI in our mind, okay? I think we're at the end. Just, we believe it's an optimal location. 90 million cars pass the site, and I think it's the last page coming here. Okay, next, sorry, just the, one more, just Jasper's, our request here, one more. Yeah, there. That's all we're asking, 60-day period to negotiate. City staff, I know, did a lot of work on a proposal. We just want time. There's no commitment at this moment, but we think we'll get there, and this is the only way to keep the World Cup. Otherwise, we are forced, as Jasper said, to talk to other municipalities or to take it south of the border. Cricket Canada only supports our bid, so an RFP would be a waste of a lot of taxpayers' money. We're not afraid of it, but the time will kill the World Cup opportunity. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for going long. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Do any members have questions? I have Councillor Paleshi followed by Mayor Brown. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the delegation. I know there's a lot of information here. I think it's, listening to some of the history, I didn't realize the first international game was ever played against Canada against the U.S. I'd really like to know who won. But the fastest growing sport in the world, and I think that's what kind of excites me to look at this opportunity. And I think I've always liked kind of a partnership as long as it benefits us. I don't want the taxpayers to be on the hook, but I also don't want it to get into a bad deal long term where we're not seeing that return on investment come back. And I don't know what that looks like. In starting to look at the one slide you have here, you're valuing our CA lands at $1 million an acre. You're off by over $1.5 million. Sure. So I think that the discussion needs to be had. Maybe if you can just talk to me about where you got that number.
Okay. Carl, do you want to jump in on valuation on land? We got that initial evaluation a few years ago from the city in discussions, actually. So maybe Carl, maybe there's nothing to add. It was from city staff 3 years ago, I would say.
Yeah, and again, I think that's right, Carrie. It was a valuation we got from the city, and that's why we need to sit down and talk about these things and understand some of the important parts of things that you want as part of the development and all that. We've been working in a vacuum by doing this ourselves, and it's hard to understand everything that you want and the valuation. So that's why we're asking for a exclusive time period to be able to get through all that and understand how this can all work.
And thank you for that. And 3 years ago it'd be closer to the million, but still off. So I'm not sure who from our side gave you that number, but like there's land that's plug and play going for $4 million an acre right now, right? Yep. I'm not saying that this is plug and play or residential, but it's definitely it's a different world we live in today. So this my only real question, I guess, is the 60 days. So if we were today to say, you go ahead, you have your 60 days, let's work and figure something out, I'll guarantee you it's not coming back to this council. It's going to come back to next council. What does that do for it?
It's a big problem for the World Cup. I mean, we could still get a stadium built, but the World Cup goes June 2024. And just so you know, some U.S. cities are moving at lightning speed, getting, the decisions are happening extremely quickly. We want to get a World Cup game here in Brampton. And the U.S. and Caribbean are both saying, Rajpal could jump, we could do it. If you start, Carl, you'd say 18 to 24 months. I know you've said, and Carl's a world-class builder. In 18 to 24 months, you can pull it off. You can't pull it off in 12, right? Carl, is that fair? We're right at the line.
Yeah, it's very fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
The way Kerry is saying, getting the World Cup game is not a problem. They have been asking. There's been because they want to explore another market for that. So getting a World Cup game is not a problem. It's to have that stadium in place.
And the other thing I would add, Councillor Paleshi, is that if we were, say, in 60 days, by August, to have a framework of a memorandum of understanding, which we then have some degree of confidence could lead to something, we have a good risk tolerance of moving forward with things if it appears that we're making progress. So we understand a master agreement that is a binding document isn't going to be finished by August. As in Hamilton, we did first that non-binding MOU, and that led to the MA master agreement negotiation. But I can assure you that we, as I said, we have a significant risk tolerance for what we may need to do during the period of negotiating something that would ultimately be approved by the next council if we've made that degree of progress in the next 60 days.
Yeah, and I just, I'd love to say that we could probably come back with an MOU in 60 days to council to give you that certainty that, we like the way things are going, but I don't know. I don't think it can happen. That being said, I don't mind trying because I think this is certainly, I think it's certainly a benefit to the city. And, ultimately, I think it is the next term of council. I think it's their decision whether to, finalize. That being said, I want them to have as much information as possible. And if, we all feel like things are going well after the 60 days, then, hopefully that's something that they can get behind. But those were kind of my questions. Just a further understanding is if, the 60 days didn't happen at all and we just referred this to next council, that kills everything, right?
I think you lose the World Cup, and I think we have to. I mean, it's and we've only spoken to Brampton, but we have to see if there's any other city. To Ras Paul's point, we want an event in Canada, and they need a stadium. There's only one reason the World Cup doesn't come is there's no suitable stadium in the country.
Yeah, so I'd like a better understanding of what that relationship looks. What's the ownership? How much ROI the other economic investments in that area, and transportation was also a big thing. So, would we get a better understanding after the 60 days of what the transit would look like in the area?
Yeah, Carl and Jasper above my pay grade. Carl and Jasper have done it. Jasper did Hamilton, and Carl, I don't know, is there anything you want to add on just how you would sort of dig into the transportation? You've dealt with that in so many spots.
Yeah, I think the 60 days would lay out what we would try to accomplish. I don't think we would have the answers to that. That would come in binding, full agreements that we would get subsequent to that. So, the process here is we reach an MOU, and at that time we start to invest additional money in terms of design and architecture and all those kinds of things, and including all the consultants that would be working on transportation and civil engineering and all that. So that would be not in the first 60 days, but would come subsequent with that, understanding what it is we want to accomplish in the first 60 days.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pleshy. Mayor Brown, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Santos, and I think you've tapped into something here. I think you really have. What I hear left, right, and center is there is a burning interest in cricket. Mm-hmm. And I saw it when they had the Pakistan-India game, when every restaurant and cafe was full, people watching. It was 1 billion people watched that game. Yeah. I'm a hockey fan, and you see a Stanley Cup audience, and you see 6 million people watch the game, and you hear 1 billion. It's just, it's in numbers that are just in the stratosphere. And so I think there's a huge potential. And due to Brampton's population, I think there is a real cricket synergy here. I'm sure that's part of your identification. If you look at our diaspora, the multicultural mosaic of Brampton, Caribbean communities, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, these are countries with a passion for cricket. And so I think this goes beyond hosting the World Cup, which of course would be an enormous honor. Tell me about the other type of events that you think we could have in a cricket venue, and do you have any concerns about usage? And the reason I say that is, and I'm sure the Recreation Department can attest, probably our longest wait times are for, our backlogs are probably for cricket. All I hear is groups fighting over trying to get field time. But, a stadium's different. It's much bigger, it's more expensive to rent. what type of user groups do you think exist? You're in business. You're not going to go into business to lose money,
Yep.
and so it's expensive to operate a stadium. Can you keep that stadium busy? And what worry do you have?
Yeah, so I'm going to turn to, I mean, we're fortunate Raspal is here. I mean, we could say all, talk about all that, we believe it, but the president of Cricket Canada is really, I mean, Raspal, just talk about how you're confident that the stadium will be used and what type of events will come in.
Yes, Gary. Actually, that's the only field I can talk much about rather than the development part. Just to put a little bit context to Mayor Brown's question that how many events and all that stuff can happen. As you all know, GD20 is already there. I'm not going to even talk about that 25, 30, 35 days that GD20 is going to happen. We are having a Six Nation tournament this year in Canada, and I'm doing it so low profile in a King City. We can't market it. We can't do anything because we don't have the infrastructure as Cricket Canada to put that stadium around. That's another 15, 20 days that we are hosting this year. There's a women's professional league that's going to start in September. We don't have a stadium. Again, it's going to be a low profile because then again, because we don't have a stadium. The temporary structure takes millions of dollars, and we can't keep putting it on and putting it off every year. That's another one. As I said, Rajasthan Royal, they're starting a World Series all across Canada, all across the world in 6 major cities, and they have identified Canada, Toronto area, Brampton as one of the area where they want to have it. It'll be in Australia, it'll be in Canada, it'll be in Hong Kong, it'll be in Dubai. So that is one of the prime locations that they have identified, and we are in negotiation right now with them to have that tournament here. But then again, the question will come, where is the stadium? Well, because when you get these international world-class players, they will not play in a field which is not without a stadium, because they have to have ROI, they have to have that product, and they have an image to carry forward Commonwealth Games. So I can name so many proposals that we had and we are having right now, and then again our own international events, the bilaterals that right now we are working on, the Nepal series that we could have had there, we can market it. Then UAE, US, West Indies can come here on a regular basis because these. So in a way, when we say in the presentation about 130 days of international, we are not talking about a local league game there. Cricket Canada doesn't deal with the league games. Those are done by the specific leagues that are operating. So Cricket Canada, I'm talking about international play, where Canadian team is going to be playing men's. And we will have the opportunity to host Under-19 World Cup here, which happened recently in West Indies. And that opportunity is always there. The women programs, we had now, a woman went to Dubai and participated in a tournament which was held, which 35 countries participated. And we can host that event here. So there's enormous proposals that we have right now on Cricket Canada's table. And they're enormous that we are now refusing because we can't even get a negotiation with these people.
So I guess the essence of my question is, do you believe you can keep it busy all year long? Or for the functioning season, for the when the weather is
in the summer.
When the weather is agreeable.
Yes, positively. That's why the summer season, once it starts, we will keep that stadium busy with cricket happening, and in all formats, women, juniors, men's, everything, because the cricket is happening.
I understand those.
All three.
Yeah, I understand those iconic events, which we're obviously excited about. There's a tourism ancillary benefit to the city. How about for local users? Because we've got this passionate community in Brampton that, for them, making sure amenities are available for them. You've got Cops Coliseum in Hamilton. How do you balance the professional events with local users in Hamilton? And what opportunities would the cricket community have here to be able to enjoy this amenity? Because I'll say at the outset, I think it would be tremendously disappointing to them if they have this amazing new amenity that they can't use. And so how do we partner with the local cricket community to make sure that they can benefit from this?
I'm happy. That's an excellent question, Mr. Mayor. And in fact, mentioning the Coliseum in Hamilton does present the precedent on a couple of different fronts. Rashpal has spoken to the nature of the cricket events that would be held. There are a number of other sports that can also find a home, especially for special events, be it rugby, be it soccer, be it Australian rules football. Can't play anywhere in North America because there's no Major League Oval. Opportunity on the commercial side. Then there's all the opportunities for community use because there are going to be available days. And just as in Hamilton, where we have negotiated a master agreement, which includes the negotiation for community use of the arena and the city having access to the building for their community purposes together with the commercial purposes. One other thing I was hoping to point out was that as we're doing in Hamilton in the redesign of the Coliseum, is that there's significant amount of commercial space that fronts onto the street. For those who know Hamilton well, York and Bay is sort of the main corner. And here in Brampton, the idea would similarly be that the stadium would be designed in such a way so that a lot of the space that becomes essentially, say, concourse space, revenue-producing space, restaurants, and concession areas, and club areas, and other things, would also be accessible when the building is not being used. So it becomes part of the community that's created as part of the multi-use development on the CAA land site. So the idea is to make as much of it 24/7 as possible, where you have space that can be opened up onto the general community in the new development that takes place. In Hamilton, it's in an urban setting. In Brampton, it would be on a new setting on those CAA lands, and then that same space can be used internally when events are taking place, but it's not sitting as dead space when the stadium doesn't have a specific event happening on the pitch. So that's the concept of making it both community-friendly as well as commercial-friendly because of the fact that obviously the summer months are not as long here as they are in our American friends, obviously, down in the south, although it's getting warmer, not that we celebrate that, but it's a reality. But the fact of the matter is that our plan for the stadium would be designed to make it accessible, both in a community sense and in a commercial sense, not just during summer months.
And just accessible and affordable. So I think that's where we look to the city to say how many hours, how many days for community usage, and I think that gets carved out at reasonable rates. So we want everybody in Brampton that plays cricket to be able to use the facility.
Okay, well, I appreciate the answers. I'll just say, I'll reserve my further comments for when we get to this item on the agenda. I know there's a long list of delegations. I want to be respectful of that. What I would just close in saying is that I think everyone wants to see the infrastructure for cricket expand. It's just a question of how do we get there in the right way that is respectful of the procurement rules and tendering rules of the city. I think these opportunities are exciting, but we have to abide by the process we have. So I look forward to hearing the staff feedback on that. But I think a cricket stadium should be in the future for our city. I think it would be a great thing for Brampton, and I think it could gain some international attention for our community. There's a cricket world that increasingly could be looking at Canada. I don't think it's far-fetched to say in the years ahead, Canada is going to end up having a competitive team in cricket. No one thinks of Canada as a cricket nation. I think in our lifetimes we're going to see a Canadian national team that competes among the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. We still have some questions. Councillor Medeiros is next, followed by Councillor Singh. Councillor Medeiros, go ahead.
No, I'll wait. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'll wait for the questions to be asked during when we discuss the report. Thank you.
Thank you for clarification, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I do have questions for the report, and I'll wait. I just got two questions for the delegations. One is, have you engaged our local leagues, Brampton and Etobicoke, and the other one, I don't know what Fraz's league is, but have they been engaged in this process?
They were engaged originally. We haven't had a discussion with them in the past few months, but they were engaged in the original discussions.
Okay. And secondly, I saw the slide that Cricket Canada will only work with your group. Is that official? Do you have that right?
Yeah, well, Raspal can say it. He's the president. So Raspal, would you going to elaborate?
Yeah, no, I think this is with Brampton, that's the group that we are working with right now, and we feel very comfortable working with them.
No, but the question is, on the slides, it said this was the only group you would work with, I believe. I don't want to be quoted wrong. It's in the slides.
Yep.
Yes.
And so is this the only group you'll work with?
I mean, that's the only group that we are working with and will work with because these are the people that are trying to get the stadium going for us. That is very much needed in Canada right now.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
We
I'll
can get
say-
something in writing if that helps.
Yes, and please send it to council in writing that is so, to make sure we're consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. There are no further questions on the board. Thank you very much for your delegation today. I have a motion moved by Mayor Brown to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? Thank you. That motion carries, and we'll deal with the report later on in the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Item 6.2, delegation from EcoTank Washer Fluid Dispensers. We have Robbie Mayer, President, EcoTank Canada, regarding EcoTank Washer Fluid Dispensers. Mr. Robbie Mayer, you have the floor, and you have a maximum of 5 minutes. Thank you.
You can proceed, Robbie.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can't hear you. Please proceed.
Sorry, did you say you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. Anyways, name's Robbie Mayer. I'm one of the founders of EcoTank Canada. Brampton born and raised. I recently reviewed the newly released official plan and was happy to see such an importance given to the environment. I felt it was meaningful to reach out and see how we could collaborate on the city's goals. EcoTank is an innovative and eco-friendly solution for refilling washer fluid. And basically at scale, we're trying to eliminate single-use plastic jugs. I'm sure you've all been to gas stations and used these jugs and seen them overfilling the garbage cans and, you know, thought that there was probably a better way of doing it, considering, 99% of them go into the landfills every year. They're contaminated with methanol, and without a thorough washing process, it's expensive and no one's doing it really. They all end up there. So at scale, EcoTank plans to replace the plastic jugs from the product cycle. So I see an opportunity to have EcoTanks installed with any city projects involving charging, parking garages. We have a collaboration, joint venture agreement with AirServe, who operates all the air pumps across Canada at the gas stations. It's a joint unit, so there's air and washer fluid, basically an all-in-one car service center for any electric cars, that kind of thing. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So the benefits of EcoTank are that there's really no construction work. It's designed to sit beside the gas island or beside the charging station. If it's 4 bolts drilled into the ground, it's really just simple. We usually finish an install without the electrical in 15 minutes. There's no operator assistance required. It's completely attendant-less. It's a more convenient customer solution. There's no spillage. I'm sure you've all, tried to refill your washer fluid without a funnel, and it ended up half on the floor inside your engine compartment. With electric vehicles, that front compartment's all carpeted, so it can make a mess. Some of these things are more, for gas stations and stuff, but there's better inventory control. You can see your per liter in real-time sales. It's a great data opportunity. Environmental commitment can help your brand. So we do a nice wrapping job on the top of the tank with any branding suggestions. Can you scroll down just a bit on the slide there? I've already elaborated on our joint venture with AirServe there. So it's quantifiable. So like a lot of environmental ventures, one thing that they lack is, there's no way to really see any difference. So we have a plastic jug counter where basically you can see how many jugs you're diverting from landfills, which I think is important. Next slide. So there's 35 million registered vehicles in Canada. We estimate between 35 and 70 million of these jugs are produced and end up in the landfills every year. Historically, on all recycling, there's about a 9% diversion rate since 1950. With these containers, it's even less. I've already elaborated, you can't recycle these without a thorough wash process, considering the chemical that's in washer fluid. So every time our tank's used, basically 58 jugs of washer fluid are diverted. You go to the next slide. So this is an example of one of our units in partnership with Earth Day Canada. We're doing 55 charging stations with them, 28 Tesla, 22 charge points. It's also in collaboration with IGA and Sobeys, but you can see an example of our eco tank there. One side's air, one side's washer fluid. This one in this photo is actually all washer fluid. This is in a town called Prévost in Quebec, where they have introduced a city bylaw where you can't sell any single-use plastic packaging goods without also offering an alternative wholesale version. So we've been spec'd into the gas stations there and outside the grocery store where they sell plastic jugs. So I think that's a great opportunity, but this is just a picture to show you an example of what it sort of looks like. Next slide. This is an example at Irving Off Island, so a car center. We have the vacuum air pump, and this is our washer fluid. Irving Oil is one of our partners. This is like a car care service center idea that we're sort of pitching to customers like Go Transit and that kind of thing. We think's really good. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Robbie. Just it's the chair. Just to let you know if you can wrap up, please. We're hitting the 5-minute mark.
Oh, I'm already there, eh? Okay, I'll zip through it. Here's just an example at a 7-Eleven in Concord. Next slide. Our payment device takes all forms of payment. I won't show the transaction demonstration then. Next slide. It's a rev sharing model, so basically we put it in at zero cost for the capital equipment, and there's a return on investment for both parties. We do all the maintenance, refilling, handle all that. Next slide. So the only thing that would be the city's responsibility or the owner of the land would be to hook up a 120 volt electrical hookup. Our unit uses low voltage wiring. There's a transformer inside, so it's very efficient on electricity. And at most charging stations, the cost to bring over this is very minimal. And then we charge $1,000 to install it, ship it, and design the wrap and wrap the tank in custom design for the customer. Next slide. These are some of our major partners: Divert Nova Scotia on the East Coast, Earth Day Canada, Irving, Sobeys, 7-Eleven, AirServe, CSC. Ultra Clear is one of our fluid suppliers. They're in Toronto.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Robbie. We're well over 5 minutes now. We do have questions from members of council.
Cool, I'm all done.
And thank you very much. Councillor Williams, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Robbie, for coming in. That's quite a accomplishment there for a Brampton boy. I'd like to, since there's no report with this, I'd like to refer this back to staff to possibly contact EcoTank and see where there's opportunity in the city of Brampton now that we are switching some charging stations. A lot of charging stations now are going into our facility parking, and as well as our Save Max Center. There's quite a few there, and this might be something we could use actually in our own parking garages to show show we are a green city, that we are working towards keeping things out of landfill and diverting something to landfill. And also maybe perhaps, Robbie, you might want to consider going to the Region Appeal as well and doing a presentation there. And I can send you some contacts where the partners of Project Green at the airport, because they've got a substantial amount of charging stations at the airport. So this could help you in that respect too. But I'd just like to refer back to staff to maybe work with them and come back to see what the benefits are in the city of Brampton. So thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. That's a referral from Councillor Williams back to staff for a report. Any members oppose? Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you very much for your delegation. And motion from Councillor Williams to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Our next delegation is from Ken Spears, CEO, Boston Scientific. Overview of Boston Scientific. Ken Spears, CEO, you have the floor, and you have 5 minutes.
So good morning, Ken. It's Peter Fay from the clerk's office. You can unmute your mic and turn on your video if you so choose, and you have 5 minutes to address the committee. We're just going to bring up your presentation. There you go. We see you now, Ken.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. So I want to thank everyone for the invite today, Madam Chair, Mayor Brown, Committee of Council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I'm actually calling you virtually from vacation in Florida. So I've got my 5 minutes. I'm roughly scripted or loosely scripted to get through the 5 minutes. So I'll be doing my messaging here on horseback this morning. So by way of introduction, I am the Vice President General Manager for Boston Scientific Canada. And as I mentioned, it's a real pleasure to be here to introduce you to Boston Scientific and share some of the important work that we do to make meaningful differences in the lives of Canadian patients and their families. So I'll get to that in just a few moments. First, I'd like to just give you a contextual background of Boston Scientific. So globally, we represent 36,000 employees. We've got a worldwide presence across 120 countries, so big organization, global organization. The local Canadian presence represents 150 highly trained, highly talented individuals representing Boston Scientific interests from coast to coast. And I am here this morning and very pleased to announce that after 20 years, we've finally seen the light, and we've recently moved our head office National Replenishment Center from Mississauga to the great city of Brampton. So real pleased to comment on that. And that's the right slide. Thank you very much. And this allows me the opportunity to really share some of the decision criteria that we use, my team and I use, to select and ultimately move our head office from Mississauga to Brampton. First of all, we wanted to be a part of one of Canada's fastest growing cities and most progressive business cities in this country. And I have to tip my hat to Mayor Brown and the civic leaders at Brampton for setting up an environment that attracts innovation-focused companies like Boston Scientific to reside in Brampton. And I can say the other thing that was really important in our decision was the fact that we've got a very top talented, accessible labor pool in Brampton. So it's a really important input into businesses like mine. We rely on our top talent to drive through our aggressive mission, and which I'll share with you in a second, and allow us to deliver on our commitment as an essential service provider. So we've set up a very noble purpose and a mission that can only be enabled through access to top talent. And if you can advance to the next slide, please. I want to share our Boston Scientific Canada mission with you. So our Boston Scientific Canada mission is an aggressive mission. It's a patient-centric mission. Every day when we get up and face the work, the important work that we do within Boston Scientific Canada, we focus on saving the lives, improving the lives of 3,700 Canadian patients and their families every single day. And the way we do that is we work closely and shoulder to shoulder with Canadian physicians, nurses, other hospital staff, which I refer to as our care provider heroes. And we use our enabling technology and our highly trained team to optimize patient outcomes. And to put a finer point on it, when you look at the slide, you'll see a number of thumbnail sketches of Canadian patients. And if you were to take the time to count them, I'll spare you the pain of having to do that. There's 464 patients on that background slide. 464 patients is significant because it represents the number of Canadian patients that we touch and improve the outcomes of every single hour, Monday through Friday, throughout the year. And to put a finer point on the conversation, during the 5 minutes or so that I've got with you this morning, we will have touched and improved the lives of 38 Canadian patients. Next slide, please. As a Canadian entity and a global innovator of medical technologies, we've chosen at Boston Scientific to focus on 7 disease states, and we've developed innovative product portfolios to address the optimization of outcomes and improve patient outcomes in the 7 areas that I'm about to introduce to you. So interventional cardiology, it's the vascular disease within the heart, peripheral interventions, vascular disease outside the heart, cardiac rhythm management, we refer to as CRM, pacemakers and implantable cardiac defibrillators. Endo really is the GI, the gastrointestinal disease state. Urology and pelvic health speaks for itself. Neuromodulation is a really interesting area, and it kind of leads me into my next slide. And we'll be celebrating a couple of neuromod patients when we celebrate a patient day that we refer to as Everyone Makes an Impact. Next slide, please. So Everyone Makes an Impact Day is the one day annually where Boston Scientific, my team, celebrates the work that we do with patients, care providers. We invite patients and their families into, this year will be in our new Brampton head office on June the 17th. There'll be physician representation and voices representing the impact of Boston Scientific's innovative technology, Boston Scientific's team, and I'll also have an opportunity to underscore the important values that drive everything that we do at Boston Scientific Canada. Values like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and of course, the focus that we've put recently on being a strong steward of the environment. So we'll have an opportunity to share in all those messages. Super excited to also say that we've got Mayor Brown and members of the team joining us on that day. I believe there's 9 folks that'll be coming, so super excited about that. The staffers and regional and city councilors invited to that session. So we look forward to sharing those patient stories, their journey, the impact that we're having on the medical community through the voice of the physician, and of course the Boston Scientific team. So as I mentioned, as promised, I went through this on horseback. That's it for my messages, and I do want to close by thanking this group for the opportunity to speak to you today. And furthermore, we're really excited, my team and I are really excited to be a part of the Brampton community and look forward to being a strong partner to this great city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Spears. You were just a minute over time, but thank you very much for your delegation. There is one question from Councillor Singh. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank you for coming to delegate. This is a great news story. It's very important for the city of Brampton, for council, for the mayor. We're excited to have you here. You're in good hands with our economic development department, and it was great news when I heard. So just wanted to say thank you, and thank you for taking time out of your vacation to let us know about your operations. Cheers.
Indeed, and we, as chair, I echo the sentiment from Councillor Singh. Thank you very much. This is very exciting news, and we will see you on the 17th. I have a motion moved from Councillor Singh to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Our next delegation is an update from Beehive regarding the results and activities over the past little while. And today we have Vikram Karurana, CEO Beehive, regarding the update itself. Thank you for joining us, Vikram. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and good morning, Mayor Brown and members of council. The earlier speakers provided me a perfect segue. Chris Shah, a resident of Peel Region, recently sold his startup to Boston Scientific for $1.75 billion, 10 times revenue, and manufacturing stents that help citizens globally. And that's what we're about. We're about startups and bringing them to Brampton. Next slide, please. So just as a quick refresher, Brampton Beehive was started on May 20th, 2021, and that happened to be the International Day of the Bee. And City of Brampton engaged with Toronto Business Development Center, which is a 32-year-old peer of the Brampton Beehive, born in the city of Toronto, doing similar things to build, operate, and transfer this entity back to the city of Brampton. Since starting, we have made no excuses our mantra. We were born in the middle of the pandemic. Technically, we should have been postponing things, but we, with the collaboration of the city staff, went full speed, and we have since made significant progress. Next slide, please. So our aspirational goals for this whole period was to bring 20 startups in the first year of operation, 80 startups in the next year of operations, and finally the 200 in the next year. And the objective is to find startups that pay to be here. This is not a freebie. They actually are farther along than just ideation stage companies. They have to have something. They have to have either a great business idea that's going to be innovation or disruption. They have to have raised some money. They have to have the ability to hire. They have to have the ability to maybe export and scale quickly. Next slide, please. And we're pleased to report that 42 startups, which far exceed our initial objective, have been approved. And these entrepreneurs are coming from all across the world. They're coming from India, Vietnam, UAE, China, Iran, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Nigeria, just to name a few. And we have a huge backlog of applications of people wanting to be in Brampton and wanting to relocate here. And we fully expect to show you the economic impact of what businesses coming to the downtown core would actually provide to the city of Brampton. Next slide, please. So here's a sample client portfolio. And the one thing that'll stick out is that we are not focused on just one thing. We are vertical agnostic. We have people that are from deep tech. We have people that are in healthcare. We have folks that are addressing real-world problems in construction. We have folks that are in green technology. We have folks that are doing fintech, and a whole number of other verticals. And they all come here to find mentors, to find the ability to raise capital, and the ability to hire people, and which is all a big challenge in their countries of origin. Next slide, please. So just to give you where they are in their life cycle of being here physically, immigration, as you've heard, is in a deep turmoil federally because of a huge backlog created by COVID. So we are pleased to report that the first person has arrived in Canada from a company called SCAS, and 21 permits have been submitted to IRCC and awaiting adjudication for admission to Canada, and 20 of our applicants are preparing at various stages their applications. Next slide, please. So just one quick footnote. We are not immune to COVID, and we have been impacted by COVID. While these numbers are working their way through the immigration backlogs, we have worked with the Economic Development Department to engage with the Ministry of Immigration, Citizenship, and Refugees to federally have them understand who we are and to address the issue of backlogs and how we actually come out on top. So that's my presentation, Madam Chair, and happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Vikram, for your delegation. I have a question from Councillor Medeiros, followed by Councillor Bowman. Councillor Medeiros, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, and through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Vikram. And I had the opportunity to have a sneak peek as Chair of Economic Development along with Councillor Vicente. And, you know, I must say, and I'll repeat those comments I shared with you publicly, I was very skeptical of this whole initiative, and skeptical from the perspective just not understanding in terms of the role, in terms of the value proposition, are we getting return on investment, and so on. And certainly at the time when you presented some of this information that we're doing today, and why I suggested you come to council, because I think it's one of these sort of hidden secrets. You know, we talk about Beehive, but you know, the question is, do we understand Beehive? Do we understand, you know, the results, the value proposition, and so on? And you know, certainly when the information you shared with me, you know, and right now in a public manner, it just really, I must confess, you know, it's really perked my interest. It's really sort of seeing that we're onto something. And so I guess my question to you, through you, Madam Chair, first of all, if you can give us an understanding in terms of other neighboring municipalities, if you might know, are they doing something similar? How do they sort of try to attract startups, and what's the support that they provide? Because I'd like to highlight, what Beehive is, the value proposition and what we're doing here, and if it is special in comparison with other communities. That's one. And my second question, if there was further investment, do you expect that we can grow the results? Do we expect, a better return on investment? Can we expand? Do you have the capacity? If you could just provide some of those comments. Sorry, I know it's a lot of, parts to those two questions, but I'll hand it over to you.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
The biggest example I can give, Councillor Medeiros, is the example of Toronto. Toronto Business Development Center, which was born 32 years ago, graduated 9,000 businesses. And it did not only just address immigrant entrepreneurs. It also addressed people that were on disability, people that wanted to be self-employed, people that were self-employed and wanted better ways to run their businesses. And I'm pleased to tell you that two unicorns, which means that they have $1 billion or so in revenues, were born very recently out of TBDC. The one is HydroStore, which just received $275 million from the Goldman Sachs and a number of follow-up investments, and have employed hundreds and thousands of people. The second one is GFL, Green for Life. They were born out of TBDC and currently are a $13 billion enterprise with 8,000 people. So this story is not only about, today and not only about 6 months or just short-term programming. There's definitely very big examples of people that have come through programs such as ours and succeeded tremendously. The second part of your question, whether there could be more additional investments, the answer is definitely. We would be pleased to work with the city staff to create a submission that could elaborate ways of how to expand a program such as this. And coincidentally, federal government is making significant investments in ecosystems such as our Brampton Innovation District in growing communities and investments from businesses in communities. So we'd be delighted to make a submission.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I guess what I would just like to do is refer the presentation to staff for a report back on how we possibly could expand the initiative and what are some options in terms of required investments, in terms of, if it would require, if we invested, X, we would be able to expand it, by X. So some form of report back to, on the possible expansion of this program or how we can better this program.
Thank you, Councilor Medeiros. We've captured that in the motion. Are you done your questions?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilor Bowman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. Can you just give me an overview of where Beehive or how they fit into the total economic development, including Accelerator, how that all fits together in our innovation zone?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. There are three large components of the Innovation District. There's the educational partners and the innovation that comes out of our educational institutions. The second is industry partners that have a significant contribution to make as mentors and so on. And then the third is the incubators themselves. And we fit in by providing the foreign-born entrepreneur a platform to come to Canada, settle in Brampton, and grow their businesses in Brampton.
Okay, so, and this is, this is just a question because you said so many of them are in process to come here. While they're in process, is there an opportunity to look for homegrown entrepreneurs to get into these programs while we're waiting to fill these positions through the application process?
Yes, there definitely is. And two partners within the Innovation District, Ryerson Venture Zone, as well as the Brampton Entrepreneurship Center, fulfilled that piece of the demand. We are solely focused on going to the hubs that are spitting out innovation. So if you took the world map and saw where the big unicorns are coming from, the first one jumps out at you is Silicon Valley and the US. The second one that jumps out at you is India, China, and so on. And then the third one that jumps out at you is Europe. So we are addressing these markets and getting the next Google, the next Facebook, the next Baylis Medical, all of these large goes before they're big, capturing them, bringing them here, and bring them in a prudent manner that also is done on cost recovery basis.
Okay, so when we're looking at all these companies to bring in, and I saw one of your slides had a breakdown of each of the countries. Do you have the numbers that we've got from each of those countries that you can share with us, where we're sort of waiting for the processes to be through the federal government?
I did not come prepared with that breakdown, but I'd be happy to submit that as a follow-up.
Okay. And as far as I know that I believe one of them was Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. Do we have a lot coming from Nigeria? We just had a big visit here this week, and apparently the potential there is enormous. So, you know, are we focusing in that area as well? Do we know how many we've got from Nigeria that could be coming over?
So my estimate is that we have about 50 applications from Africa and a subset from Nigeria. Nigeria and Kenya are two big ecosystem HubSpots in Africa. The one that did apply to us is of extreme quality, and that is the name of the startup is Profius. It is one of the darlings in that region for fintech and for money transfers. So we've actually taken a crown and the jewel and brought them here. So we're also focusing on quality. It's not only about quantity. And based on our rigor of the process, only a few make it. So the usual formula of 10, 3, 1 applies. So 10 people apply, 3 of them kind of get shortlisted, and then 1 gets chosen. So given your support, we could expand the acceptance rate based on more volume to derive a better end result.
Okay, in place of expanding the numbers we've got, if we go the other way, is there anything we can do to approach our governments to speed up the process of getting them here so that they don't go to the US, so that they don't go to Britain or somewhere else? Can we work on that side to get all the applications you've got through? How do we do that?
Councillor Bowman, that would be outstanding. Not only has that already been started by city staff have been extremely supportive in getting on phone calls with IRCC officials, with the minister's office, making representations. Our MPs, federal MPs, are well aware that this is an issue that Brampton faces, and we are actually in active consultation with them. The city GR team has been made aware of this. The Premier's office and the Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade is aware of the issue. So we are looking at ways to apply lots of spotlight to this issue to have it alleviated.
Okay, because maybe that could be somehow stepped up by our GR team. I don't know, but thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bowman. Next, I have Councillor Vicente, followed by Mayor Brown. Councillor Vicente, go ahead.
No, Mayor, I believe, Madam Chair, it's Mayor Brown.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Brown. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say I'm really excited about the work of Beehive. I want to thank Vikram, you for your work, for Claire and her entire team. the one thing that I learned from the late Bill Davis, and that is look at the jobs of the future. And the space that you're working in, these are the jobs of the future. Every sector is distorted by technology. And so the area that you're focusing on and the leads that it could create for businesses in Brampton is a path for prosperity for our community. And I'm glad Councillor Bowman went to where I was about to go in terms of Nigeria. We had a visiting delegation from Nigeria, and it reminded me of the visit to Nigeria where I was with Councillor Williams, and we were astonished by the vibrancy of the tech sector. And a person that I've got a great deal of admiration for, Sunil Sharma, who you might know with Techstars, told me at the time, he says, you're brilliant to be there because that's the next ecosystem of success. And it's great that you're on the ground level. So I got a sense there's a lot of interest in Africa. Could we drill down, given the fact we've got a large Nigerian diaspora? My understanding was, in terms of approved businesses to come to Canada and to Brampton, to Beehive, have 2 already been approved?
We have 42 approved, Mayor.
42, but I mean from Nigeria?
From Nigeria too, yes.
2. And yeah, a few times I've asked you about the businesses, just out of curiosity. Are there a few illustrations you can share with council of the type of businesses that have been approved for a startup visa and how they could, what it potentially means for jobs in our community? So maybe, I'm not going to ask you 42 examples. Give me 2 of your favorite examples of the type of innovative idea that has hit Brampton through the startup visa program, which I think is a brilliant federal program. I think Toronto has really taken advantage of it, and I'm excited to see you help us take advantage of it for Brampton. So give me 2 examples of something that is a distortion in a specific sector of our economy. To put you on the spot with no warning.
Yes, but thank you for that opportunity, Mayor. So the one that is very relevant to the context in today's meeting with eco, reducing our carbon footprint, is Vastum. Vastum is a incubated company that has 3 co-founders. These individuals are actually creating tiles made out of recycled plastic and putting them in people's garages, putting them in industrial floors, putting them in wherever a surface that is slightly better than concrete is needed. And the company has already started to raise capital. The company is already starting to do a fair amount of marketing and has initial site selected to do their installation. And as soon as the construction starts, obviously there'll be lots of fringe jobs and there'll be actual jobs related in the company directly. So that's one. The other one is a company called Sabran Bioentry. Sabran Bioentry is founded by a PhD who has 9 patents to their name on various uses of algae. And the commercialization that they're doing in Canada is to create an extract of algae that can be added to animal feed to increase nutrition, to increase milk protein, and to increase the volume of milk. Because fodder, as you know, is quite dry, and in the winter months does not have any chlorophyll. And so they're adding that element. And they have 2 business models. One, they create the product and sell it in a sachet to the farmer. And the other is actually enabling the farmer themselves to put out a little shallow tank, grow their own algae, and then use it themselves. They just sell the culture. So this is solving a real world problem, and it's being done out of here, and it's going to be spreading throughout the country. We have interest from Prince Edward Island for that technology. There's lots of algae producers that want to work with them and large farming companies.
So I'm sure we're going to hear about more of these success stories in the weeks and years ahead. And Vikram, I know you did a lot of work with Frank McKenna, who was one of the most successful governments in New Brunswick, and helped him expand diversity of their employment sector in New Brunswick. I just want to say I have high hopes for what you can do here in Brampton, and grateful that we have someone of your stature and background working with our Economic Development Department, and keep up the great work.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Next is Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Vikram, for your the delegation today. You can tell that you're very passionate, and I think we're really lucky to have you as part of the Beehive team with with everybody else, and I look forward to some of the other next things that are coming out of Beehive. Not really a question for you, but more for maybe Diana Seuss. With respect to some of the startups that are coming up, and Vikram just mentioned, one company that has developed plastic tiles. Well, here in the city of Brampton, we have fire stations, we have rec centers, lots of opportunity for us to be able to use something like that, a product. So maybe I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to have startups kind of automatically be on the preferred vendor list at the city of Brampton, if that's an opportunity. I know that to get on that list, you need 3 years and you're firstborn, so maybe this is an opportunity for us to kind of bypass those opportunities and say anybody that comes up through Beehive can kind of be fast-tracked on their way to preferred vendors. I don't know if it's legal or not, but.
So through the chair to Councillor Paleshi, I'm not sure that's really a legal question at this point in time. I think if you wanted to consider that would be something that could be referred to corporate services for our purchasing department to look into, and perhaps there may be a method and means to be able to facilitate that.
Okay, so maybe something that we can just look at and if there's an opportunity, maybe report back and at a future date to council and directly with Beehive. And if it's not, and if it's got to go through a whole rigmarole process, then drop us an email to give us the bad news. Thank you. Thank you, Vikram. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Paleshi, and thank you, Vikram. Echo the same sentiment from our colleagues here at the table, and I believe this might be something, the question from Paleshi, related to the report on community benefits and us looking at how we can change and support local businesses as well. And we are honored, Councillor Vicente and I, to have you, Beehive, located in Ward 1, and it's amazing to see your success from when you launched not too long ago to where you are today. So congratulations and thank you for the update.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? That carries. Oh, sorry. I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to refer to staff. Anyone opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Our next delegation is from Lilette Rafinan, Business Development Manager, Canadian Blood Services, regarding the new Brampton Plasma Center. Lilette, you have 5 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning, Your Worship Mayor Patrick Brown and the entire council. It is with great pride that I get to be involved in the process to make Brampton the first city in GTA to host a Canadian Blood Services state-of-the-art plasma-only collection center of its kind. I want to provide you some information on plasma, why plasma is important, the ongoing need for plasma, and how the City of Brampton can help make the new plasma center successful. Next slide, please. So what is plasma? Plasma is the protein-rich yellow liquid in the blood that helps other blood components circulate throughout the body. It makes 55% of your blood, and 95% of it is water. So plasma supports the immune system and helps control excessive bleeding. Through the process of fractionation, plasma is used to create plasma protein products. Next slide, please. So what is it used for? Plasma is a blood component needed to make specialized medicines used in the treatment of patients with a variety of life-threatening conditions. Examples of these patients that depend on plasma protein products are cancer, kidney disease, severe burns, certain surgeries, immune deficiencies, nervous system disorders, and many more. Some Canadians rely on plasma protein products to recover from an isolated incident, while others rely on plasma protein products for the rest of their life. Next slide, please. So the need for plasma is more than 4 times what is currently donated in Canada. Our sufficiency level is actually at 13.5%, meaning only 13.5% of our need for immune globulin products are being collected by us from volunteer donors in Canada. We meet the country needs by purchasing finished immune globulin products on the global market. Canada is the second highest user of immune globulin, or IG, worldwide, second only to the US and around the globe. The use of and demand for plasma protein products continue to rise year after year. As part of our role, Canadian Blood Services is responsible for monitoring the amount of plasma available to meet the needs of patients in Canada. For some time now, we have been seeing a steady increase in the use of and demand for plasma-derived products in Canada and around the world. So by adding additional plasma centers like here, one in Brampton, we can help increase Canada's sufficiency levels by collecting more plasma in Canada, reducing our reliance in the US and global market. Next slide, please. Proud to say that's the Brampton Plasma Donor Center. We just opened the center actually just last month, and we have opened some centers already in Sudbury, Ontario, Lethbridge, Alberta, Kelowna, BC. This is the 4th location in Canada, and the goal is to increase the capacity to collect more plasma needed for Canadian patients and ensure a secure supply of Canadian plasma for Canadian patients. Next slide, please. So we have a team of 10 plasma associates, 4 registered nurses, 2 team leads, along with a center manager and myself as a business development manager. So the new plasma center has created jobs and also has created volunteers. All our volunteers makes a difference at the center, and that's another way to help patients. Next slide, please. So it's a state-of-the-art center with 12 beds capacity, longer hours of operation, and are collecting plasma only. Our focus is donor experience, and the process is very much similar with blood donation, but plasma donors can donate more regularly. We also provide snacks. That's the best part of it. We also do treats actually from local bakeries, and this is to support local bakeries by purchasing items from them, helping support the local community as well. Next slide, please. So this is the donation process. The process is very much similar to donating blood. For those of you who have history of blood donation, you will find the process very, very familiar. And the main difference is the collection method known as apheresis. Still using the same needle, your blood is moved into centrifuge, being spun so fast to separate the plasma portion that you're actually going to see your bottle filled with, I call it as the liquid gold, because you'll see it filled up. And plasma is very important. The need never stops. And we need help from the City of Brampton to fill every bed at the Plasma Center. Next week we will be celebrating National Blood Donor Week. And thank you so much, Councillor Singh, for taking part of that in honor of those donors that help patients. And on June 20, we'll also be kicking off Sirens for Life, a friendly competition among emergency services on or off duty. They continue to help save lives. Next slide. So aside from plasma, the need for blood is ongoing, and it continues to be, we continue to have mobile clinics at various donor clinics in Brampton. Next slide.
And Lolette, we are out of time, so if you could wrap up, please.
Yes, I'll wrap up, and the need never stops. Next slide, please. So those are the Brampton mobiles. Next stop. Next, please. So we have put in wellness measures to make sure that the safety of donors and staff are there. Next slide, please. If we can go to the last slide, which is really next to this, I would like to end it up with a final thought, and that is to share with you the vision of Canadian Blood Services, and that is to help every patient, to match every need, to serve every Canadian. And with your help, with the help of the City of Brampton, together we can achieve it because we are Canada's lifeline. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lilette. And I have questions from Councillor Paleshi and Councillor Singh. Councillor Paleshi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I wanted to apologize. I wasn't able to make the grand opening, and unfortunately, Doug had a conflict too. Although, if he would have known there was snacks there, he would have been.
That was the best part.
I'm so excited that you're actually in the ward. I was talking to Christina Knaff, who was also really, really excited to have you in their plaza. And so I want to be able to do something for promotion. So I quickly had a conversation with Councillor Santos, and I think that, you know, we have something that we're gonna try to do. Let's maybe if we can do a second grand opening, or something to the effect, and with you know, blood donor. It's blood month. What is it?
It's a National Blood Donor Week next week.
Next
So,
week.
yes,
So
and-
perfect opportunity
Yes.
to have snacks.
Yes. Yes, and also I'll give you a tour of the facility, even at the back end, wherein we separate everything, ready for fractionation when it comes back, ready to be distributed to 740 hospitals across the country.
Wow, that's excellent. It's fantastic. I really look forward to doing something, and I think Councillor Santos and and we'll make sure that the mayor, who's not here at this table right now, will be there as well. But thank you very much for coming and
Thank you
delegating
very,
to
very
us.
much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Lola. Yeah, no, we've known each other for a long time. We worked closely together on the Mississauga side, and I always used to complain about having something in Brampton because a lot of Brampton people were coming to the Mississauga side, and I'm happy to hear about this. I wish it had been wards 9 and 10. But that's okay, you got the second best wards in the city. But having said that, I got to see the facility, and I know you've been contacting all the groups, and I would just ask councillors to take a week. Are you doing weeks for?
Yes.
A week-led timings at the facility, and you can bring your people. I'll be doing one day as well, and
Be 2 days.
2 weeks?
2 days.
2 days, sorry,
Yes.
2 days, to schedule 2 days, bring your volunteers and whatnot. Lilette's very, very approachable, and you can coordinate that. She creates wonderful shareables, and it's just a good cause, because I think a lot of people don't know still. I didn't know what plasma is, and I gotta be honest, I still really don't understand what it is, but I'm donating. And, you know, we should just all be doing our part, and I want to see this succeed in the city of Brampton, and yeah, just ask councillors to do that and connect with Lilette and get your 2 days in and market the facility so residents know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh and Lilette. We look forward to seeing you and touring the facility, and congratulations. Thank you for choosing Brampton. We have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much for being part of making a difference in the lives of many patients.
Wonderful, thank you. Next delegation is Steve Sullivan, Director of Victim Services, MAD Canada, regarding MAD Canada Ontario Memorial for Victims of Impaired Driving. Mr. Sullivan, you have 5 minutes for your delegation, and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of MAD Canada, our members and volunteers, and the victims and survivors of impaired driving that we support, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you once again about the idea of installing our provincial monument in Brampton. As you know, MAD Canada is a national charitable organization with a mission to stop impaired driving and to support victims of this violent crime. At the heart of everything that we do are victims and survivors of impaired driving, both in terms of our prevention, whether it's speaking to schools, speaking to legislatures and policymakers to prevent more death and injury on our roads, or supporting people who have already lost someone or been injured in impaired driving-related crashes. Everything we do is about victims and survivors. We are the only nationally anti-impaired driving organization in Canada to provide direct services to victims and survivors. Many of the people that we support are not eligible for government-funded victim services. One of the most important things that we actually do for victims and survivors is provide opportunities to memorialize their loved ones through monuments, candlelight vigils, and other memorials. The deaths and injuries that we see are entirely preventable, and it is important to the people that we serve that their loved ones are never forgotten. And that's a promise that we make to each and every one of them. It's why we have invested in communities across the country to install provincial monuments. We unveiled a monument in Alberta last year. We are unveiling a monument in Quebec City in a few weeks, and we hope to be able to unveil a memorial monument in Brampton in 2023. And as you know, we spoke to you in December about establishing a monument in your fine community, and we're pleased to be back once again. This would be our largest monument, obviously given the population of our province, and we'd be honored to install it in Brampton. Your community, perhaps more than many, knows about tragedy faced by families who've lost people to impaired driving. Since that time, we have worked with your staff to identify a location that would be appropriate. We were able to visit several sites, got to see almost, I think, every part of your beautiful city with your staff, and we were impressed with the potential at Ching Park. I understand that you will consider a staff report later on this morning. It's easy to see why that park is so popular, and interestingly enough, before we actually went on the tour of your city, one of the families that we work with when we had talked about Brampton and from this community said, see if you can get Ching Park. I didn't know what Ching Park was, but it was a place where she used to take her family, and obviously meant a lot to her, as I'm sure it means to many families and people who live in this city. We think it would be an amazing place of reflection for families during our annual service, and a place where many residents and tourists in your city would see the monument and understand the human costs of impaired driving. As you will see from the report, we will work with the city to design a monument that is appropriate for your city. We've done that in every jurisdiction. We work with local staff, we work with provincial staff. Every one of our monuments looks different. We also cover the costs associated with the monument, the installation, the maintenance, and our annual service. I want to thank and acknowledge your staff for working so collaboratively with us, including Rob Gasper, who drove us around, or we followed parts of your fine community. I also want to take a moment to mention Andrew Murray. Some of you may have known Andrew. He was our longtime serving CEO. We lost Andy earlier this year to cancer, but it was Andy's leadership and his vision that brought us to Brampton in the first place. And if it wasn't for Andy, we might not be here speaking today. So my thanks once again to the committee for your time and consideration of our request, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your delegation and also for keeping to time with us this morning. We do have a question from Councillor Vicente. Councillor Vicente, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks so much, Steve, for coming again to delegate to Council. Thank you to MAD for choosing Brampton for this incredible opportunity, very poignant monument that has an opportunity to stand here within our city. I would like to, I don't think there is any debate among members of Council that we would like to support this, and so I would ask if we could make an exception and bring the report forward and approve it now.
Yeah, okay, I guess, if Mr. Clerk, we're okay to do that? Yeah, Councillor
All right.
Vicente?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to bring forward the report, and I'm happy to move it and approve it now.
We have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to approve the recommendations in the staff report related to this delegation, as well as to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. We look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next delegation on the agenda is 6.7. Emily Rossini, Director of Planning, Real Estate Development from the Habitat for Humanity, GTA, regarding financial relief associated for 1524 Countryside Drive and 25 Williams Street. Emily, you have 5 minutes, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you, Mayor, members of council. I'm going to keep my video off. I've got a sick toddler in the background, so I'm sure no one needs to watch Paw Patrol while I present this information. Thank you for taking time this morning to hear us out. Some of you may recall back in March I presented some information along the same lines, and this was referred back to staff, and there is a staff report later on today for your consideration. I just wanted to highlight a few things as to why we're asking for this. Habitat, GTA, Halton, Mississauga, and Dufferin, and as we overlap the region, excuse me, helps lower and moderate income families move into adequate housing. And part of that is, can you go to the next slide, please? Part of that is helping with the continuum of housing so that we're providing an opportunity that's beyond rental housing and provides people a foothold and a hand up so that they can create some equity and position themselves in a way that they may not otherwise be able to. Next slide, please. So part of our model is that we have a 32% threshold for a household dedicated to shelter. And part of that is that we can make sure that there's enough household income available for other life expenses that occur for families. And with rising costs of construction, DCs, HST, interest rates, that means the overall cost of the units that we build increase. And that means the higher the cost of the unit, the higher the income bracket for the families needs to be. And then that limits who Habitat can place in those units. So it actually that income bracket quite significantly, so we're not able to access the people that we have traditionally been able to house in these units. Another important point to consider is that we don't generate any revenue from our Habitat ownership units, unlike affordable rental units, which must have a debt coverage ratio, which means they're bringing in income from that. We operate either at a loss or cost with development. Next slide, please. And I'm sure everyone here is well aware of how housing prices in Brampton have increased quite significantly, especially in the last couple of years. This means that it's not only harder for people who are able to purchase houses without assistance to do so, but it makes it even harder for us to be able to offer them all. Next slide, please. So just the next two slides are about the DCs and fees as they relate to our particular projects. We can skip over those because there's information in the report about that at the time. So if we go to the next slide, please. So this slide is to illustrate that there's the Affordable Housing Incentives Pilot Program that Brampton has, and then on the right side of the slide is our Habitat homeownership example. So without the assistance from waiving the DCs and fees, what that means is it actually changes the income bracket, like that for the units where we would have been able to provide them at approximately the same cost as the Affordable Housing Incentives Pilot Program does for rent. We could do the same, but for home ownership. So that would build some equity and also build some room in the pipeline to allow for those people who are formerly in rental units to move into this home ownership program. Next slide, please. So this is just sort of a summary of that. I do want to also mention that through some conversations we've had with some members of council, it's important to note that we respect that Brampton and Peel residents have a need for these services, and so we would be able to write into the way that we do our agreements that we would first put to Brampton residents for Habitat units that are two projects, and then we would go to Peel residents as well. So we want to make sure that there's an opportunity to keep these units within Brampton and within Peel, so we're a community that would be surrounding them, and also to offset these understanding that these are used for park services and making sure that communities can run well. We want to make sure those people stay in those communities and are not necessarily coming from elsewhere to reap those benefits and to offer first right of refusal to. And the next slide, please. Excuse me. These are just a highlight of our two projects at 25 William and 1525 Countryside. William has 12 units and Countryside. This is the Radisson and when the construction sort of begin, which is later. And that's it. If any questions or comments.
Thank you so much, Emily. I have one question from Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Emily. Just the staff, I know they're asking for, I think, DC charges to be waived. Have we done? I think we have done it in the past. The project, do we know? And I think we should support this.
Councillor Fortini, it's Martin Finnegan.
Yep.
Yes, it's in the report. There have been occasions in the past where we have supported, the councils of past development charge waiver for Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah, and I thought so. I remember we did in the past, and it's a good thing for us. So they're great cause. So I don't know if we need a report back or we could just support it. I'm fully supportive of it, and hoping the colleague councils will do the same. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I have Councillor Singh next.
Could staff elaborate which projects we've done it for that were similar and comparable to this? Because I had affordable housing in my wards by Bremley Christian Fellowship, and we never did it then, and that's the only ones I remember this term. So maybe I'm missing some that were done.
So, Councillor Singh, through the chair, we do have 3 properties from Habitat for Humanity in the past that received financial relief. The Brampton Christian Fellowship, I believe we had mentioned that in this report as well. The difference was it was a rental apartment, and that's why it was denied for. Well, the staff recommendation was not to proceed with.
Because it was rental?
Yeah, so it was rental for profit.
Okay. For profit?
I believe so, yes.
No, I don't think
No?
that's correct.
I may have a report that I can look back at quickly here.
I know the church is a registered charity, and I know they were organizing this. I don't think it was for profit.
For you, Madam Chair, the difference usually is because with rental providers, they're required to have, under CMHC funding, a debt coverage ratio, which means that they have to bring in a certain amount of income to offset any possible debt that they incur. So that's sort of where the difference can lie. So it may be a small profit, but
No, my question is, was it, I don't believe it was for profit.
Just through the chair, Councillor Singh, I'm just seeing notice here that it was they only asked for a deferral and not a grant, and the rents were at below market rates.
It's at below market rate, yeah. Maybe I just to get some accurate information, maybe I'll just, I can't put a referral, actually refer to council to next week. Just a report, we can receive the delegation. Okay. So no question, we could just refer in there.
Okay, so we're bringing forward the report to refer to council next week, as well as receiving the delegation. Any members oppose? Thank you, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Singh. So we've received the delegation, moved by Councillor Singh, and referred the corresponding report. Thank you very much. Next delegation is from David Harmsworth, President, Brampton Concert Jazz Band and Jazz Mechanics, regarding the ACEDA update and recent consultant hiring on discussion item 11.3.1 on today's agenda. Thank you, David, for joining us today. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown, Madam Chair, members of council and staff, good morning, and thank you for taking time to allow me to comment on such an important topic. As president of the Brampton Concert Band and Jazz Mechanics, principal trumpet in the Rose Orchestra, and a frequent musician with the Brampton Music Theatre, I can say how happy I am that after a long absence of an umbrella arts organization group in Brampton, that we are now seeing ACEDA blossoming into the kind of arts advocacy group that is crucial to the success of every form of the artistic realm that surrounds our lives every day. In my nearly 50 years experience as a participant in the arts, I have never seen an organization so professionally built to serve the arts community. I am confident that ACEDA should and will play an integral part in the implementation of the City of Brampton's Cultural Master Plan. I had the pleasure of participating in many meetings early on that helped form the model of the ideal arts support organization. I could see very early on that Kelly Stahl had a very firm grasp of the concept of this and truly understood the basic needs of arts groups of all kinds. I have worked with Kelly to achieve some smaller goals, and I'm always greatly impressed with her ability to understand and solve issues. Having heard the report on progress to date, I am impressed with what ASIDA has been able to accomplish in such a short time. I am here today as the president of Brampton's oldest legacy arts organization to provide my support to ASIDA and its board and staff. I think it is incumbent on the arts community to support ASIDA. It is still in the development phase, and we all need to be patient as it works to complete its evolution into Brampton's Arts Development Agency. COVID-19 has provided a pause, if you will, for the arts community to take a breather. The stress of presenting shows, musicals, concerts, performances, and presentations in many other forms takes a toll on arts groups, especially when they are struggling to pay for rehearsal or studio space, artistic staff, and the basic necessities. Through this time, the city's COVID relief grants and ASIDA programs have helped keep most arts groups afloat. However, now that activities have started again, we need to really ramp up the support structure to ensure their success. Michael Vickers and I have recently discussed the great need for spaces for the art and its profound importance to maintaining a solid and productive existence. He has extensive experience in this area, but to be successful, art space perhaps needs to have the same kind of support that is given to parks, common spaces, and sports and recreation facilities. If arts organizations are continually struggling to pay rent, they are unable to focus on what they do best, providing the community with some of the much-needed life experiences that only the arts can. So Council, please consider not only continuing to support ASIDA in their day-to-day planning and advocacy for the arts, but by providing them with future budget that really is required to help the entire arts community to flourish and meet its full potential of enhancing all our lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for your delegation. I don't see members on the board right now, but if I may ask for members for the chair to be heard. So moved. Thank you, Councillor Willens. Just a couple of questions, and as a supporter of ASIDA and the works in the arts community, David, thank you for your delegation. How has ASIDA been engaging the arts community relative to how arts was being engaged to in the past?
Well, that's a hard question to answer for me. I think that staff might be better at that, but they really have been reaching out. There's been Zoom meetings. There's been a lot of two-way conversation for sure. And COVID, in some ways, I think has actually helped that because it provides us to be able to easily get together via Zoom or whatever the platform is. But I really felt that there has been a lot of, especially since the organization is quite young, we spent a lot of time getting to the point where it was formed, but since it has been formed, I really think there is a lot of good two-way conversation.
Thank you. And as one of the oldest arts organizations in the city of Brampton, in your personal conversations with other artists throughout the city, how have they been responding to ASIDA's work?
Well, I think everybody's been engaged, and that's an important thing. I think that this thing has brought, this whole process has brought awareness to a lot of different organizations, arts organizations that weren't engaged before. And I think it's much more complete. And that's what's required to get full support for everything, is first to include all the forms of art that we have. And there's an awful lot in the city now, and it just grows every day.
Thank you. And one final question, you just said there's awful lot in the city, and it grows every single day. Being the oldest arts organization in the city of Brampton, have you personally been able to meet new and network with new artists through the establishment of this organization?
I don't know that we've had a lot of engagement yet, but we're in that process now where we're out in the open again and we can actually meet people. So I actually did just meet JL for the first time today, personally. So yeah, that opportunity is there to come. This summer is going to be a big example of that, with us being able to have outdoor concerts and
wonderful. And
events.
Final question, do you feel like you've been supported by ASIDA and arts and culture in the city of Brampton?
Absolutely. Any conversations I've had with them, I feel they really are working hard to support everybody.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions on the board for you, David. Thank you for your delegation. Today I have a motion to receive the delegation from Councillor Bowman. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is another delegation, two added delegations. One from Bennett Marianayagam, Brampton Tamil Association, regarding the Tamil Memorial Genocide Monument design and location. Thank you very much, Bennett. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Committee of Councillors, staff, and audience. It is my pleasure to be here. I am Bennett Marianayagam, President of Brampton Tamil Association, and one of the Board of Directors of Tamil Genocide Monument Organization, here today with you. Tamil Genocide Memorial, a place to remember and reflect. Every day, we see and hear painful stories of Ukraine civilians struggling to come to terms of what is the future hold for them after fleeing the brutality of Russian invasion. Millions of innocent civilians, including children, are fleeing from their homes and cities to seek refuge. We are witnessing a modern-day genocide that breaks everyone's heart. 13 years ago, we, the Tamils, faced even harder atrocities and the loss of over 140,000 civilians in Mullivaikal. The final months of war was forcefully blacked out from outside world by the Sri Lankan government. We unfortunately didn't have any international media organizations at the conflict zone to witness the carnage, which created widespread condemnation around the world for the brutality used by the Sri Lankan armed forces. While the destruction of homes, schools, and Tamil religious places in the northeast of Sri Lanka have continued, hundreds of new singular settlements, new Buddhist temples, and war victory memorials have been erected and built in north and east of Sri Lanka since 2009. The destruction of Mullivaikal Memorial, you can all remember a few years ago at the University of Jaffna in Sri Lanka, has received widespread condemnation around the world, but successive Sri Lankan governments continue to destruct the history of Tamils in Sri Lanka. I would like to ask, there was a report submitted, there is a monument design in the report, if you can pull it up to the screen for people to see, if that is possible. Thank you. Last Genocide Memorial. This title very close to our heart. Tamils in Canada, and particularly from Brampton, want to build a genocide memorial monument to pay respect to the innocent civilians killed by the Sri Lankan military. We established a special committee to work with the city to formulate a clear action plan to complete the memorial. We partnered with international non-profit architectural organization to conduct, called Bee Breeders, to conduct a design competition. Bee Breeders is a non-profit organization with over 10,000 architects as part of their members. The competition was conducted in 4 different languages: Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, and English. Hundreds of design submissions were received by Bee Breeders from around the world. Top selected designs were forwarded to us to review and select our final design. 15-member international Tamil experts jury panel were carefully selected to receive and review and select our final design from the top submissions. The expert panel consists of internationally recognized architects, design specialists, structural and civil engineers, political activists, art specialists, human rights advocates, and urban planners, to name a few. The review panel selected our final design based on 10 selection criteria that we prepared. As you can see on the slide, there is the rendition of the monument design that you see. The design of the monument has a deep value to our freedom struggle. The shape was carefully modeled after Karthikaipu, also known as Gloriosa lily, a Tamil national flower. The standing structure that you see on the screen will be approximately 13 feet wide and 18 feet tall, corresponding to the Tamil alphabets, 13 vowels and 18 consonants. The standing structure will be built on an elevated platform with reinforced concrete and surrounded with lush greenery. It will consist of 6 outer panels and 3 center panels. Each of the panels will be built with brushed stainless steel, which can sustain rust for minimum of 25 years and requires very minimal maintenance. The interior panels
We'll have a mirror-polished stainless steel for visitors to have their own reflection, to see their own emotions from their visit to the monument. The idea of building a monument has received a widespread support from around the world and put the city of Brampton on international spotlight via national and international media. The fully funded by the Tamils, the monument will be first such genocide monument for Tamils outside of subcontinent, and we strongly believe that this will generate interest among public to get better awareness to the suffering of the Tamils faced for many decades in Sri Lanka. We take this opportunity to express our gratitude to our mayor, members of the city council, and the city staff, including Rob Gasper, who is here today, for their continued support for an important and historical project at the renowned park. We are extremely happy to share with you that 80 million plus Tamils around the world now saw City of Brampton, and its council's effort to build a monument that is too expressive their gratitude as well. Canadian Tamils feel proud and stand tall because of you. As a nation of people faced a 21st century genocide and still facing oppression and untold suffering every day, as their family members will find solace in you. Throughout this project, we truly hope our effort will inspire our next generations and political elites to confront hatred and injustice and promote dignified life for everyone in a constantly changing world. Finally, this monument is aligned and supports the terms of council's priorities of Brampton is a mosaic, Brampton is a city of opportunities, and Brampton is a well-run city supporting inclusive expressions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bennett, for your delegation. I have questions from Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I wanted just to say, Bennett, thank you for the time that the Brampton Tamil Association has put into this. What happened when that monument was destroyed was really an attempt at revisionist history. And it was, a further grievance on the sorrow of the genocide. And to have that memory, despite everything the community's gone through, attempted to be erased was just despicable. And I'm proud of our city council for unanimously saying we want to honor the memories, we want to remember the story that took so many Tamil Canadians to our country, where they've contributed in a remarkable fashion. And so I think the presentation that you have displayed looks beautiful. I appreciate the effort that has gone into that. I wanted to add that I've heard feedback from around the world of pride that Brampton has taken this leadership role. I know the local Tamil community is excited about this, but maybe you could share with us some of the feedback you've been getting from beyond the city of Brampton.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your comments. And I would like to add a few things about the support that we generated out of this project around the world. As I said, this is such a first such monument built around outside of subcontinent. As soon as this news came out, we were overwhelmed with the support and appreciation from the people who are affected directly or indirectly to support. And they started donating to the project, even though before we even started our fundraising initiatives. The interest from international media organization has spread this news to around the world, and also send a clear message to Sri Lankan government. Any attempts that we do in Canada or particularly in Brampton regarding this project will be objected at any level from their side, but we are not going to stop what they are going to do. The support has been extremely helpful and emotionally very supportive for us to continue the work that we wanted to do.
Thank you. And is there anything additional the city can do to be supportive of the efforts here? Obviously, having it in one of our parks is the gesture of our collaboration. Is there anything additional that you have sought from the city where we could be helpful?
Support from the city, from council to the staff, it's been extremely positive experience for us. And they helped us as we wanted to make sure this monument is built to last forever. We take every single step to make sure the process is done in accordance with the city policies, and staff team has been extremely supportive. I don't know anything else to ask at this point, but I can come back to you. But the support has been extremely helpful to move this project forward. The location has been notified, accepted, and the design has been submitted to the city for the approval process. The only thing that I would ask to speed up the process, because we wanted to build this quickly as possible without cutting any corners. We wanted to make sure this is built to last, and if they can speed up the approval process, that would definitely help us to have this completed.
Okay, we'll take that as a takeaway. Government does move too slowly. I would just note that the last comment I'd say is that the story that you're telling is so important. It's part of our Canadian story. It's part of global history. And we've seen when governments try to rewrite history how damaging that is. I think it was particularly interesting that when we talked about this initially, there was an Integrity Commissioner complaint which was dismissed for trying to even reference the Tamil genocide. We're seeing the bill in the House of Commons challenged. I'm not surprised if we see the bill in the House of Commons. The provincial legislature was challenged, and would not be surprised if we see the same attempt with the federal House. So we know there is an active foreign interference at play in Canada. I believe that foreign interference is vile and inappropriate and offensive to the memories of those lost. And I want to thank you for having the courage not to be intimidated by that foreign interference and telling a story that is still so raw, but you're speaking the truth. And I'm proud to say in the city of Brampton, we are 100% behind you.
Thank you, Mayor. And we are proud to call Brampton home. This is the first city recognized Tamil genocide as a Tamil genocide. One point to add, the panel, the design looks inviting for general public to come and see, but one of the design components is we will have important images, key events will be engraved inside the panel so that people who come inside will have a better understanding what has happened, what we need to do to prevent such atrocities to come or done anywhere in the world in the future. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mayor Brown. I think Councillor Medeiros would also like to speak or have some questions. Councillor Medeiros.
Yes, thank you. And I was happy to add the delegation and the report, as I've been intimately involved and in contact with the group, and I really appreciate the support that staff are providing. We know this is not something that we do every day, and I understand when we first brought up that concept, having worked with the local Tamil community here in Brampton, and really want to recognize all the work that went into it, really recognizing the excitement that's generated beyond our borders. And, really appreciate council's support when I moved the motion at the first time. So it was great that this is a united council really supporting it. I guess my question to the delegation, so in terms of I know there's been some discussions around technical specs. Are you comfortable with, at this stage, I know we have a report coming forward, but are you satisfied, understanding that there's been a lot of contact with staff on this regarding the technical specs? Does that meet the requirements of the monument?
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Yes, the support has been, as I said in the before, it's very helpful. We will be doing some technical surveys of the location to make sure the ground realities of the monuments and its structure to stand firm. It's been very helpful so far.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Chair, the last question would be regarding understanding this is so important to the Tamil community, but it's been interesting. I've been receiving a lot of contact from other communities who are very supportive of acknowledging genocide per se, and understanding this monument speaks to the Tamil genocide, but maybe if you can provide some comments how I think this will represent and will speak to just genocides that many communities, you know, in their home countries have gone through. And because I've heard from folks from Bosnia, I've heard from folks from other countries who've approached me and said, you know, that they're so supportive of this, and they plan on visiting it, understanding that it's for the Tamil community, it's but it's really universal what it speaks to, and I think that's what I think is very important. And I think the monument, if you can touch upon how universal that this monument will be.
Thank you. It is a Tamil genocide memorial, as it's named, but what we believe this monument is a true reflection of similar atrocities happened in the past. People can come and feel the pain, reflect and remember what has happened to their own communities. 70, 80 years ago, we said never again in Jewish genocide. But it's still happening to this day around other parts of the world. Our voice is not loud enough to stop these things. So initiatives like this is very important to raise awareness, raise our concerns, and voice our opinions around inhuman activities by military governments or other governments around the world. We are paying the price of losing children and women for someone making a rash decision about taking advantage of other communities. So I think this monument is will be a common monument for other people who had gone through painful memories in the past. But what I wanted to see in the monument becomes a launching pad for future young activists, to legal professionals and activists to come and launch their careers to fight against injustice. So in that sense, I think this monument is a common one for anyone to visit and experience what has happened in the past.
Yeah, and just lastly, through you, Madam Chair, I know there's an urgency around this initiative. I know there's a lot of expectation in the community, and I do want to recognize Councillor Fortini as a local area councillor. I know he's joined me in a lot of talks with the local Tamil community and those who are leading this initiative. And we look forward to the staff report. And then thank you for everything, and thank you, because I think it really speaks volumes to what we're doing at the City of Brampton and recognizing such a memorable, such an important event, which really impacts our community. And this is a real small way to really respect what the Tamil community has gone through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your delegation. And just for clarification, Councillor Medeiros, are you actually moving forward the report as well?
If this is opportune, I'm more than happy to move the staff report at this time.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion from Councillor Medeiros to receive the delegation as well as the report 8.2.5, including the recommendations. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much. We have another added delegation, which off the top of my head, unfortunately, I can't remember. It is delegation number 6.10, added by Councillor Dillon from Remedy Brar and Gurneer Dillon, the Kisan Union Brampton residents regarding a mural for Sidhu Musawala. It's actually delegation. Mr. Remedy Brar, you have the floor. You have 5 minutes.
So Remedy, you can, it's Peter Fay from the clerk's office. You can unmute your mic. You're in the session now.
Sorry, Councillor Santos, it's Miss Remedy Brar.
Thank you very much. Ms. Remedy Dwar, you have the floor. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Remedy Brar, and I'm here with my partner, Gurneer Dillon, and our organization's name is KisanUnion.to, and we would like to thank all of you and Councillor Dillon on giving us a delegation opportunity in today's council meeting. Today we wanted to seek a prayer. He was a Punjabi music artist. Sadly, he passed away on May 29th after being shot in his village in Punjab, India. And the reason why we wanted to do this is because he was truly an inspiration to most of our community members, especially to the international students and the younger generation. Everyone loved his music and people felt uplifted when they listened to his songs. And the whole community is grieving as his loss feels all too personal to us. And it feels like, we have lost a son or someone who was really close to us, and a lot of people looked up to him in so many different ways. And just to give you a little background on him, he came here as an international student who worked really, really hard to achieve his goals. He finished his studies, and at the same time, he was kind of working for his music. His music career kicked off when his first song called So High came out in 2017, and fast forward to 2022, he was set to work with some of the famous rappers in Hollywood. He was one of the brown artists that stayed true to his identity and was very, very humble. Apart from being an exceptional artist, he was also an activist that spoke his truth, and he had the ability to fill rooms with positive energy, with the way he spoke and then the way he carried himself, and he was very, very humble. Sadly, many of us feel it's a loss that we won't be able to recover from as a community. Since his career started in Brampton, we wanted to do something that we can remember him by for the rest of our lives. And we think that by dedicating a mural will be the best way to pay respects to him and his family. So we wanted to kind of see if we can get an approval to find a place somewhere here in Brampton or somewhere within the GTA where we can go ahead and do something like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Remedy, for your delegation. And I have two speakers, Councillor Dillon, followed by Councillor Singh. Councillor Dillon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, so we have a agenda item for this, and so if you don't mind, if I can kind of just speak back and forth, and if Ms. Brar can kind of add any input, would you allow that?
So through you, Madam Chair, this really should be an opportunity for questions of the delegation, after which committee will then debate the item. So it shouldn't be
okay. So
it shouldn't be a mixture.
Right. So what I was going to do was put forth a motion. So I'll get on the board for after that, and it's something that Councillor Singh and I discussed. And so I just want to thank Ms. Brar for coming in, and she's been an amazing community activist in terms of a lot of the issues that are important, as well as Gurneet Dhillon too. And so I want to thank them for coming, and I'll have a motion ready that Councillor Singh and I have been discussing.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I was gonna talk to the motion, but I'll wait for Councillor Dillon to put the motion, and I'll thank Remedy and Grenier for coming and delegating. It's a devastating loss for especially Brampton, the guy who grew up here, made his career here, like impactful artist. So I'll pass it back to Councillor Dillon and ask that he put his motion on the floor so we can pass it. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Ms. Brar, for coming to delegate. I have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. And at this time, Mr. Clerk will bring forth the discussion item that's associated with this. Councillor Dillon, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much. And so I think Ms. Brar had kind of outlined a lot about, so his name is Shubdeep Singh Sidhu, and his performance name was Sidhu Moosewala. So Sidhu is his last name, Musa is his band. So basically it means Sidhu from, the village of Musa, and, which is not really the regular type of name a performer would have. You use your village name, and so that's kind of the first thing that set him apart from everybody. And so he was an international student who came here. He became a success, and every time he spoke in an interview, he'd always mentioned his village back in Punjab, but he'd always mentioned just as much his love for Brampton as well, because He said Brampton's where he got his education. Brampton is where he became world famous. And so, this is Brampton has made him. He was fully devoted to representing the place where he came from. And so, what we wanted to do was, so I also want to mention as well, he has 10 million Instagram followers. He had like 2 million Facebook followers, and he was always talking about our city. He even wrote a song about it, and it put us on the map in a lot of places. So, what we wanted to do, actually, I'm going to even just cut myself off, actually. We actually had a vigil for him, and Remedy and, myself and a few other people were involved in the organization. It was on at Chinguacousy Park, and there's 2,000 to 3,000 people that came, and there was candlelight vigils all across the world. So what we're looking to do now is move a motion. I don't have anything written up, Peter, but one is to get a staff to look into, work with Ms. Brar to find a place where we can have a mural, and we can get some of our local artists to paint that mural. Number two is not a big ask either. It's for a tree. We plant a tree with a commemorative plaque, and if need be, Councillor Singh and I can use our discretionary funds for that. If we can find some money in our budget somewhere, we can do that as well. So it's a minimal cost. We've already looked into the pricing, and so one of the things his parents said just early this morning in India time, where his final rites and the final prayer was, she said, plant a tree, and so that's number two. And I believe, I think Councillor Singh could probably expand on it more, is to look into, us looking into accelerating, his name being put in the Brampton Walk of Fame. And so the motion is there, and I'll allow, if Councillor Singh wants to get on, to kind of talk a little bit more about the Walk of Fame portion. But, this motion, I think, would be appropriate if, Councillor Singh and myself both move it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dillon. I don't have any other. Okay, Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Thank you, and that is actually why I held the report, so we could just, if we want to move the report as well. I just would be cautious of the word and wording, and the clerk has just considered for inclusion. That's all we would ask. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Just arrange for planting a memorial tree, and if we could just add plaque as well. We normally do the stone with the plaque, if you don't mind. And I am good, and I was the one who held the Walk of Fame report, and this is why. So if we want to move that now, we can, or we can wait in order. I'll leave it up to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's appropriate that we can add that into the motion now, if it's okay with the clerk.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, this is just for consideration. It would have to go through the appropriate process.
Yeah. Okay, and Councillor Pelletier, you're next. Okay, so this will go through the process as confirmed by the clerk. We have a motion moved by both Councillors Dillon.
It's Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Dillon.
Sorry, I don't know if we need to add this, or if staff could just take this under consideration. So when they say staff be directed to work with the delegation, and can you also include Councillor Dillon and Singh there? And then I guess the second one, Councillor Dillon and Singh arranged for provide funding for the planting of and then and we can add the location. We can work on finding the location as well for the memorial tree and plaque.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dillon, any further questions or comments related to the motion on the screen? So this is a referral motion.
Sorry, I meant the location as well for the tree, like an appropriate location.
Yep, and selection of an appropriate location. It's in the motion, Councillor Dillon. So
Sorry,
moved by,
just give me 1 second. I just want to read that. Ma'am, sorry about that. Selection of appropriate location. Sorry, in the appropriate location. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. So motion moved by Councillors Dillon and Singh, which is essentially a referral motion back to staff with a little bit more detail here. Anyone opposed? Thank you. That motion carries, and that includes not receipt but referral of the delegation back to staff. Thank you very much for your delegation, Ms. Brar. Okay. It is 12:34, and I've been listening to Councillor Bowman's stomach rumbling for a while. We are going to break for lunch for 45 minutes, which will take us to 1:20, if my math is correct, Mr. Clerk. And then we will return back in the chamber for government relations matters. Thank you very much. We are recessed for 45 minutes. All right, members of committee, I believe we have quorum, and Mr. Clerk wanted to just clarify something before we move to our next item on government relations.
Through you, Chair Santos, to members of committee. So during the consent motion this morning, there was a recorded vote which is required under Council's rules, and Councillor Vicente was marked as absent. In fact, Councillor Vicente was having technical issues, so he did indicate that his vote was yes. So just for the record, it will show that only Councillor Williams was absent, and the consent motion carried unanimously 10-0 instead of 9-0.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Our next item is government relations, item 7.1, and here today is Chris Ethier as well as Andreas Huffman. Andreas, you have the floor.
Thank you and good afternoon, members of council. Through the chair, I'll start with an overview of regional matters. The regional council is meeting tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. We have reviewed the regional agenda and engaged with relevant city departments for comments. And next slide. Oh, sorry.
Just a moment, Andres. We're just going to bring it up.
It's a little too eager. So next slide, please. Item 9.6 is Term of Council's Priorities Final Report, which is an end-of-term summary of accomplishments for 2018-2022 council term. The report outlines progress on identified 7 Term of Council priorities and flags impacts from COVID-19 pandemic. Following the municipal election, the Regional Council will be engaged in early 2023 to shape the future advancement and progression of a regional strategic plan. Next slide, please. Item 15.1 is an introduction to the homelessness prevention program. City staff support the Region of Peel's strategy to utilize the increase in provincial funding to operate new transitional housing for youth in Brampton. Staff are also in agreement with the risks identified in the report related to decreasing administrative spending. City staff are aligned with the recommendation in the report to maintain the current levels of administration to meet the responsibilities of the homelessness prevention program. Next slide, please. The 43rd provincial general election returned the Progressive Conservative government to office with Doug Ford remaining as premier. Both Andrea Horvath and Stephen Del Duca have announced that they will be stepping down as leaders of the parties. The NDP has maintained its status as official opposition. Next slide, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a moment. We're just having some technical problems. I'll try it. Just a moment, we're going to bring up the backup presentation. Is it here, Andres?
Thank you. In Brampton, the government party took all 5 seats, including the 3 seats that were previously held by the NDP, which gives the entire city which means that currently the entire city is represented by sitting government members. Next slide, please. Here we provide select highlights from the government election platform as outlined in the 2022 budget, which was presented shortly before the election. We've also included some commitments and comments made by the Progressive Conservative Party as a result of city's advocacy during the election. In the coming weeks, government relations team will monitor for announcement of the new cabinet, the throne speech, as well as tabling of the budget. We don't have timelines at this point, but we'll be monitoring closely and will provide council with an update as required. Next slide, please. This slide provides an outline of proposed engagement strategy with the re-elected government. Announcement of the new cabinet will provide an opportunity to introduce relevant cabinet ministers to city provincial priorities and signal opportunities for collaboration to advance key issues. As previously flagged, the 2022 AMO conference is likely to represent the first post-election opportunity to directly engage with the new ministers and party leaders. Preparations for the conference are underway. Next slide, please. I will only mention that we have not identified for this week any relevant federal updates. I, however, did want to mention that and address some of the comments made earlier and indicate that the GR team has been engaged with economic development and the Beehive, including advocacy with Immigration Canada. We have identified some systemic issues and are working to address those. We don't have timelines, but are optimistic we'll be able to work through those. In AMO updates, AMO has released outline of the issues that will form the backbone of a program for this year's conference. As in previous years, the conference will feature address by the Premier, ministers, as well as party leaders, and an important part of the conference, which is the Ministers' Forum. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides provide an overview of the just concluded FCM conference. We have participated in a number of workshops and presentations, which then form the basis for a follow-up work with relevant departments to explore any opportunities for either funding or policy, work on policy changes. FCM has also passed 4 resolutions that we will be reviewing closely to look for opportunities for alignment and joint advocacy. Next slide, please. During the AGM portion of the conference, Tanin Rudik was acclaimed as FCM's new president, replacing Joanne van der Hagen, who assumes the role of FCM's past president. The delegates also elected FCM's 75-seat board of directors, including Councillor Rowena Santos. Congratulations. And with that brief overview, we conclude today's presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Andres. I'm just checking to see if I have any questions. Councillor Singh.
I wanted to follow up on, we're supposed to have meetings with MPs. Do you know where that is?
So we've been in contact with all Brampton MPs and we're close to having a date. I'd like to say that within the next meeting or two, we'll be able to share with you a date for that meeting.
Okay. And MPPs as well, the newly elected ones. I would normally pursue that we meet with them, but having said that, to be fair, we're going to AMO and a lot of them are there. So I've told the 2 of mine, Graham and Hardeep, to make sure you're at AMO, and they've said they'll try their best, but maybe we could schedule some time with them at AMO, the ones that show up, and work like that. Because last time I thought we did a very good job, and many of the MPPs came to our meetings with the ministers as well. So I don't know if you need to formally communicate that, but I'll leave it up to you. But the newer ones might not know about it. Obviously, Councillor Williams knows about it, MPP Williams, but the other 2 might not know. That's how we did it last year. So, but I'll leave that up to you, as long as the MPs are being pursued. Thank you.
So through the chair, typically in our preparations for AMO, we do share all AMO materials with MPPs prior to the conference. We also share with them a schedule of our confirmed delegations, so they're all always invited to those meetings. And we'll be, as mentioned, sending congratulatory letters, including, again, a repeat of our outline of key priorities.
Thank you so much, Councillor Singh. And if the chair may be heard, since we're going to be in Ottawa for AMO, is there an opportunity for us to also meet with MPs or ministers in Ottawa, federal?
We can certainly work on that, and we've done some preliminary work on that, so we're hoping to have an update for you closer to the date.
Okay, that would be fantastic if we could put that on the radar as well. And any other sort of places in Ottawa that we could look at that might be best practice sort of places, like we were just talking during lunch, the Lansdowne Park, taking a look at that as we're looking at other options in Brampton as well. And then it really is an honor to serve the FCM board again. At the FCM conference, Brampton has made a real impact when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Examples of transit and the electrification of our transit fleet, some of the work we're doing on climate action, and so it's really an honor to be serving on the board again for a 3rd term. And thank you to the staff for your support during the FCM conference this past weekend. Okay, saying that, motion from Councillor Singh to receive the presentation from Government Relations. Anyone opposed? Thank you, that motion carries. Our next item on the agenda is the staff report regarding the budget amendment and development framework for the multipurpose cricket facility Ward 3, item 8.2.1. Do any members have any questions related to this report? I know that there might be, so I'm waiting. Mayor Brown, go ahead.
I guess my question is, how do we move this forward so it doesn't get delayed and delayed? Procedurally, I'm looking at council. I know Councillor Bowman, this is your ward. Councillor Singh, Councillor Plush, you have some ideas. I think we have a massive need for cricket infrastructure in our city. I'm respectful of the request of the delegation and the timelines that they're facing. So I'm sort of looking for someone to put forward a motion for how we move this forward. And I know there are sort of 2 paths going forward, and so maybe who can answer this question? I'm not sure if it's what department, but if we wanted to move this forward, what are the 2 avenues for council?
Through you, Madam Chair. We could, is Marlon there? Yeah. We could go through our community services division. We could meet with the community, with the group. Certainly, there's no cost to doing that. And we'd be more than willing to take that on. We would support the community need for a cricket field of that caliber, whether it's attainable through the financing, et cetera. That's yet to be determined. We could speed up the process, so we could apply resources to that to try to meet the 60 days.
Okay, Arlen? Through the chair to the mayor, in terms of moving this forward and advancing it, the 60 days that's been requested, it actually amounts to an unsolicited bid coming forward, and it kind of puts the city into a situation where we have to review it, and we will still have to go out for a process after we do that. So all we're going to do is basically go through 60 days and then have to go out for a process anyways. What's being proposed by staff is that we go out now. We can probably close it in less than 60 days. They can submit what they show today and include some of the answers to the question raised by council today during that presentation. Staff can review it and bring it back to council and then get clear direction as to how to move forward.
So I guess my question then is, I want to advance this. I'm also mindful of the process we have. And so knowing the timelines they're on and the plaque, we're going to do a request for proposals.
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, it's a request for proposals.
Okay, and could you do that with a 30 or 45-day timeline? What is the minimum timeline?
45 days, through the chair to the mayor, 45 days is doable.
Okay, and the reason I say that is, listen, we've received this a year ago. I know there's other interested parties who want to make sure it's a competitive process. We've heard different groups express interest. And so if you put a request for proposals for 45 days and you get 3 proposals and one of them council is comfortable with, great. If we're not comfortable with it, then maybe this is a dream that the city has that gets put off to the next council. But at the very least, knowing what's the potential alignments we have, I wouldn't mind seeing if one of these proposals is going to come with our staff saying this is a great opportunity for the city. And so I guess the language I would look for the clerk to design for us is, can we begin the request for proposals on a 45-day closing, mindful of the timelines that exist with Cricket Canada and the World Cup. And I am going to wait to hear what other councillors say to find out if we can incorporate the different ideas into how we do this. Marlene, you raised your hand.
To the chair, to the mayor, the proposal or staff recommendation in front of you, I think gets us there. All we can do is put an amendment that would indicate the 45 days. But in your comments, Mayor, you also mentioned other groups have interest. So the RFPQ that staff is recommending will get those proposals in so we could do an evaluation. Mm-hmm. And the questions raised by council is going to be answered, most of those will be answered through that RFPQ process. So when we report back to council, we would have streamlined what would have been done in the 60 days, except we would have all interested parties providing proposals so we can bring everything back to council so you can compare and make a selection at that point.
And I would say, listen, 45 days takes us into the summer. If we need to call a special council meeting on this possibility, happy to call a special council meeting to discuss this cricket possibility. In fairness to the group that's with us today, they put this forward, I don't know if it was a year ago or 6 months, 8 months ago. It's been a while. So it's not like this is last minute. We've been sitting on it for a while, and they've come today highlighting the fact that the city could lose a big opportunity, and there's 3 other cities that have requested this opportunity. And so, I'm mindful that we're not the only show in town that wants to have a stadium that could host major events. I just think Brampton's a better spot for it because we've got a more engaged cricket community than anywhere else in the country. And if this goes to Markham or another city, I would consider that very disappointing. So I'm going to see if the clerk can provide, I guess all we need to do is use this motion but amend it to say 45 days. All right? To the clerk.
Through you, Chair Santos. So it would be a proposed amendment to recommendation 2. Staff proceed with issuing the RFPQ.
And delivery models submitted for RFQ within 45 days. For item 4, it's within 45 days.
Now, through you, Chair Santos, I would defer to procurement just to make sure that that's in compliance with the purchasing bylaw.
That was the question I just asked, what the minimum period was. Okay, those are my comments.
Chair. Oh,
Okay, sorry, to the CEO.
sir. Oh,
Go ahead, Diana.
oh, thanks, Paul. Through the chair, this is Diane in purchasing. Minimum for 45 days is fine. It is a really tight timeline, though. I'm going to be honest with council to prepare a document and receive viable submissions for a project of this magnitude, but it is certainly doable with staff support.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Anything further, Mayor Brown? Okay, thank you very much. Next on the speakers list is Councillor Bowman, followed by Medeiros, and then Singh. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to figure out where to start. The proposal's wonderful. I agree with the mayor that cricket is probably the fastest growing sport in this community. Probably a need for a cricket stadium. My issue with all of this is timelines. I don't like the fact that we're sort of having to be forced to make a decision because we want to see this done in 16 to 18 months so we can potentially get games. There are so many variables in this. There's construction delays. There's maybe strikes that might happen that might delay this further than the 16 to 18 months timeline. In our own purchasing and procurement area here, you just heard Diane say that this is a very, very tight timeline. And if it's a very tight timeline for us, how tight a timeline would it be for any other, with all due respect, Gary, any other group to put in an extensive proposal like you guys have put in with all the studies, the traffic studies, looking at getting permission from the Ontario government to get access from the 410 for traffic. Because, let's not forget, we're not just looking at a cricket stadium here. We are looking at the full development of the CAA lands. That's what we're looking at here, not just a cricket stadium. This is enormous. This is huge. And I do not see any way that, A, that we can prepare a document in time, given 45 days, and B, that proponents who are truly interested in competing for this can prepare their own documents and get this back to the city in any length of time before our election. I just do not see this happening. So if we're going to do this, the city has to do it right. We shouldn't be forcing ourselves to make a decision quickly. We should just be taking the time. If we lose some games from this particular event, but the thing gets built and we get every other single event, that's wonderful. That's wonderful news. But, I look at how long things take to build. And it's just having something of this magnitude built in this time frame, I just don't think is possible. And I don't know how short-staffed the procurement department is, but I know every other department in the city is short-staffed. So then the next question becomes, what are we moving And what are we giving up to make room for our staff to work on this proposal as well? And I think those are all things we need to consider. So I'll wait to see if somebody puts a proposal on the board, but these timelines, I just do not think are possible either on our end or on a contractor or third party's end to put in a viable proposal to the magnitude of a Lansdowne Park, for example, as Councillor Santos said. So I'll leave it at that. I'm open to hear what other councillors have to say.
No. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Next is Councillor Medeiros. Oh, sorry, Marlon. Did you want to comment on that? I apologize.
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, all valid points, but I just want to make one small clarification with this report before you. Staff was just tasked with coming back to build a cricket stadium. So we're just looking at that site of about probably 15 to 20 acres. Planning staff is going to come back later on with a report about the built out of the entire site. The proposal you saw this morning is talking about the entire site. Our RFP will only be dealing with the cricket facility, just for clarification.
Okay, and thank you for that, Marlon, because I think that's an important point. Because if we're looking at the cricket stadium, I don't think we can look at that in terms of that being by itself. I think you've got to look at that in terms of the entire proposal and what's going to be built around it and how that cricket stadium actually fits in with everything that's there. So I think that just throws another wrench into it from my standpoint anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Next, Councillor Medeiros, Singh, then Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. And I guess a lot of the comments have been made by Councillor Bowman. As one of the area representatives, first, I'm a big sportsman, love the idea of a multi-purpose stadium, really feel that there's a need in the city for it. But again, the additive of the old additive, instead of doing it quickly, let's do it right. I don't see the artificial timelines or the fact that, we could qualify for a World Cup or, potentially get one is going to, make us make hasty decisions. There's a community that lives right there that me and Councillor Bowman represent right off of Gulfview area, right at Steeles and Kennedy. They would be hugely impacted by the traffic impact. And, we've already had delegations to that effect, and I've had several residents already write me trying to understand, Steeles is a major corridor for Peel's goods movement. 40% of Peel's goods movement across the country is here in Peel. So 40%. And then with that percentage on Steeles Avenue, you don't have adequate, there's a lot of exterior sort of concern. So it's not just the question of building the stadium, it's the impact on residents, impact on the community. You have a mosque that's right across the street. There has to be some real sort of good engagement. And then after the stadium per se, I don't know how you can build the stadium and not connect it on what the surrounding vision is going to be and not understanding what the surrounding vision is going to be. We were, previous councils, we would have got a complete picture of understanding on how that stadium, even from the technical specs, like I don't understand why, we would build something and then after we go back with a planning vision to understand. And then after I think from the last perspective, understanding that, the Ottawa example was given. The Ottawa example had a strong corporate partner, but I know the businesses are suffering over there. And the economic return on investment in attracting fans to that area has been a little bit of a challenge at Lansdowne Park. So again, I understand that there's an eagerness. I would love to have a stadium tomorrow, specifically from, my perspective, a soccer stadium, but trying to understand the RFP in terms of, if we're going to build a stadium, we want to build it right. We want to ensure that you have the right, so it's not just the sports grounds. You would want to have the infrastructure. You would want to have, proper change rooms that have all the sort of needs that professional teams would have. Or, again, I'm not sure of the sport of cricket, but rugby and soccer, there is a lot of sort of technical spaces, change rooms, requirements. So those type of sort of studies, again, I don't know how you do that in the RFP, but, instead of rushing that, I just think that if we want something, I'm looking for that wow factor we're going to get one chance at this, and I want to do it right. And I want to ensure that this is something that the city of Brampton is going to be proud of. So I'm fine with the RFP per the timelines of staff in terms of, the staff want to sort of go out, but I don't want to amend anything. And my concern is, again, while that we go forward in a way that we want to get projects back, we might not get those sort of wow projects if we only put it out for 60 days and we expect, there are groups ready to sort of jump on board. There is everything that's already been mentioned, the technical aspects, the traffic, speaking with the province, understanding maybe we can get other corporate players in this. So I'm not sure. I think it's a valiant effort. I just don't know why we have the rush. And we have to be very strategic about this part of the city. And again, we have to think of the residents in that area, which would be severely impacted. And I'd have to really understand, as one of the local area councillors, what's that impact. So at this stage, I'm not sure what the sort of rush is, besides the fact that, I guess there's this World Cup, which is probably important, but then after this is going to be a legacy piece for the city of Brampton. And I'm not sure if I want to compromise our city's future and the full potential of that area, especially as being one of the area representatives, to, the idea of, this World Cup, which is, I think is, probably great. Maybe there'll be another opportunity in the future, but I just don't want to compromise what the potential of that area could bring. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Singh, followed by Paleshi.
So I'm hearing that, because the report references the CAA lands, but now I'm hearing that this RFPQ, I believe it's called in the report, RFPQ, is just for the stadium right now. So how do we ensure that there is that alignment between the two proposals if we're doing one now and both the other one later? I thought we would do it all together because that's what we had talked about.
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, if I could respond.
Yeah.
So I was part of the in-camera session earlier on when Community Services was dealing with this item. And there was a presentation by planning that shows sort of the master plan for the CA lands. And part of that master plan included a cricket facility. So council, in terms of the timing of the master plan, seemed to be sort of a further date out. And council wanted to advance the cricket facility. So this is a means to advance just that, the element of the master plan ahead of the complete build-out. So to further answer your question, it would be sort of a phased approach of, here's the master plan, here is everything that's going to be happening. This is just one element of it that everybody seemed to agree with, that the facility is needed and needs to get built.
But aren't we precluding options then of, say, if we had two phases, providing, for example, a third party, hey, you can have the first phase if you develop the stadium. Now we're just looking at the stadium in isolation. So we're limiting our options significantly, I would assume.
So this is why staff is proposing the RFPQ, because the RFPQ would spell out what the master plan is, and it would then show what phase one would be, which would be sort of the cricket facility.
But how do we know what the master plan is if we haven't had the report for planning? I'm just trying to get how it's happening in isolation, but we're trying to keep it connected.
To the chair, to Councillor Singh, it's not in isolation. Staff worked with the planning staff on this report. They're just a few weeks behind in their report coming, but it's going to be built off of that master plan. So if this gets approved, it would be in connection with that master plan going out.
Okay, so it's 45 days after. We would need that document public for proper RFPQs.
You need the document. It would be also be included as part of the RFPQ. The 45 days is just being added now as a timeline, but staff was proposing, if this report gets approved, it's in connection with the planning report for the master plan.
Okay, so staff was where I am. So this timeline is obviously very problematic then, because the planning staff is at least, I think our next planning meeting is in a month,
Not sure what that is.
end of June, plus ratification, we're looking at a good month. So 45 days, you know, that won't be enough time. So I'm assuming it's 45 days from that point would make more sense.
So through the chair, maybe I could perhaps provide some clarity here. Bob Bierke, Director of City Planning Design. So in terms of the overall master plan, that's consistent with what we had presented in a general way, and the discussions we'd had with community services and what we've been working through in this report was to really separate out those two elements. So the elements that would be in the initial phase, as Marlon had suggested, would be the ones relevant to the site and the area around the cricket stadium, and so that would be a proposal. And in terms of opening up the options, that would come forward with the overall development scenarios that would be coming as part of the planning report. Now, the timing for that report, we had anticipated that coming forward. Really, the decisions on that, I think, realistically would rest with the new council. We had anticipated as well the urgency in many respects to get the cricket facility going, and have identified an area within the overall area that would fit and could be part of this proposal. Notwithstanding that, I mean, we certainly know that the scope of the request is going to be perhaps larger than that. But there, I think, has been mentioned, there's a lot of parameters to this, and we fully appreciate that construction is going to take some time. Certainly, construction within the broader GTA is not proceeding as quickly as people would like. We know it's going to take a while to get through the process, and we also know we need to properly evaluate the proposals as they come in and make sure that the public interests are represented there. And I think the intent was to try and find a way to consider the cricket stadium in advance of the broader development, which would have its own development path and proposals, and provide opportunities for 1, 2, 3 other entities to participate, depending on the development approach that council chooses to go with. Does that help clarify?
No, it doesn't. Because I'm hearing what you're saying is it has its own development path. What this report is referencing to is it can be together. And then now we're setting an RFP queue just for the stadium. So there is not consistency amongst staff, so council will, and it's nobody's fault, it's just being done. Timelines are tight, but I hope everybody understands, there is some issues here. And I want to see RFQs. I actually think by next council, we should have the RFQs in front of us and be ready to make a decision. I don't think we should be waiting on RFQs, but having said that, if you just put an RFQ for a stadium, how's it happening in tandem? And did I just hear the master plan will be done next term, or did I just hear that, Bob?
Well, it's very close to being complete, but that will also come forward with the development scenarios as we briefed in the closed sessions around that. There's a lot of significant elements to consider. And we realize those kinds of major decisions, would be something we probably bring forward in the fall for consideration.
So the problem for me is if we do this, we're gonna move ahead with the stadium. The reason I was excited by this is because it had the CAA potential. That's gonna be done much later. So really, this is just an RFP queue for a stadium.
Well, that was the discussion we'd had with community services, sort of how we could work on the stadium in advance of the overall development. Recognizing that there is a site identified in the overall master plan that would work for the stadium and would perhaps allow some additional development, depending on how it was configured in amongst that. But that's the area that we had looked at. And would set the stage for the eventual development of the CAA lands. So it wouldn't be in opposition, and it would probably help kickstart the whole project.
But the reason I'm hesitant is I don't think we'll get the best deal for the taxpayer. I think it needs to be done together. I think we could get a better deal because we're talking about development, we're talking about real estate, and we can get a better deal on this stadium. So that's my hesitancy, and that's why I was excited initially, because it was happening together. And this is not a knock on staff at all. I know this was on the spot, a lot of this stuff. So this, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it because this is a big deal. We're going to be voting on this, and I just want to make sure we're getting the best deal possible. I do believe cricket is the future. I do believe cricket, this is the best site for cricket. I believe in the tremendous potential, but I got to agree with some of the councillors that if we don't do this right, this is going to be an issue. So I still don't, that doesn't mean I want to stop work or anything like that. I want to see the alignment continue, and I think this should be, I think communication should be involved at the end of the day. This should be a proposal wide, global, everyone should be invited, and we're here to get the best deal for the residents. I like the direction this is going, though. I got to agree, CA development with cricket, it's exciting, but we just got to get it right. I'd like to see the public involved. A lot of things, but I'll wait. Thank you to staff for helping clarify those. Thank you, Bob, and thank you, Marlon.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Palashi is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was going to speak about that, but I'm really getting upset hearing councillors say, we don't have enough time. We don't have enough time. It's almost been a year since this was before us the first time. So when we say, public sector does it longer, there might as well be a mirror right here. Because we're the problem. We're the ones that it came to us. We didn't do anything about it. We did nothing. So they had to come back. We did set some kind of direction in terms of planning and stuff, but then, the proponents had to come back to say, here's, maybe you didn't like us last time, maybe you'll like this a little bit more. So, I don't know. I don't get it. If you want 90 days, let's change the number, the 45 to 90 days. If 30 days kills the World Cup, 30 days killed the World Cup, but if you have 45 days, there's going to be 5 members of council that say no and 5 members of council that say yes, and it doesn't get you anything. So if 90 days is more palatable, then let's do 90 days, if that helps. But going back to, the reference to, the proper way to do that, and I think I heard some members of council agreeing with Councillor Singh. So if that's the way we should do it and add the 90 days, then I'm happy to amend the motion that's before us to add 90 days instead of the 45, Peter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I hear that is an amendment to the motion put forward by Mayor Brown. Is Mayor Brown available to see if that's a friendly motion? Or friendly amendment, I apologize. Okay, we'll just change it to 90 days. Mr. Clerk, is that okay?
Through you, Chair Santos, so it is a proper amendment that Councillor Palashi is moving.
Okay.
The main motion is the mayor's motion with the 45 days, so.
Okay, so
you're
we're
accepting it
amending
as
the
friendly,
motion.
then-
I'm asking Mayor Brown if that's okay, based on the conversation we've just had?
Yes.
Okay, great. So taken as a friendly amendment, I now have Councillor, I've lost track of who was first. Councillor Singh was first, followed by Councillor Majeros.
So I would just like to make sure that we work with communications to get this out. It's not a regular RFP. I think it should be pushed out as much as possible. So that would be the amendment I would ask. I think competition is good, and I think we should look at it and keep it open and transparent. Secondly,
Just for clarification, Councillor Singh, if I may interrupt for the clerk as they make the amendment, within 90 days for the multipurpose cricket facility, for wide distribution and communications rollout, or something along those lines? Does that work, or can you? Distribution, communications.
Through you, Chair Santos, I think it would be communication distribution. I think it would be through procurement. Purchasing looks after in consultation with strategic communications.
sure, that works, as long as push it out. And
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Secondly, to Bob, is there some sort of concept plan or something for the CA lands that could be shared as well if proposals want to integrate that development?
Well, we do have the the work on the concept plan for the CA lands that we had presented to council, and we've had a workshop on that as well. The next stages there were to come back to council with some of the development scenarios, the approaches. I think as you can appreciate, there's a significant amount of value in those lands, and depending on the approach that's taken, and where the private sector is involved, that is involved in, there's some decisions about the extent of the city involvement and the balancing that off against the private sector involvement and the amount of benefit and some options in there. So that was the next stage in the process. So it's coming forward with the master plan for council's endorsement. There is the draft that could come back to council. Wouldn't necessarily, and we could, I guess, frame up some of the high-level options for development that council may want to consider.
Yeah, or I'm just, the only issue I have is where this is going to be just for the stadium. Is that what's happening, or is it going to include CAA development? Because if we're doing RFPQs, we want to give everybody an option to say, hey, we could develop it like this, X, Y, and Z. Or we're just going to say, what's your idea for a stadium?
Well, the intent here was to identify the stadium, recognizing certainly different proposals may come forward talking about a larger framework, but that would really require a larger discussion with council to frame up what the expectations are for the rest of the CAA lands and the approach taken. So that would all become part of either the negotiations or the discussion with council. We could return back with the concept plan and frame up some of those alternative paths. Those could be considered both by the proponents for the cricket stadium or perhaps by others who also aren't interested in the cricket stadium if that was the next stage in the process.
Do you want to add anything?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, and to add to what Bob just advised. The approach was to have council approve the master plan and then go out and have the build out of the entire site, which would include a cricket stadium. Back in the February meeting, as Bob explained, there are some timelines involved with that, which would push it out towards the fall, and council wanted a method or framework to advance that stadium. So staff worked with the planning staff, identified the area in the master plan where the stadium would go, and before you is the report that would possibly get us there to advance the stadium. What I'm hearing from council right now is that they would prefer that the RFPQ include the entire site, which would mean that planning would have to bring back their master plan and get council endorsement of what that master plan looks like, so then we can issue that as part of the RFPQ so that the proponents know exactly what they're dealing with, and staff can still add the words in the RFPQ to advance phase one, which would be the cricket facility.
And through the chair, I guess what I would also emphasize is one of the components of the next phases of the planning work would have been anticipating some engagement with the community and some broad discussions around the future purpose for the site and all those sorts of things. So that had been intended as part of a future stage. There's certainly up to council if there is an intent to kind of bring this forward in a more expedited way with kind of a broad framework. That's another path that certainly could be looked at.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Singh?
So, okay, I want to go back to why I am excited by this. It's because of that whole site, the potential there, okay? That's what we had discussed in council, okay? That's what we were all excited about. So we came to this position, and I know there were some timelines on the stadium, okay? But I don't think, and I could be wrong, Councillor, the goal is to build the stadium and have the CA lands in isolation. I think they should be happening together. It sounds like from staff, and I appreciate you being honest, it sounds like The issue is we still have work to do on planning out the CAA lands. And so the issue is if we go and build a stadium without doing that work on the CAA lands, I don't think we can get the best deal for the city. That's just my opinion. And B, it should be happening in sync. And so by sending out these RFPs, we can, it's going to be about the stadium. And I think we need to make it about the whole CAA lands. And that's what, I remember Councilor Pelletier had pitched it, and I agree with that. But I don't think we have to be careful if we're just building a cricket stadium before doing that work. It should all be done together. I think we can get a better deal together. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Next is Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, sorry, just having a technical issue, but I couldn't say it better than Councillor Singh. And it's not a question of, again, I appreciate the comments of my colleague in terms of referring to private or public, and we've been waiting a year. The unfortunate time, we can be here for years and still have questions not answered. So if you know Kennedy Road, I don't have to tell any of us on council, because I'm sure everyone's familiar with it. It's just not practical to plunk a stadium. It's already a challenge with Powerade Center or whatever it's, the CAA Center now. And it's a challenge right now when there's events there. There was a recent boxing event, and we got complaints of traffic and complaints of the residents there. It's really a safety issue, and it's also a lot of these questions, unfortunately, as much as we come up with the great design, are technically and require the provincial government to see how they can enhance this project. So to bring a stadium and not get answers on can we widen Kennedy Road? How can we do that? Do we have a budget for it? So it's all this stuff that goes around it. So it's not the question of the stadium. The stadium, so I don't know how we go around putting, a RFP out for the stadium per se and not understand how the impact it's going to have on the surrounding lands in the area. Because I think my understanding as well from some of, people who want to do proposals is that the stadium would be sort of the carrot, but they wanted access to our developable lands around. So is it a chicken and egg situation? And really the safety of the residents, that's a huge concern in that pocket of, that area. It's not just a question of, throwing the stadium. Again, we have the mosque that's over there. We have residents, that we have townhouses along Kennedy Road that are going to be impacted. And we have a community that exists there. And then we also have commercial businesses. And I think staff, and rightfully so, a major sort of initiative like this, and there's no community engagement beforehand, we did Brampton Vision 2040 and there was that engagement, but specifically to sort of get the feedback on what that area should be, what that would propose. I just think that we're trying to rush something. But again, do we want a cricket stadium? Great. But how do we put out an RFP and not understand how it's going to be encompassed in the area and realize the full potential of that area? It's not putting out the stadium, then after going back and having to deal with all these technical issues in terms of traffic, where are they going to be? We're going to have a lot of construction along for Ontario now with the LRT. So in terms of, options of building a stadium and getting, even if you wanted to get this World Cup, how are people going to arrive there? Or so I just don't see it without some of those technical aspects, which I'm not an expert to address. But, I just don't think that it would be irresponsible of us to just put out an RFP and say we want a stadium. But, that's just not the best area. If maybe there's, areas across the city that might be better, maybe we put the RFP there. Like downtown Brampton, the 410 and Queen Street, we've mentioned that already and we keep going around. Is that potential, area where we want to see a cricket stadium? You have the amenities there. You have major traffic. You have major highway right there. Is that something that we want to sort of look at again? And the problem is, as much as we keep going back and forth on this, the problem is there's technical sort of studies and technical sort of understandings, engineering, all that, for us to understand what we can do or can't do. And that's kind of the frustration. So I do appreciate, that we want to get this out as fast as possible. But I just think that, again, this is one of those situations we don't want to be looking back and say, damn, how did we have one of the major pieces of in the city of Brampton, a major, asset, and we didn't realize its full potential. So I can't support, an RFP just for the sake of putting an RFP without understanding, after staff coming forth, what is the master plan? Once we do that approval of understanding what the vision is there, and then after maybe sort of seeing how the stadium would sort of complement or be inserted as part of it. But certainly we would want that to be a potential. But again, I think, we keep spinning our wheels. It's not by us, it's not by, me personally. It's the fact that we still don't have that technical information. How are we going to widen Kennedy Road? How are we going to get access to, more transit? What's the cost? So there's a lot of things that have to go into this. So I appreciate it. And thank you, Councillor Singh. I think you've expressed a lot what me and Councillor Bowman as the area councillors, some of that sort of consideration that we have to have. And, community safety is a huge issue when you got, again, all that trucking that's already on steels as it is. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Medeiros and Councillor Singh for a final time.
Yeah, I'm good. I can't support a stadium. So I'm going to put a referral that it come back with the development of the CAA master plan.
Through you, Chair Santos, Councillor Singh, you're moving referral of this report back to staff to come back when staff come back with the more fulsome concept plan.
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, if you can refer it back to council so the staff can bring back a proper recommendation for approval based on what we heard here today.
Sure, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to do it at a
Okay.
Yes.
So a referral.
Next week.
One second, I'll repeat what I have heard as chair. So it's a referral back to staff to come back with a more wholesome report that also includes a discussion on how it fits in with the master plan timing and master plan of that area in general. Is that a good way to summarize what you're suggesting, Marlon?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yep.
so referral back to staff for a report back to also include the status of the master plan and how this would work within the timeline of the master plan and the bigger picture. Does that work for you, Councillor Singh? Okay, we're now on a referral. Anything further, Councillor Singh? Now on a referral motion, and I have Mayor Brown followed by Councillor Paleshi. Mayor Brown.
Is that by delaying this, it likely means that the stadium will go to another city. Burnaby and Markham are examples of cities competing for this. I'm not sure there'll be multiple facilities like this in Canada, and I think it will. It may be something we regret. Ultimately, it's the will of council, but I think this is a unique opportunity to seize the momentum that exists in the cricket community in Canada and make that center of success here in our city. But I, as always, will respect the will of council, but I'd be remiss not to say that I think it's fair to say other cities will seize this opportunity if we delay it further.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Paleshi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I hope one day we come to you, Mayor Brown, and say you were wrong. And what I'm thinking is I'm wrong too, but I agree with you. It's another example of why the public sector is so slow. Because councillors can't make a decision. And it's not a shot at any of you. It's the fact that, this is, we should just be making a decision. And when things come to us at the very beginning, it was, what was it, Christmas? But just before Christmas, we were chatting about this the first time, yeah. we need to set direction early, I think, if we need to, start proving ourselves to other other municipalities in Canada, like a Burnaby or like a Markham. So I won't support the referral because I know it just kills the project. And I think that, going this route with the 90 days and, seeing what the potential is there, I think it's not, if we end up not going through with it, I don't think it's a burnt document. I think it's something that can be, reused, recirculated, because we all, I think, say we'll take a cricket stadium. We want a cricket stadium. But maybe there's a potential to say, it's this RFP could be for a cricket stadium in the city of Brampton rather than, just at the CAA lands. And we need to look at the opportunities of the CAA lands as a whole. Maybe this is a cricket stadium that can be built at Gore Meadows. Maybe there's opportunity there. There isn't any opportunity in Ward 6, or else we would have said build in Ward 6, but there isn't. So I won't be supporting the referral. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Singh to the referral.
No, I have no comment, so I'm not gonna tie it with the study, so you could bring it back in a couple of weeks. As you said, just a referral back to staff then.
Okay. Thank you very much. So there is a referral, and I think staff have some sort of ideas to how urgent we would like it back. And so.
All I'll say, sorry, just it has to include the CAA lands. That was the reason I was interested. That's the reason I am interested. And so that's what I look forward to. However you do that, I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So through you, Chair Santos, so if Councillor Singh is amending his referral motion, which I think that's what I heard, then are you saying you want to extract the relationship with the master plan?
No, I don't. Oh, yeah, not with the master plan, just a referral back to staff.
So then it would say the report be referred back to staff for reconsideration or revision with respect to the CAA lands and the potential cricket facility?
Yep.
And there's no timeline on that, so staff will report back.
It's up to, yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, I think it's respect to the development of the entire CA land,
Yeah.
Which would include a cricket facility.
Yes, yes.
Yes, I think that's the motion.
Yeah.
What would be
What's
part
the
of
turnaround you think you could have on that? Do you have one, or you want?
To Councillor Singh, if that's the motion, and we, as staff, recognize that you want it back as soon as possible, we would have to check the timing of the report coming back from planning, because council have to endorse what that
Got it.
master plan looks like. So that piece has to come first. So I'll be coordinating with planning
and let us know.
and get that back as soon as we can back to council.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Thank you. Anything further? So there's a referral motion on the floor. Anyone opposed? There's a referral motion on the floor. Anyone opposed? Okay, Mayor Brown, Councillor Paleshi opposes. Should we take a recorded vote on this one? No? Okay. No, anything further?
He's asking for a recorded vote.
Okay, Mayor Brown asked for a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, I pass it to you to administer.
A recorded vote has been requested on this item. All in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
So it's on the referral, right?
That's correct.
Yep, yes.
Councillor Singh? That's a yes. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi? No. It's a no. Councillor Willens? It's a yes. Councillor Vasante? No. That's a no. Mayor Brown?
No.
That's a no. Chair Santos?
No.
That's a no. The motion carries 6-4 with one absence.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next item in community services, okay, let's go through this. 8.2.2 was in consent, 8.2.3 was in consent, 8.2.4 was dealt with during delegations. The next item is 8.3.1, which was held by Councillor Medeiros, minutes from the Brampton Senior Citizens Council meeting. Councillor Medeiros, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to highlight in terms of the Brampton Seniors Council, they did have their sort of annual annual breakfast where there was a presentation by Golden Age regarding the long-term care facility and the plan that was there. It was just very well received. They recognized Brampton Council's leadership in terms of supporting such a great initiative, and I just wanted to highlight that the Brampton Seniors Council, was very supportive of the proposed Golden Age long-term care facility and affordable seniors housing. So much so that there were people registering and providing their contacts, wanting to be sort of part of the project. So I just want to. It's good to have that sort of immediate feedback. Sometimes we make decisions in isolation of what that feedback is, and I just want to say kudos to all members of council for I think an initiative which is going to have a real positive impact in the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Maderos. Do we have to move anything? Nope. Okay. Next item is Councillor. So receive the minutes moved by Councillor Maderos. Anyone opposed? That carries. Next is Councillor question period. Do any councillors have any questions regarding community services section? I see none. Next item is public question. Oh, Councillor Paleshi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've had two announcements today that both referenced Ryerson. There's a council resolution that Ryerson's name would not be used in any City of Brampton related business. It would not be used in any of the any correspondence or anything going out from the City of Brampton. So we had delegations that came before us at that time asking us to remove Ryerson from any part of the City of Brampton that we could, and we did do that. And those delegations, one in particular, a resident of Doug's and I's, has serious PTSD whenever they see just the name alone, Ryerson. And she gave an unbelievable story about her life, and she didn't have to, but she did. I would like us to be a little bit more cognizant of the fact that we have Ryerson being used in either delegations or if we're partnering up with the Adventure Zone, and if we can ask them to expedite the name change in the City of Brampton for any events or any of the corporate logos or anything that they're using, can we do that, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely. We'll make that a priority.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from the public? No questions from the public. I now turn the chair to Chair Bowman to do legislative services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Our next item is 9.2.1, legislative services, a staff report regarding towing and storage working group recommendations, and I believe Councillor Singh held this.
Yes, I just wanted some commentary around the provincial changes that might be coming. So I know we have a working group, and it came back with certain suggestions, but if the provincial changes come through, I guess cities will be out of tow trucks in totality, or?
Through you, Madam Chair, it'll absolutely restrict us. I'd like to bring on JP Maurice.
Sure.
He's in the wings right now. I believe he can speak to this, unless Diane would like to.
Through the chair, the legislation is due to take effect on January 1st of 2024, which could potentially eliminate the need for the portion of the bylaw that deals with towing. So we're still looking at the regulations that are being proposed by the province, but it could have a direct impact on our ability to enforce the towing regulations within our own bylaw.
Yeah, that is concerning potentially. Would that mean like there's like with the highways, like 3-4 companies contracted out? Well, you might not know the answer to that, but do you have an idea? Yeah.
And through the chair, are you referring specifically to the highways or
Yeah,
specifically?
no, in the highways, are we gonna see that sort of model come to the cities where it's all centrally procured by the province?
The way I understand it, the province will regulate the entire towing industry throughout the province. We include the highways within the city, and our role may be limited, if any, in terms of the enforcement. So it may be strictly enforced through the provincial appointed inspectors, and we may not have any authority to enforce towing-related violations within the city. So this is to be obviously reviewed as the province is providing additional information, but that's our understanding at this point, that this is the directions they're going. But there's also discussions taking place where the province may include bylaw enforcement officers as part of the enforcement to enforce their regulations as well. So, but they haven't made that known to us yet.
Yeah, and the reason I bring it up is because obviously there's issues in tow trucks. I'm not going to go into that, but it's also like certain people's livelihood, and they're really, really, really scared right now that they're going to lose their livelihood overnight. And it's unfortunate. I know it's out of our jurisdiction. I just wanted to ask some clarity. But some of the individuals I know, they're just small people putting food on the table, and they're not connected to any big organization or nothing, and they're gonna overnight potentially be out of a job, and it's gonna be unfortunate.
Through you, Madam Chair, you're absolutely right, Councillor Singh, and I can tell you, not only are the cities looking at this, but the police agencies are looking as well. Everybody's concerned, and we still want the ability to enforce within our own communities, so we will continue to advocate that some extra powers have to be in there, or at least considerations.
Okay, thank you. Just keep an eye on it. Keep us up to date. Me and the mayor met a lot of residents, tow truck drivers from the city. I'd just like to keep them updated as much as possible. That's all they ask. And so if, I know JP, you'll keep an eye on it, let government relations know as well. And from there, yeah, let's just keep an eye on it because it affects a lot of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. I don't see anybody else on the board. Would you like to move the report and the recommendations? Okay, moved by Councillor Singh. Oh, sorry. Sure, yeah.
I do want to thank James Bisson as well. Sorry, I forgot. And I want to thank my colleagues as well. You know, we dealt with a difficult issue. We addressed it. It was a big concern. And James has been great with this working group and really made sure that they had their input. So thanks to James as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any opposed? I see none. Thank you very much. The motion carries. I don't believe we had any new business added, no correspondence. Councillor question period. Is there any councillor questions for anything we've discussed so far in legislative services? Seeing none, I will move on. Are there no members' public question period? There are no questions from the public. Thank you very much. So I will close off legislative services section now and hand it over to Councillor Medeiros for economic development.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. As there are no items, I guess over to City Clerk. Do we have any public delegation, public requests? Any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no public questions.
Okay, so I guess I'll hand it over to Councillor Vicente to chair Public Works.
All right, can everyone? Yep. Okay, so moving on, we have a staff presentation, special event permit program. Laura, are you here? I saw you. No problem.
So Laura will just bring
Good
the presentation
afternoon.
up in a moment.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Laura Lukasik, the Manager of Tourism and Special Events. And today with me, the lady in red, Heather Frost, who is part of our tourism team responsible for coordinating special projects, primarily special events. We appreciate your time so that we can provide for you an overview of a program that we'd like to implement at the City of Brampton regarding special events. Next slide, please.
Just a moment, Laura. We're just going to bring it up in a moment.
Okay. Cynthia, we need to share your screen. Oh, there we go. Lovely, thank you. Our presentation this afternoon will provide an overview of the Tourism Office, some background on the current event workflow process, details about the permit program, as well as the special event advisory team that will review requests and will provide you with a timeline for the program. Next slide, please. The City of Brampton's Tourism Office is in the process of implementing a 5-year council-approved strategy that was developed during the pandemic to guide tourism efforts through COVID as well as into recovery. Brampton has 4 tourism pillars that are identified in that strategy, including culinary tourism, sport tourism, arts and culture, as well as events and attractions. And clearly, we're here today to talk about events. Next slide, please. First, I think it's important to understand the different types of festival and events that are taking place in Brampton. And I can attest that there are lots of them. So corporate events, for example, include New Year's Eve, Canada Day, and those are events that are put on by the events team with Greg Petty as supervisor. Our performing events team does put on events as well, East Coast Kitchen Party, a new event called Monsoon Sounds are a couple of the events that they do put on. We also have sponsorship-funded events, and these are folks who apply for funding through the Marquee and Marquee Festivals and Special Event Program, as well as sport tourism. And those include 2, which has just happened in recent weeks, Ribbon Roll, as well as Lusophonia, Minto Cup, Macaulay Cup. And we look at those events as events that are having a positive economic impact on the city. Finally, we also have community-led events. So, for example, Sikh Martyrdom Parade, India at 75. There's a Halal Festival coming. These are events that are put on by residents, and they don't receive any sort of financial or in-kind support from the city. And then finally, we have tourism activations, and this is the area that the Tourism Office is really starting to look at more and more. We are very pleased that Luminato will be joining us in Brampton this weekend. We also have a Northern Heat Rib Series, Canadian Food Truck Festival. So these are activations that are not organized by residents of the city. They do not receive support from the city financially or in kind, but are bringing their events to the city, and they are activations that draw tourists and again have an economic impact that's positive for the city. So we're going to speak more about the special event permit program, but just to let you know that these sorts of programs have been implemented in many municipalities across North America. Heather has done quite a bit of work connecting with several cities. She's researched best practices, all in aid of coming up with a permit program that meets the City of Brampton's needs best. So I'm going to pass it over to Heather to walk you through what a special event permit program is.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So this particular program was designed to effectively and efficiently manage large tourism activations, especially those that are coming from outside of Brampton that are very unfamiliar with our city processes. This program provides event organizers with the tools, a structure, and streamlined processes to ensure that their event is successful and safe. One point of contact for the initial inquiry, then it would be triaged to the appropriate division for follow-up and action. Tourism will manage those events that are mid to large scale, complex scopes, and have economic impact and a tourism draw. The timeline for application is 120 days prior to the event, and all new events coming into Brampton, we are looking at 10 months, as there is a demand for limited space and time is needed to review the complexities of each event. Tourism facilitates the completion of an application package with the event organizer that would consist of venue confirmation, a site plan, a city safety plan, insurance, and other supporting documentation such as permits or licensing, whatever is required for that event, prior to moving them to the application stage. Once the application is completed, this particular package, including all those components, will be discussed at a special event advisory team, the acronym as SEAT, which I'll provide more to you on the next slide. Following approvals from SEAT, Tourism will issue a special event permit, which will be posted at the event, and it lists all the applicable permits and licenses applicable to that event. Tourism will attend all new events and post-event debrief at the next scheduled SEAT meetings. Next slide, please. So a special event advisory team is a key component to the overall program. Its objective is to review and ensure that, is a review process to ensure integrated planning in a supportive environment, ensuring that event organizers and city and regional services are coordinated through the use of this one SEAT team. City and regional services supporting events are represented on SEAT. Large-scale events triaged through tourism, city-led corporate events, and those programmed by Performing Arts in Garden Square would be the primary focus of SEAT. The opportunity is the collaboration of this one SEAT team to ask the questions, provide the feedback, and coordinate the required services, ensuring the health and safety requirements and standards are being met by the event organizer for this event, and that the city and regional assets are being protected. More importantly, stakeholders would be able to forecast events well in advance to be able to prepare. SEAT will meet on a regular basis to review all upcoming events, and tourism would be the administrators of this program. Next slide, please. So our project timelines. SEAT, we hope to establish by the end of this month. Development of a special event program policy. Stakeholder engagement, which is internal and external orientation, in September. Launch our pilot special event program coming in January, and review the program and put into a bylaw by 2024. Next slide, please. Thank you very much, and we'd be happy to field any questions.
We have two questions for you. First is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you for you, Mr. Chair. So this is essentially would be a one-stop concept, and you know, having gone a little bit through the recent Lusophonia Festival, I know that and staff did a fantastic job providing that support. But in terms of differently than what we do now, and it's evident in the slides. So this is like a one-stop. You get everything there. It's all consolidated. So even for the organizer of the event, there isn't having to speak to different departments or different people, etc.
Through the chair, that is correct. As well as that, now we recognize that there are a number of different channels that residents make connections with the city to have an event. So we're looking at streamlining the process not only for our event organizers, but also internally for staff, so that everybody is on the same page going forward, and that internally all of the information about an event is available to all of the members of the SEAT team.
So now through you, Mr. Chair, the one part that I'd be interested is via the community. And I give the example of the Lusophonia Festival, especially on the Saturday. Businesses on George Street, for one one reason or another, their products got sold out. So, you know, the bars and some of that stuff, it was completely, you know, they were out of stock. And, you know, some of the owners had came to me, you know, asking that they wish they would have got a heads up from the city. And I'm not questioning if we did give it or not. But would this seat help coordinate sort of external stakeholder engagement in trying to, for example, ensure that, you know, the community at large is aware of it, that, you know, we try to sort of have businesses participate on the event, you know, doing that sort of triage? Is that something that seat would possibly, who would take that responsibility? Because I do know BIA, they have somewhat of a responsibility on that aspect, but would this entity have this sort of responsibility, engaging with the BIA, trying to engage with the local businesses in downtown?
Through the chair, yes, we would use the BIA as the channel to businesses in the downtown core to make them aware of events. In terms of those businesses wanting to perhaps sell at events, we would make the connection with them to the event organizer, because ultimately it's the event organizer's decision about who and what would be sold at their event. But yes, we would do that through the BIA and then make those connections between BIA businesses and event organizers.
Yeah, and I see that aspect in terms of the event organizer determining, you know, who should sell or not. But one thing I did think there was a lack of is trying to leverage, you know, you have a massive group of people, and again, I know Ribbon Roll was a big success as well. The Lusophonic Festival had tons of people came outside of Brampton, so Cambridge and so on and so on, and constantly I was asked about where to go to eat or so on. So having some type of presence of, you know, the event organization is one is almost having a, you know, similar to what we do at Brampton's Farmer Market, some form of city tourism booth or something along those lines, where we're promoting, you know, different, you know, parts of the city, you know, where we have sort of maybe some takeaways, similar to what we do at, you know, the Brampton Market or where we have Brampton festivals. So I'll leave that just as a thought, but otherwise I'm happy to move the presentation and receive the delegation. And then I think this is a great concept to have this one-stop shop. Thank you.
And through the chair, back to you, Councillor Medeiros. We were here talking last week about our Brambassador program. So the intention is, yes, to have a representative of the city at events sharing information about the city and, as you say, local restaurants or other activities that someone could participate in. We're just not quite there yet, but it's coming.
I think CAO Paul Morrison also has something to say.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. And Councilor Medeiros, we hear you loud and clear, but I think it's more of a shared responsibility between the city and the event organizers to make sure that the community at large in the event perimeter or vicinity is notified, and we'll enforce that through the seat committee. We'll make sure that's very clear that everybody will participate on that facet. The other piece of this, and I really want to stress, is we've worked in silos many years on when we put events together, and this recently my exposure to that has been the Ribbon Roll over at the park, etc., where we're still trying to put the two ladies were over there still trying to pull pieces together, and we were very good at what we do. This will just make us so much better.
Awesome. And to Councilor Medeiros, I'm going to move the report up too. Does that, did you have any questions pertaining to the report? Which was also covered in the presentation, but if you did additional questions, or I'll move on to the
I'm happy to move it as well. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Fortini speaking to the presentation and the report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. This is great that everyone could come to a one-stop. And you touched a little bit on Canada Day, and I was trying to bring it forward this morning. And you know, some of these events, it's done through the city, and we all want these events. You know, it attracts a lot of people, and I see on Canada Day and like the festival that was just you know, the Lucas Festival and Ribbon Roll. It brings in tons of people, and it's good for the businesses. So touching on the safety issues that you talked about, you know, how do we ensure, like now Canada Day is coming along, and you know, we end up having parking cars on both sides and blocking roads on the safety for fire trucks or an ambulance. If there's ever a fire, how does a truck get through? And, we just had an event this past weekend, and hundreds and hundreds of calls came in, and, that was a short event, but Canada Day is going to be a full day, and as soon as it hits 7 o'clock, the fireworks everything is blocked. I just worry if someone's having a heart attack and an ambulance has to get through, or a fire truck. How could we help the area in case something like that happens? And this is happening every year. Every year we put signs up. The tickets do not help because it's like, going to Toronto, you're going to get a ticket. Well, it's $30. At least I could park. But it doesn't help for a fire truck to get through in a fire to save people's lives. Can we look, and maybe, I don't know if I said last time too, maybe look in tag and tow or tow trucks or something, because if you have them on both sides, and some of these roads are small, it's gonna be a matter of time something could happen. And it did happen Saturday night when that water burst on Goldcrest and then flooded all the area, and all the cars got damaged. So how do we prevent that? What are we looking into as staff for safety for that reason?
I think CEO Morrison would also like to respond.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Frattini, absolutely, you're correct. I saw the photographs that were available the other day on that as well. So I did take the occasion to speak to a couple of the commissioners in different areas, and speaking with JP Maurice, we'll do a plan. But for Canada Day, we recognize that. We'll take it back to the seat committee, and I'll sit with the seat committee for the first little while to make sure these kind of details get caught. The other important piece that we don't really do is a good debrief. When we have a major event, we ramp up, we get to the event, we put it on, and everybody sighs when it's over, and we sort of collect our pieces and go home. We don't debrief. We'll be debriefing in the future. So we get these incidents and we say, okay, what went good? What can we improve? What went wrong? What can we fix? And we do that as a group. So I hear you loud and clear. We'll take a hard, serious look at how we can improve for Canada Day around the park, and hopefully it'll meet with satisfaction of the community.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And, we always had briefing way before these festivals came up, especially Canada Day in the past. But and we should take it back. But, we got to be very careful. Like, I just worry there's a fire, an ambulance. There's no way a fire truck could get through. And, we had one year, we had using Brampton City Center for parking. It was great. There was lots of room. But as soon as it hits around 6, 7 o'clock, every single road for kilometers are full, and it's a matter of time something could happen. So let's really look into the safety issue, and everyone wants the festivals. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I love the idea of the debrief CAO Morrison at the end. So is that going to be integrated as part of the SEAT program as well? And then I have another question. If we could go back to the slide that takes you through the different steps of SEAT. It's SEAT or SEAT?
Seat.
SEAT, like take a seat.
It's a special event, through the chair, it's a special event permit program that has a special event advisory team.
Great.
Reviewing the event.
That's awesome. And so this is meant to now compress the amount of time it takes to get an event permit, is that correct? Of some sort, or like to get things through?
Through the chair. So this process is that tourism will sit with the event organizer and go through all the complexities of the event to ensure that they know what permits and supporting documentation and everything that they need, so that they're well prepared prior to that application package being brought to SEAT. So SEAT is the final step to say, okay, so this is the event. Are we okay with this? Provide any feedback regarding the safety and the health of the event. And then we would be the facilitator between the event organizer and SEAT to say if any changes or recommendations, then it would go forward. We would issue the special event permit, which is at no cost, and it's just to be posted at the event saying you're good to go.
And that's great. So, but the intention is to reduce a little bit and help them through and reduce the amount of time that it takes them to figure things out, right? So that they don't have to tear their hair out when they get to the event and they forget that they had to do something.
And through the chair, we've worked with BMO to put together a template so that folks can put together their safety plan, so that every event has the same documents associated with it that have been reviewed.
And so in addition to the debrief that you're going to have after every event, which I think is awesome, will there also be a debrief or like a survey with the special event person who organized the event to see how it went for them and what their experience was like? Because I think that's important too. Like we want to see these events that are successful come back to Brampton to do it every year, because then it becomes a tourist attraction that people expect coming to Brampton every single year. So will there be that closing of the loop with the actual event organizer as well?
Through the chair, the plan is during 2023 that we review as we go along. Yes, surveys of event organizers to see how they're finding the process. We make some tweaks along the way, but the whole idea is to come back after a year and say, okay, is this working for us? Do we need to make major changes? Or are we happy with this? Are there elements of this that we think should be a bylaw, or does that just add another layer of difficulty for event organizers? So 2023 is really the year to review, tweak, and make major changes if need be.
Okay, and then my final question is in regards to the opportunity to mitigate risks. So sometimes the folks in risk aren't necessarily mitigating risk, but I feel, hearing from different folks trying to organize events at the city, that it becomes a little bit of a barrier to get things done. And so how are we doing a better job at actually mitigating risks versus just saying, no, we can't do this?
So through the chair, as I say, we're having our event organizers putting together safety plans and site plans. There is also an opportunity if the seat group itself has some very strong concerns about an event, that we can bring the organizer in to meet with the seat team to go through those concerns and come to some sort of an agreement to how they can be resolved so that the event can happen going forward. So we're really going to look at that more on a case-by-case basis when it does come up. But the opportunity is built into the actual seat process to speak with the organizer at that table, because sometimes, our word isn't as good as the person who actually is the expert in that particular area.
Okay.
But we do have ongoing conversations, of course, with all of the stakeholders internally around events. But
Great.
this will just, bring it all together and dealt with more efficiently at scheduled seat meetings.
Awesome. As long as we're looking for solutions versus no.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And then just one final comment about Canada Day, because Councillor Fortini brought it up. I would love to see, and I apologize, this is kind of off top, love to see us give transit all the way to Chinguacousy, encourage people to take transit instead of taking their cars, so we don't have to worry about parking.
Would
For
transit
the
like to
record.
respond? I just see heads nodding. Yeah. Okay. all
Special
right.
routes for transit for free for Canada Day, Chinguacousy Park. Don't take your car. Thank you.
Okay, all right, staff will take that under advisement. Pardon? Yeah, okay. So we have a motion moved by Councilor Medeiros to receive the staff presentation and approve 11.2.4, which is the staff report regarding special event permit program. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion's carried. Moving on, we have a staff report regarding director level overview. I believe this was held by Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I referred this to council committee today so that I could actually go into the CAO's office and look at the chart that covers an entire section of wall from top to bottom. And I just was absolutely astounded that we have so many like tiered positions, and then they go down to further tiered positions, and it's amazing. And if you haven't had a chance to see it in his office, I recommend you go and take a look at it. Cynthia, I guess you put it all together, so thank you. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Carol, okay. But it leads me to some questions, and that is, first of all, there's no secret that we have a ton of vacancies. No secret at all. So, 33 directors. Now, under each of the directors are reports, correct?
Through you, Chair, that's correct.
Okay. Who in the end? 4 vacancies. Yeah, 4 vacancies, yeah. Who in the end is responsible for hiring the frontline employees? How far does that go up the ladder? Does the manager do it? Does the supervisor do it? Who does that?
Through you, I'll start and then you can go. Through you, Mr. Chair, it is, to you, Mr. Chair, it's a hierarchy of responsibility. So if it's a frontline person within the organization that's not a supervisor, typically you'll see managers and supervisors do that function. And then when you move up the line, if it's a supervisor, you'll typically see managers and directors do that function. So it's sort of built up towards it. And if it's a director, we have a director's recruit going on now. I have 5 commissioners or 5 of the senior corporate leadership team sitting on that. So I go up the levels. That's the general approach we use at it. So it's always somebody, at least somebody 2 levels above that person's position is involved.
Okay, and as we go down each row, you did a chart for us, and that was great. That shows currently there's 4 directors that are in transition.
That's correct.
Is that the correct word, in transition?
Under recruit. Oh, vacant.
Vacant. As we go down the line, do we have a count of, under the director, there are supervisors or managers? How many of those supervisors' positions are vacant right now? How many of the manager positions are vacant right now? Do we have those numbers as you go down that line?
Through you, Chair, we have those numbers available, but they were not provided to you. We left them. So if you look at the org chart for each one, if there's a vacant position, we've indicated, but we haven't given you the full count, but we've represented it on each of the org charts, the 38 pages that you have. Yeah, but we can get you a count of it.
Okay.
Based on, as of today, because what you see in your files would be from May, as of May 13th.
Okay. And then the last, oh, sorry.
So I just, through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that everybody's aware, a lot of those vacancies are backfilled with people from other positions in a lower count. It absolutely, and we recognize that we have those vacancies. Where the stress occurs is taking those people from the lower positions and not having them available to do their day-to-day work. That is the biggest stressor we have now. We recognize that 100%. And that's why we're now pushing, and we've been pushing for the last 60 to 90 days to fill vacancies, to fill those spots, because our front line is hurting so badly for staff, because we're taking them and we're trying to put them up through the system.
You read my mind. You read my mind, because that was the next question. Are we using front-facing staff to fill these positions, leaving front-facing staff positions empty?
To you, Mr. Chair, absolutely we are. And I've seen this in other organizations too, and that's where the hurt happens. We are using here, and we're making those efforts to not do that anymore, to fill those positions. Our problem is it takes time and a great deal of effort to do the recruiting for a lot of these positions. And turnover sometimes happens quickly, sometimes it happens slowly. We can't predict it always. We can predict the retirements, but past that, it's difficult. So it has been a challenge, but it is certainly our focus.
Okay, so, thanks. My final question would be, and I don't know if somebody may have to stop me, it may be union related. Sorry. Oh, I see.
Yeah, they're here.
I see Ryan and Fab up there. How are we, or what actions are we taking now to get that frontline staff full to where it should be?
Through you, Chair, if I may start. So we certainly do have a high number of vacancies at the front line. In HR, so for the last 2 years, we have been sitting on hiring panels. So where there is a lower risk, as determined by between the recruitment, the hiring manager, and Evie, who's the senior manager for talent acquisition, where HR is not available to sit on the hiring panel, we're allowing the hiring managers and their team to go forward. We recognize there's a risk in that, but we're auditing the files as they come in because it's difficult to schedule a group of so many people from the operating departments as well as from HR at the same time. So we're allowing that to happen. Secondly, we have a posting out to get in a 7-month temporary contract for talent acquisition to assist us with the hiring. And also within the group, so the group that doesn't traditionally do the hiring, which is the Employee and Labor Relations group, they are assisting the operating departments as well, with assisting them on the hiring panels as well. So we're doing the best we can, but I can tell you it's an employer's market right now. It really is very difficult to recruit, and we're really not the only employer, but we're doing the best we can at this time.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had on that.
I just want to add that it's certainly as complicated as that. It's a little bit more complicated in the sense that even putting hiring panels together, to show that we're clear, open and transparent and unbiased in our approach to recruiting, we certainly involve multiple people on the hiring panels. So that takes away staffing as well. We have to coordinate that activity based on schedules. So there are a lot of obstacles to be a good recruiter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Pleshy, then Councillor Fortini. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I haven't been in your office because I don't want to see it. I might throw up if I do. But just seeing these slides here and really how complicated it all is, with directors having 4 direct reports, but then managers under them having 6 to 10, or other managers having 4 and their colleagues having 10. It doesn't tell me where we're at. It doesn't tell me if this is what we should be doing, if we should have 34 or 37 directors. So what I'd like to see if we can do, if we can look at other municipalities of equal size. I'd like to know how many people that they have in each of their departments, to fully understand what this means for us in the city.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I just respond to that first, sir, before you continue? I just want to be a little bit careful when we compare to other communities, et cetera. There's an apples to oranges thing going on here. Our titles for the staff that work within within our organization are specific to our organization, in the sense that sometimes I've noticed that we call people this title because it's convenient and we can place them, but they actually don't do that descriptive job to the title. So the titles are a little bit misleading. Secondly, the second piece of this is they don't always compare to titles in other organizations. Sometimes a director is not the same span of control or managerial level that we have here. So when we start drawing from there, I'm just putting that out there, we'll look at it.
I appreciate that, Paul.
We'll certainly look at that.
It makes it more confusing for us, right?
Absolutely.
So this could have been, 20, 40, 50 years ago, where they said, let's make it as confusing as possible, not look at any other municipalities, not be able to compare. Let's just make it as confusing as possible to councillors so they don't understand. And they don't fully ask. The last time that council asked the question, and it was specific to IT, was back in 2011, when it came up with a modernization plan for IT. Rocco Rayo was hired from Toronto Pearson Airport to come in and to run this organization like he was doing at the Toronto Pearson Airport. He didn't. We ended up hiring more people, and it was not the modernization plan that council had set out. But I have that history that's back there, unfortunately. So when we do have, I do want to compare us to cities like Mississauga, and the best way to compare us, I want it to be easier for us to fully understand. They deliver the same services that we deliver. It's not apples to oranges with respect to the services that the municipalities deliver to the residents.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We want a meaningful comparison is what we're after. And I would just want to digress for a second and advise council that I had on schedule for the end of April to look at a reorganization of the staffing that we have here. We didn't get to it. I postponed it for a very specific reason. We didn't have our management team in place, and I thought it would be not as productive if we didn't have the right people in place. So we have postponed it. We've talked about two things specifically. Is the organization too flat or too hierarchical? And we were going to look at that. What was the reporting relationships between all the positions to make sure that there was a relevancy to the reporting and there was a statistically appropriate number of reports. The other piece of it is, and the organization has morphed over the bunch of years that I've seen, is I'm sure at one time the job descriptions, the categories, and the people within the categories, there was a lot less of those. And then we started going into different jobs and making classifications. And we have two levels of managers. We have a 7 and an 8. We have two levels of directors. We have a 10 and 11. What are those requirements for? Why did we start doing that? So there's a lot of questions out there to answer. This is very heavy lifting, and when we go to fix this, we will start to fix it in the very near future, but it's going to take some time and effort, and it's a bigger conversation than simply saying, you know, let's just compare from other cities, and we will do that. We will certainly do that for you.
It's important, Paul, because, you know, and I'm glad that you put a hold on the reorg, because, you know, typically around this, you know, city of Brampton, you start mentioning reorg, we all know what happened the last time somebody came in and did a reorg. It was close to 100 people lost their jobs, right?
Yes.
So that's, if you're gonna throw out the word reorg, you need to fully let people know what you're truly saying. If you're moving people around, I think that's still a reorg, but it's different from the last big CAO player that we had come in and just, it was a revolving door walking people out.
You're correct.
And I think that we need a better understanding of what Mississaugas, what Markhams, what Hamiltons, what their organizations are like. I'm not saying that they're any better. They're certainly not. City of Brampton is definitely the best. But that being said, we need to fully understand before we do any type of reorg, you know, where we're at and what we're actually reorganizing.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely right, Councillor. And when we looked at the reorg, it was, we have resources. We believe we need more resources. We were prepping for the budget because this will be a year where we're coming for more staffing within the budget. So we never believed that a reorg was going to move people out of the organization. We would prefer properly fit them in the organization so we could use their skills and abilities to an advantage that we haven't done in the past. So our lens to the reorg was certainly, let's take what we have, let's improve service delivery, change some methods around, change some reporting relationships, etc. That is the lens that we were coming towards a reorg. We had to align that, and that's the most critical part of this is, if I come to the budget time, am I coming with appropriate numbers? Is the organization in appropriate shape to come to you and do the ask? This is why we are looking to do this. This is the important piece for me.
Okay. So how long, what is it going to take to go across Canada to look at municipalities of equal size and fully understand where we sit amongst those municipalities, department by department?
I think it's going to, through you, Mr. Chair, it's going to take some effort, to be honest with you, to fully understand. To best understand it as we can and get back to you in timely fashion, that may take less.
So let's set that direction here today then. Let's ask you to go and look at, you know, how we do that, how long that's going to take, what it looks like, and come back to council for kind of an update to say, this is what it's going to take, how long it's going to take, this is what we're going to need, this is what we're going to do. How's that sound?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it sounds doable.
Sounds fantastic.
Timelines, I'll get back to you on those.
If you need any help, let me know. I can make some calls too.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
You want to work with the clerk while we go to the next speaker to make sure the wording's correct for the motion?
I'm okay with staff direction.
So no motion, but staff will take.
Staff direction requires a vote in accordance with the procedure bylaw. Otherwise, it's just a statement from a member of council.
So Charlotte, you caught everything I was saying, right?
So we'll go to Council for Team, maybe you
All right.
can talk to them, okay? Yes, sure.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, may I please ask that we take this back so that HR staff can scope it and then provide you a timeline within a week, within which we can do that, so we can bring it back in a week to you. And then the only other piece is, yes, we will find out what other organizations comparable to us are doing with respect to how their departments are set up and the service delivery. The only thing I would mention is all municipalities or all organizations have their unique job evaluation tools, which may have an impact. And certainly it's through our job evaluation tool that we have, say, 3 levels of managers, 2 levels of directors, but there is certainly differentiation within those, but certainly we'll need about a week to bring back to council a scope and then a timeline from which we'd be able to get the request done.
Okay, so I'm happy that it's going to, if you can throw in my phone. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm okay with that. I just don't want it to be confusing in terms of if there's 3 different levels of IT, of technology, I want to understand what IT is looking at from the broad, like how many people are in HR in Mississauga? How many people are in HR here in Brampton? That's what I'm really I just don't want it to get confusing. It's already confusing enough.
No problem. We'll keep it simple.
Okay.
So,
So now it's just refer back to staff. They're going to come back at council next week to let us know.
So I just need the clerk's suggestion before going to Council Pertini. We're kind of talking about both reports together, I think, right? Because there's a report 11.2.2 is about the vacancies, 11.2.1 is a director level overview, and I think do you agree with that? Or because then I'm trying to figure out which one to refer back.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my advice is, since the director level report has been bouncing to a few meetings, my advice would be, if committee's satisfied with that report, to receive the report, and then the second motion would be requesting essentially a new report back. Because the report that's coming back essentially is more fulsome than the director level overview, but the director level overview report, I think this has been referred to a few meetings.
Yeah, get rid of this one. It's a different one coming back.
Okay. So we'll just ask, so it's not a referral anymore, then it's just another report.
So I'm happy to move this report
Yeah.
and refer the conversation to HR to report back to council next week on the scope.
Would that work to the clerk?
I'm just looking at the back
Okay, I
of
see
Peter's
nods.
head, so I
Okay,
don't know.
so we will have that direction being written up, and in the meantime, I'll pass it to Councilor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, Paul. So I see there's a lot of empty spaces. Were these spaces part of our budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just they're part of the budget. They create the gapping money from that, and they are part of our budget.
And my other question, so if they are, where does this, since we have all this money now, because we haven't paid anyone because of the open spaces, where's this money go to now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, sometimes it's used for other contract employment when we can't get anybody. There's a little bit of that, but at the end of the year, the gapping money stays within the operational department budgets, and at the end of the year, those budgets round up to the overall organizational budget, and it becomes part of the surplus.
Yeah, that's right. So as we move people up, are we having still difficulty finding their position, the lower position?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, given time, we are able to fill spots. Sometimes it does take us a little longer for some of the more technical or experienced positions, but we are able to find spots. Right now, our problem is our staff in HR are overwhelmed with all the spots that we're trying to fill. And that's the barrier is to us right now.
Yeah, and I know every other private sector is doing the same thing. They're having a really hard time. I just don't, these spots were all full before COVID. COVID hits along, and look, every company's facing the same problem. That I don't know what happened to the people if they all moved out of Ontario, but every department's having the same thing. I just worry, like, when we move these people up and then we don't have the lower tier doing the work, and I think that's what's maybe causing
a lot of issues across the city. You know, so we got, you know, I'm sure those lower tiers, union-wise and stuff, they should be a lot easier to fill up until we fill up the right spots, or we still having a problem with those type of spots.
So through you, Mr. Chair, you're entirely correct, and I can tell you that the unions keep us very much in check and make sure we fill those spots as quickly as possible, because most of those spots are unionized positions when you start near the front line and you start taking from there. So we are constantly reminded by the union those spots are open and that we need to fill them, and we are trying to be diligent to fill them.
But are we still having those difficult filling those spots too? Like, I just find it very odd. Here's a city job and we can't get employees when everyone's trying to apply to get somewhere. Just find it very hard.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Fortini, absolutely, we are still having difficulty, sir.
Well,
we are still having that difficulty.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any more questions, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Pleshy to receive the report and request for additional information. As read on the screen, is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. 11.2.2 was a staff report regarding vacancies related to recruitment to return to the workplace. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. This is very much along the same lines as the current discussion or the past discussion. The staff report shows that we did outgoing interviews. And of those outgoing interviews, 11.4% roughly said they did not come back because they wanted to work from home. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair. So 4 out of the 34 indicated they no longer want to work here because they'd rather work remote.
They'd rather work remotely.
That's correct.
Now, is this prior? I don't understand, because most of us were working remotely at the time. So when was this, what timeline was this? Because still employees are only here 2 days a week. So they are working remotely. So what timeline was this?
So through you, Chair, the report's timeline is from January 1, 2022 to May 13th of 2022. However, on March 11th of 2022, the corporation's direction was that we would be working remotely 2 days a week on site, and then come July 4th, it would be 3 days a week.
And then in September?
Yes.
Yeah.
The option for more hybrid work. So prior to March 11th, the original reintegration to the workplace was that if one's position allowed them to work remotely, then they would continue working remotely. So that messaging prior to March 11th is clearly quite different. So certainly you would expect that some employees would be making plans around their future employment and having to come into work 2 days a week or 3 days a week come July. So some individuals would have made those decisions made on what they knew. But to be honest with you, a good number, based on the exit interview we did, a greater number of employees indicated they were leaving for career progression reasons. The report you have certainly is limited to your request, which was remote work, but which was only 4 individuals out of 34.
Right.
12 out of 34 indicated they were leaving because of career progression reasons. So employees have a varied number of reasons why they leave an organization, and this has been a very eye-opening report for us.
Okay, that was my next question, Cynthia. What happened about the other 88% of people? What were their reasons?
Through you, Chair, I can share with you some of the responses that we received, and also I will indicate that because of the low numbers, I did not identify the departments.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So, for example, some of the reasons that we have is individuals leaving for better job opportunities, career aspiration, commuting distances, dissatisfaction with compensation, dissatisfaction with advancement, lack of job security, relocating, conflict with immediate manager or supervisor, and corporate values not being upheld.
Okay, so there was one of them you mentioned, dissatisfaction with the working,
With immediate supervisor.
no, I think that was the one before that.
Dissatisfaction with compensation.
Yeah.
But that was only one
One
individual
person.
out of
Okay.
34.
So for those people who left because they didn't want to come back full-time or more days a week, those positions, are they still vacant?
Through you, Chair, some of those positions are still vacant, and they likely are, because this is quite recent. So we, as indicated in the report, we have about 108 vacancies from January 1 to May 13. I will say it has been very challenging filling vacancies for, similar to the reasons that we discussed earlier with respect to the first report.
Okay, now, we just had perhaps I'm wrong, we just had a job fair
Recreation.
for Parks and Rec?
Through you, Chair, we did, and Marlon will speak to that, yeah.
I'm just wondering, how was the turnout? How was the applications?
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, we had a very good turnout. Actually, both myself and the CEO attended. It was, I would say, it was quite busy.
Okay, so there's where I'm having an issue. We have a job fair. It was quite busy, but we're having trouble getting people. To me, that doesn't balance. We have a job fair, very busy. I would assume that means lots of applications put in, but we're not getting people. Because
To the chair, that was a job fair for summer employment.
Okay.
So it wasn't full-time employment, students looking for jobs. So a little bit different in the sense. One of the other things is when employment is tougher to get, our qualifications start to really scope in on the job function, and we make it a very special. A lot of jobs here, you have to have multiple abilities to get those jobs. One of the things is, when the jobs are scarce, you can do that. But when the jobs are not scarce, you may have to look at relaxing a little bit and training on the job, approaching it from a different lens, approaching it from a different way that you will handle it. So we now are in a period where we have to become more adaptable to the labor force, not only in the work from home, et cetera, but in the qualifications to get in here and to do the work. And that goes to international people coming to the city of Brampton for work as well, looking at their qualifications from wherever they may come from to us. We may have to be more understanding that they are pretty close, but not exactly, and at one point. But that's a really difficult slope you can slide down if you start changing the qualifications.
Okay, and on that note, Mr. CAO, the people who left because they didn't see job progression or they were unhappy with not moving up, is that because we filled their position, the position they might have wanted, or from outside rather than promoting people from within?
Through you, Chair, if I can attempt to offer an explanation, it could be a myriad of reasons, right? It's maybe they've waited for a certain period of time and they haven't seen a vacancy or a job opening that they would be interested in. They really didn't tell us specifically, but we do know who said what, and we'd be able to follow up.
Oh, okay. And I've said this before, and I'm a big proponent of it, that, people come to the city of Brampton and they would love to stay here and move up and move up and move up and move up. And perhaps we're not doing a great job as managers of preparing succession plans for people moving up. And I'm just saying perhaps. So is that something that we're going to be looking at in the future moving forward? Because it's happened to me in other jobs where, you work there for so long, there's a job that you're qualified for, you go for, and they hire somebody from outside. And immediately, boom, that brings you down a few notches and you think less of the company. And we certainly don't want to do that. We've got great people working here. So we'd always love to see progression. So is that something that we're going to work on?
Through you, Chair, if I may start, and luckily I have Jennifer Trudell, who is currently the acting senior manager for organization development and learning. We have been having those discussions with respect to putting in place a career progression succession planning. So myself, Jen, as well as the OD advisor, Gurjeet Gill, will be meeting next Friday to start discussions on how we can start putting something together in place. And I'll defer to Jen if there's anything more you'd like to add.
Yeah, I'll just add that we certainly are meeting very shortly to talk about succession further. And what we're finding and experiencing is that there are pockets of the organization that do this better than other parts. So we're going to, look across and see what's happening and bring things together to get some best practice across the board.
Perfect. I love to hear that. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I don't see any other questions, and this is a report to be received, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to receive the report. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. 11.2.3 is a staff report regarding workplace modernization update. I held Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, and thank you through you, Mr. Chair. And I think that's, the previous conversation was almost a segue in terms of the whole discussion around some of the challenges that we're having, I guess, with staffing and in terms of in terms of accommodation of work-life balance. And also, I think as part of this would be looking at our sort of, we talked about this during COVID, about our facilities and everything that we're doing in terms of, I guess, trying to consolidate staffing and some of that concept. So I guess my question to staff in terms of this report, does this report align with our HR strategy in terms of recruitment? If we are hearing, for example, that flexibility and is really part of, I guess, it's what's attracting staff in terms of getting that sort of flexibility, work-life home balance, etc. So is there that alignment, and what's the coordination of this report with the different departments regarding it?
Thank you for the question. So through you, Chair, I would say this report aligns with it because we've moved to a hybrid model, which should allow for the work-life balance that staff are seeking. What hasn't been resolved yet is the issue around how many days in the office and how many days will staff work remotely. We're hoping this is, discussions are underway at the corporate leadership table, and certainly there will be a decision coming out in this month. I don't know if Paul, there's anything more you would like to add with respect to how this aligns to future plans.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, we're looking at that. Cynthia is correct. We're trying to come to a decision this month on how we're going to proceed in the next little while. We're looking at the environment. We're looking at other organizations. We're trying to understand all the needs that are going on out there. It's not a simple thing. It's a complex thing, and we're trying to respect all our workers, all the staff within the city of Brampton and their position. And try to be as fair as we can for everyone. But we also understand that there's positives to both sides, working from home for some people, but there's also positives to working in the workplace, the working environment. So it is very complicated, and we'll come out with an answer sometime this month on how we're going to proceed for the next, for the fall. But the one thing I want to say, though, is it's interesting that we transitioned from 2019, when we were a fully workplace-orientated company. We had the pandemic hit us. We changed, we pivoted, or however you want to put it. We worked from home for a long time
time. COVID is leaving for the best part. Conditions have changed. We work on. Now we're changing again, and I think we're right at that piece where we're unsure of how we're going to behave, act within the workplace in the sense of employment, work from home, et cetera. I think it needs to stabilize a little bit more. We have to understand COVID a little bit more, the picture of how it's going to impact us, and we have to apply that to all our other thinking as it goes towards whether we're going to be working, how our modified work is. But I think we're just in a place where we just got to let it settle a little bit and understand it better.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. So we have a motion by Councilor Medeiros to receive the report. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. 11.2.5 was held by myself, and that was addressed in the previous delegation why I held it. So I have no questions. I don't see any other questions. So I will have Councilor Santos move the staff report regarding Brampton Arts Walk of Fame nomination working group and the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on, 11.2.7 is a staff report regarding active consulting service contracts Q1 2022, and that was held by Councilor Bowman. Councilor Bowman, the floor is yours. And he stepped out, so okay, we'll hold it, stand it down for now. Yeah, we'll stand it down, okay. We'll move on to 11.2.9. Is a staff report, budget amendment, fair wage policy and community benefits. That was held by Councilor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to staff for the report. I know this is a new sort of approach that we're introducing at the City of Brampton. I guess just regarding the enforcement aspect in terms of compliance, ensuring that that the companies, because the misnomer is not, when we talk about a fair wage, in terms of what is sort of the table set, just for public record, in terms of reference to fair wage, for example, on some of the construction projects or some of the stuff that we're doing, because some of the understanding would be that they have a collective bargaining, their workers are protected by collective bargaining, or they're paying sort of what that table of fair wage would be in relation to a company that is not using unionized workers, but they're paying their workers at that fair wage, similar to what a company using unionized workers would be paying. If you can just speak to sort of the, how do you confirm, in fact, that the one company who's not using unionized workers is paying similar rates as those who are using collective or using unionized labor?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for your question. We do have John O'Grady from Prism Economics and Analysis here with us. He was hired, or his firm was hired, to conduct a feasibility study for the fair wage community benefits policies. So John, if I can just ask you to unmute your mic and respond to Councilor Medeiros' question, please.
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much. First, I think we need to distinguish between the union wage and the prevailing wage. The prevailing wage is the wage that essentially applies broadly across the industry. The union wage is sometimes the same as the prevailing wage. Often it is higher. It is, of course, no secret that union workers very often earn more than non-union workers. The concept of prevailing wage legislation, which in Canada we call fair wage legislation, but the concept of prevailing wage legislation originated in the United States way back, I think, in the 1920s, if I recall. And the United States has had prevailing wage legislation at the federal and state level for now going on close to 100 years. The approach that is taken is to link the prevailing wage strategy to the unionized wages, but not to replicate the unionized wages. And so typically a formula is used. Ontario adopted that approach back in the mid-1990s when it updated its fair wage policy for a period of time. They took the unionized collective agreements, but they took the wage rate from a few years prior, and then they simply added a percentage to that to take account of benefits. The result of that formula is a fair wage schedule that is, depending on the trade, 70 to 75%, maybe even 80% in some cases, of the unionized wage rate. And it recognizes that in most parts of the province, not all, but most parts of the province, and I think this would apply to Brampton, the prevailing wage is somewhat below the union wage, not radically, dramatically below, but somewhat below the union wage. So the fair wage policy concept that is proposed for your consideration is one that would link your fair wage schedule to the prevailing wage, and ultimately would do that by means of a formula, but it would not replicate the union wage as such. That would actually be a union wage policy rather than a prevailing wage policy.
Now, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. So, for example, the City of Toronto, they have a fair wage. Is that, so I guess what you've referred to as prevailing wage, that there's a reference and that seems to regulate the prevailing wage, is comparison to the City of Toronto, would they have, is their fair wage reference similar to ours? Would they be the prevailing wage as well?
In the case of the City of Toronto, the important distinction there is, and their fair wage schedule or prevailing wage is very close to the union wage. It's probably somewhere around 95% of the union wage. The important distinction is, and you will recall a couple of years ago, some municipalities were what are called technically construction employers under the Labor Relations Act. And as such, they were bound to a number of the construction unions. In other words, whenever they did work, they had that work had to be done by a unionized construction employer. The province then passed legislation essentially exempting municipalities from being construction employers, but it provided an option for any city or municipality that wished to remain a construction employer. Now, Brampton has never been a construction employer under the Labor Relations Act. The City of Toronto was a construction employer and chose to remain a construction employer. So the result of that is that for most of the trades, indeed the largest ones, the largest trades in particular, the City of Toronto is already tied to the collective agreements for those trades. So consequently, when it sets its fair wage schedule, it necessarily is much closer to the union wage rate than would be the case for a municipality which is not, legally speaking, a construction employer.
Okay, thank you for the distinction. In terms of, again, the sectors, I guess from our municipal business that would this apply through everything that we do at the city in terms of external RFPs, or is it just certain sort of sector areas?
The threshold would be a price threshold. It would effectively apply to all of your construction work, except landscaping. I mean, if you were to do any residential work, it wouldn't apply. But when I analyzed your construction procurement, it would cover by far the vast majority of that construction procurement, the bulk of which I might add is related to road work.
Oh, okay. So road work. So in just my last question, in terms of, I guess, investigation of, complaints and so on, in terms of the enforcement aspect of it, if in fact a company wins a contract, they have to adhere to fair wage. How do we confirm that they're adhering to it and they just didn't, do it for the sake of winning the RFP? Do we have any teeth on that?
There are two approaches. The City of Toronto has a proactive approach whereby they actually will go out and investigate proactively. All of the other jurisdictions that have fair wage policies here in Ontario, including the province when it operates a policy, have a policy that is complaint-based. So the complaint can come from an affected worker. It can also come from an affected contractor who didn't get the work, or from a contractor association. And so I think, the construction industry is a small world. If someone is not complying with the fair wage policy, and that was in fact how they got the contract, essentially by cheating, I think you can be fairly confident that either a union or another contractor or a contractor association will make a complaint. So I think in this case, the complaint-based enforcement is certainly feasible and viable.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just my very last question. I thank you for all the information. The specifically regarding construction, I guess in terms of understanding, by us passing this, are we increasing costs of the construction? Meaning, and again, you might not be able to answer because it's really industry, but the reputable companies, the larger sort of companies that usually bid on our construction, the majority of them already would be, paying prevailing wages because that's just the sector of the industry regarding trades, workers, be it union or non-union, just the cost of labor, etc. Majority, I would imagine, in our existing contracts, I don't know if staff had to, were to look at the existing work that we've done over the last 5 years, would there have been one company or a couple companies that would not meet this standard or this policy area? I can't imagine that would be the case. Any comment on that?
Certainly. First of all, absolutely the purpose of a fair wage policy is not to raise your construction costs. I think the best way to look at a fair wage policy is that it's an insurance policy against unintentionally awarding a construction contract to one of the very few, but they still exist, bad apple contractors that achieve their competitive advantage by exploiting a vulnerable pool of workers, often recent immigrants who are unaware of their rights in Canada, by misclassifying their workers as independent contractors rather than as employees, and thereby getting out of paying employment insurance, WSIB, et cetera, or by cutting corners on health and safety, or by not investing in training and apprenticeship. The reputable contractors, union and non-union, do not engage in any of those unfair and illegitimate practices. And what the fair wage policy does is it's really an insurance policy for you that protects you against inadvertently awarding a contract to a contractor whose competitive advantage is one that is frankly unethical. So it's reputational and ethical insurance for you.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. And through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move the report. And thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Councillor Fertini.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report. And I understand that Toronto has this construction employee fair wage thing, 90%. And you touched a lot on the portion of WSIB, in the construction field, you pay 11.5% for every 100, and the unemployment insurance. So where they save the money is on the unions. So no union dues are being paid, no pension plan is being paid, and that's where they end up cutting the cost through the private sector, subcontractors. And I see it here, our roads maintenance and stuff, you could have maybe 20 people, and then the other 5 people are not the same. The construction industry is hurting, I get it. I seen in your report, you explain for the report related to local performance. What does that mean?
I'm sorry, I'm not entirely clear on which reference you're making.
You explain having on the report here, it says related to local performance. One of the reports here, I see it on page, where is it? The 3rd page, about the performance.
Oh, that's, I'm just looking for for where that appears. Performance basically is.
Page 9, page 9. It's page 9, sorry.
All
I
right.
got it on page 9 here. I was reading.
Essentially, when you evaluate a contractor, you evaluate them on the basis of the work that they have often done in the past that is approximately comparable to what you're looking for. So I mean that's performance.
Yeah, so when we end up having these contractors and the performance, it's not, it's passable and some it's not passable. And this is where we end up what can we prevent when we give these contracts out and then they sub it out to these smaller contractors and they don't have that wage performance and they don't pay the 10.6% per 100 on WSIB and the 1.5 and other benefit with unemployment insurance and Canada pension. Meanwhile, they have registered 10 people and they have 30 people out there and they're $18 because the trades are very hard to find. I've been getting offers every day, trust me, the people calling, and it's very hard to get them, and I get that. But still, when they perform these type of bids, our bids are done really to union wages, union benefits, union everything, but then they get it and they don't have it. So,
well, a couple of comments. First of all, when you put out a tender or an RFP for construction, you have every right to limit the supplier's ability to contract out and to reserve the right to approve of a subcontractor. So you can limit subcontracting if you choose to. Secondly, the fair wage policy in really every jurisdiction that we looked at makes the prime contractor responsible for the performance of their subcontractors. So if a subcontractor is non-compliant, that falls at the doorstep of the prime contractor, which is the contractor that you have the contractual relationship with. The same is technically true with the Workplace Safety and Insurance Board. A prime contractor is ultimately responsible if their subcontractors don't pay WSIB premiums, and they can be held accountable for that.
yeah, and I'm glad you touched that because I know very much about that. So when we go into the WSIB, a long time ago, going back, I would say 45 years, you need a certificate of clearance to show that you're in good standing with WSIB. They changed the act, and every job now, so if I'm doing a job at your house, I have to send a certificate of the quote, the job I got, and they already evaluate the labor. And that's what they estimate what you have to pay for WSIB because they figure, okay, 30% is labor and it's 10.5% for every 100. So when we do these bids and they get these certificates and I get a job $10 million, they already know $3.5 million is going to be labor. How do they get away with this from WSIB? And I did a big course on that. So like I see what goes on over there, like when they send these certificates of clearance, how do they send a bid there when they already know the estimate, what the material is, what the profit is, and what the payroll is going to be?
Yeah, with the clearance certificate system was intended to provide some degree of enforcement.
Right.
I would completely agree with you. It's an inefficient enforcement, and Brampton is to be commended for moving to require core certification progressively for its contractors, because that gives you another assurance that your contractors are conducting themselves the way you want them to conduct themselves.
Absolutely, and that should be part of the contract, because really WSIB, when they changed the act 4 years ago, that's how they figure out how many employees you have and what percentage you should actually pay. And then it goes on pay grades. It depends if you're working in a store, if you're working high rise, everything goes by a different percentage, more risk to the insurance. Okay, thank you for the report.
Thank you. And I don't see any other questions, so we have a motion moved by Councilor Medeiros to approve the recommendations Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. I'm gonna bring up again 11.2.7, which was stood down, the staff report regarding active consulting services contracts Q1 2022, and that was held by Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for standing that down while I was out briefly. I have just two quick questions. On the active consulting services contract, line 37. That's I guess it's yours, Vince. It's a 5-year business plan for transit, $233,000. You've probably heard me before. Do we not have anybody on staff that can do a business plan for us for transit? And if we don't, maybe we should.
So, through the chair, I would say if you were ever going to want to do a transit business plan, 5-year plan, and you want to go out and hire external experts, today's the day to do it. Because we're coming out of a pandemic. We've already heard about changes in the workplace. So we kind of know stuff's coming, but we really could use some outside advice on how that's happening. It's probably harder now for us to predict our ridership than it's been in a long, long time because of the pandemic. So we're back, to pretty much 95 to 100% of where we were back in 2019. Most other transits are in the 60% range. So we're bouncing back quicker because of the way our city is construction, the kind of jobs we have here. Also, we've got electrification coming, and that's probably about $1 billion worth of work over the next while. We were one of the fastest, and we will continue to be one of the fastest growing transits. And there's a lot of other technological changes that are coming. So if this was a normal time where you knew you were either just buying diesel buses, and it was normal growth, and you weren't coming out of a pandemic, and you weren't facing such an uncertain future, I'd say, yeah, you could probably, do a lot more of your own 5-year plan internally. But if there was, as I say, if there was ever a time to do it, it would be now. And that's, I think, part of why, council approved it, what was in the budget. That's part of why we brought it forward. Could you do a 5-year plan yourself? You can. But I think in this particular case, we would need a lot of assistance in those elements anyways. That I think doing an independent third-party review of a 5-year business plan right now, I think it's a reasonable idea.
Okay, so will we be reviewing that plan annually?
So the plan comes out, and it's a 5-year plan, and it forms the basis of our next 5 years of our capital budget. It forms the next 5 years of our operating budget. It forms the next 5 years of our ridership forecasts. But every year when we're doing the budget, we go back and say, okay, they said you'd grow to this point in time by now. Where are we? I mean, I could have added to the other conversations about all the stuff to do with supply chain and diesel prices and if anybody can predict those things, I mean, they're probably worth their weight in gold. So, yeah, we would every year when we're looking at our operating and capital budget submission, the starting point is where we were supposed to be from the business plan, and where are we now, and how close are we, and are we different? And that's why each year, based on what we know from the previous year, our budget isn't identical to the business plan, but the business plan is a good long-term starting point for it.
But we do the yearly reviews.
We do a yearly review every single year from scratch. The starting point of our budget every single year is where do we think ridership's going to go? Because once we know ridership, we already have service standards. The service standards and the ridership predicts probably 85% or 90% of our budget.
Okay, and that's done internally?
And that's done every single year as part of our annual operating budget.
Good. Okay, thank you. The next one, the last one was line 30, and it says design for bike lanes, Vauden and Howden, $285,000 to design a bike lane. I don't know who wants to take that, but I thought we did that internally. We have two of the best guys probably in Ontario or Canada.
So through the chair, I'm going to refer to Michael Wan. He is on the line replacing Mike.
Okay, I didn't know whether Henrik or Nelson might have wanted to do that.
Nelson might be on, but I know Michael might be able to help us.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Bowman. With respect to most of our designs, it's not just a matter of doing it in-house. It all depends on in terms of the complexity. And often is the case is that we use a consultant to
also give us, I hate to say it, but give us insurance in terms of the design itself. So with respect to bike lanes and what have you, if it is a length that is beyond, let's say, a couple hundred meters, and if this is an overall sort of design that requires a lot of construction over a course of perhaps maybe 2 or 3 years, then we would certainly move forward with a consultant.
Okay, thanks, Michael. And that, I mean, like for Vauden, that we painted the lines, right? We didn't do any other additional construction work.
With respect to Vauden, I believe that one is retrofit. So perhaps there may be other issues involved, not simply just putting in a line, but certainly shoehorning certain elements of the roadway itself into the design. So there potentially is a point where we would have to move the curb, catch basins, and what have you.
Okay, but that would be additional construction costs, right? That wouldn't be included in the plan.
No, it likely would be if that's the case. If it does require some sort of movement of the curb face itself, then certainly would be part of the construction.
Okay, and so the final question would be, Michael, do we have this similar expense for every time we put a bike lane in, other than what we're doing right now, planning them into our neighborhood and construction? Would we be encountering the same cost?
I can't really answer that question off the top of my head, but in regards to just, it's probably in terms of the complexity of the design itself. So certain elements such as an intersection improvement, such as a small stretch of road or bike lane, then certainly we would do that in-house. With respect to any other projects, it would be specific to the project, depending on the size of the project.
Okay. So I'm just left to wonder, like I said, we've got two of the best guys around in Henrik and Nelson. Where do they fit into this planning? Why do we need an outside consultant to come in? I mean, those guys would be able to tell you everything you need to know, I would think, about, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but it just seems like a lot of money for a design when we've got people so competent within the city.
Yes, so Nelson and Henrik, what they do is they do the overall planning of the master plan. They review the priority of certain elements of that plan. We often put that plan into motion when we have other elements that has to change with the road. So as for instance, if we're resurfacing that portion, or if we're reconstructing that portion, then we'll certainly put in the design as programmed by Nelson and Henrik. This design, I'm imagining, is more specific to an EA, more specific to really the engineering component of the design itself, and not the plan as an overall active transportation master plan.
Okay, thanks very much, Michael. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and I don't see any other questions. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to receive the staff report regarding active consulting service contracts Q1 2022. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on, 11.3.1 is a discussion item at the request of Regional Council Medeiros regarding ACEDA update and recent consultant hiring. It's connected to item 6.8 as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Medeiros. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess some of us might be in the same boat. We just received a delegation this morning by Mr. Harmsworth, who I have a lot of respect for, and and I have met with some members of ACEDA to try to sort of understand. We received communication, some of us, from, I guess, a former member or someone involved somewhat, raised some interesting points, and it just leads me, it left me a little bit uncertain to the direction that we were taking regarding ACEDA. understanding, having met with some members of ACETA, especially some people that I have high regard for in the community. So I felt a little bit more tempered with my immediate reaction. I guess the staff, if you can walk us through a little bit, I think some of us would have received some email which raised some questions, specifically around the timelines. I guess there was an expectation in the community that it should be in 2019 or around 2019 that this would have been launched. And I know several members have come forward to, or members of the arts community, there are some who are upset about that. And I know with these initiatives, things are not as smooth as you want. Things are, again, similar to other sort of debates. We rather get it right instead of rushing it. So I respect that aspect. But if you can provide some information on that in terms of our timelines. And after, I guess, the second aspect, speaking to a consultant, it becomes questionable where, and again, I don't know, I'm sure there's probably a good reason, that it seems to be the same consultant resurfacing over the last 6 to 7 years that we give work to through the city of Brampton. And again, I'm not sure if there's confidentiality concerns or if legal has any concerns. I guess referencing, I won't reference the name, but it seems that the same company has received the contract. And is there any specific reason why? What's the rationale? Are they the experts in the field? Again, so if you can speak to some of those concerns raised, that would initially help me sort of understand, why is there some sort of tension out there?
Sure, through the chair. Happy to address those concerns. First, I'd like to talk about the consulting contract and just the importance of the consistency that we've been working with under the Culture Master Plan since 2018. So I want to assure you that our process always follows our procurement here at the City of Brampton, that we operate typically under a low-value procurement process, but we are exceptionally careful in our processes and our due diligence, and that in scenarios where a consultant has worked with us on more than one occasion, it's usually because there's a continuation of that body of work. So, for example, if we were to develop the organizational model for the agency and a consultant was involved in that body of work with us, it would be helpful for us to re-engage that consultant a few years later during our implementation phase because they had done the initial consultation with the community. They're very familiar with the issues that our artists and our arts organizations are facing, and so we're really hoping that with some consistency, we're actually able to close the gap on these timelines. So I want to assure you that we're again, following all regular processes and following appropriate due diligence in those consultant bodies of work. Does that help, Councillor Medeiros?
Yeah, it does. And then, again, regarding, this is one of those areas that I assume, and we've followed the process, but I would assume that this, it just, in terms of the same consultant over the last, that we've gone to several times, in terms of what they're providing. And I guess the department per se, you guys are pretty, it's a pretty, I guess, and I know our CEO has to address, but, in terms of staffing, going out to a consultant, is it because we don't have the capacity internally to deal with this? Because I don't see a lot of staffing towards this. And in terms of, I guess, the capacity issue, would have it been better to staff up with a person to do some of this work, or is this consulting that we're getting really, providing that sort of that value proposition that I guess staff couldn't provide?
Through the chair, that's a really important and interesting question. I think it's dual-fold in this situation. Certainly, we run a very lean culture division. For the last couple of years under our corporate support services division, there has been a very small team dedicated to the implementation of the culture master plan. So yes, from a capacity perspective, that is one portion of the answer. The second is that there is required subject matter expertise that we just don't have in-house. When we look at some of these consultants, we're seeking consultants who have national bodies of work, who have worked with other municipalities, both similar in size to us or with similar concerns from their arts organizations. We're looking at advancing our own expertise under sort of advisory services from some of these consultants. So I would say that it is a mix in our consulting services. We certainly don't go out for consultants a lot. Our combined consulting budget is very low. So we're talking about very low value procurements under $25,000. When we think about gaps in subject matter expertise on our team, that's something that we prioritize when we do have the opportunity to recruit. As you're aware through the emails that you've received recently, there is a critical space and cultural infrastructure gap in Brampton. That's one of the reasons, and what brought Michael Vickers to us and to the city of Brampton is because of his very specific expertise in addressing space shortage and considering the reoccupation and reallocation of vacant spaces. So there's sort of a number of factors that we take into consideration, but always we're using staff resources where we can and supplementing with consultancy or recruitment prioritization where we need to fill a gap.
Yeah, this is one of the, I'll see what my other colleagues have or have to. I do see that there's a capacity issue, and I do appreciate sometimes to get things off the ground. I guess where the challenge is, especially those from last term of council, when we go back those years where we are today, it just seems that, there's been sort of groups. I remember the delegation from the Jane's Hip Hop Academy back in 2019, and and I do know, there's been that sort of expectation, and I guess the investment that we're doing to, launch it, because in fairness as well, hearing from some of the members of ACEDA, they've assured me that, that there's a lot of positivity. They're really impressed with, the lead, the chair. So again, I guess just for council's sake, we just want to ensure that, the arts community is being fully supported, that there's the capacity is there, and we're in a timely manner, and we're not, the one concern is as we invest in building capacity, we're taking away possible investments that would go directly to the arts community. And, I think that's a challenge for us to understand. And we see that in the sports community as well. There's no, where there's some tensions, misunderstandings, or some concerns. And we sort of get caught a little bit we get caught sort of in the crossfire. And essentially, I think everybody, how do we get everyone back on the same page to be all sort of rowing in the same direction? And I don't know, staff, for some of those who seem to be, that they have some of these areas, have we sort of attempted to reach out to some of these stakeholders, attempt to try to sort of bring them into the fold, address some of this stuff directly with them?
Yes, through the chair. I want to acknowledge that there are a number of very incredibly passionate artists, professional, emerging, young people in Brampton who want to see a robust arts and culture sector here. There is no doubt. We want to see that as badly as they do. I feel as a municipal servant in an arts administration role, it is my full commitment to realize that aspirational vision that you, council, those youth, those aspiring professional artists, we want that as badly as they do. And I understand that the lag in time feels slow, and we came off the heels of a very difficult time for the members of the arts community, with the closure of our previous arts council, with some significant fracture in the community as a whole. And it has been my sort of constant desire to make that better. And are we moving as rapidly as people would like? I'm sure not. Are we moving in a very thoughtful, foundational, process-oriented, in accordance with policies, municipal guidelines, all of the things? Absolutely. When we talk about building a structure by which the city can grow on, that's what we're doing. I am committed to that. We are committed to delivering that to the community. And I know that sometimes when we're kind of behind the scenes doing strategic work, data collection, analysis, conversation, advocacy work, it doesn't appear externally, or it feels slow externally. What I'm excited to bring forward to council is sort of a report that talks about the first 4 years of a 10-year strategy, where we are today, where we're moving into, which is really what I would consider more of like the implementation phase, the tangible goods phase, where we've done a lot of this background work, we've done a lot of conversation with the community. We will continue to talk to the community, because that's part of my role here, is to make sure that the work we're bringing forward represents the needs of the community. Do we want to engage with everybody? Absolutely. Have we reached out numerous times? Of course. My door is always open. I think those of you who have worked for me for the last few years I've been in this portfolio know that I am more than willing to meet people where they're at and have conversations where they're at. In certain circumstances where we've noted a missing member of the artistic community or a genre that's been underrepresented, we've made thoughtful effort to reach out to them directly, and we'll continue to do so. I think the good thing about receiving correspondence like we did recently is that it helps to keep us accountable. It gives us the opportunity to share where we are today, where we want to go, and continue to respond to the community's evolving needs.
So it's through the chair. Thank you. You've raised a couple other questions. I won't belabor this because I do know there might be other members of council, but I guess, in terms of what we're trying to achieve and what we're launching, and I appreciate that for us to build the foundational and sustainability around it. I just don't know if this was other areas. Us as council, when do we hit the panic button? When should we be concerned that things are not moving as fast as it should be and we're not getting the desired impact? I guess, it's one of those areas that, if you're talking about construction, there's timelines that we follow. If you're talking about implementing a sports policy, I must say that the arts, the whole arts sector, the arts and the culture, area, and I know there's a lot of sensitivities around it, a lot of, excellent stories, excellent people that contribute to the city. But when do we hit the panic button? Like, what should we expect as a council moving forward if after, going back to 2019, we get delegations where we are today? And I understand we have COVID in the middle, and I understand there's other issues, but, is there any way that we could sort of, for lack of a better term, how do we sort of move on and get this thing launched? Or is that the bad approach? Like, what, are we spinning our wheels? Is there's too much conversation? I hear Councillor Pelletier was talking about how the public sector, we go too slow, and, is there anything that we can do or help you, do your, get this sort of strategy out there in a faster way? Does the CETA need more resources? Does it need more support? Or is it just a process that we have to sort of sit back and trust?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Absolutely. There are things that we do not have in place currently that would advance the goals of the Culture Master Plan. When the master plan came in front of you in 2018, it had 47 actions, but it didn't have a timeline or implementation strategy with it outside of a 10-year term. What the goal would be, I think, for the 2023 budget process is to bring a phase 2 back to you with a timeline, with the required resources it would take to implement the actions that are in this next phase of work. We know, we shared with you all in 2019 that we are underfunding the arts and culture sector as a whole. I think that council committing to a target of cultural investment on a per capita basis is an important part of this strategy, and we'll bring that forward as part of our Culture Master Plan update, and then for council consideration as part of your 2023 budget process. But certainly I do want to make the point, because I think there's a bit of a, there's not clarity around it. the agency, for all intents and purposes, is operating as an independent arm's length organization. Yes, they're incubating within the city of Brampton, but they are delivering on their full mission and mandate at this point in time. They have a full advisory panel with a chair, a vice chair, a secretary, and a treasurer, as well as a staff team that's supporting their work for all purposes of sector development and support. They are not only delivering on their mandate, but they're excelling on it. And I just want to make that clear, that there isn't a continued waiting period for the agency to become something. The only point at this time is their transition out into a registered nonprofit. But as far as the community is concerned, they are delivering on all of those goals that we identified in 2020.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, and Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much through you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the questions from Councillor Medeiros as well. I have to say, as the representative who sits at ACEDA and who attends the regular panel meetings, the amount of work that's being done by these volunteers in our city and these young artists, as well as artists, folks who've been involved in the arts community from the past, has been really tremendous work. And you could see in the various panel meetings, and folks can even read the minutes if they want, how thoughtful these artists are and how many people that they are trying to engage in this entire process. And JL, who was here earlier, had shared with me, she's the vice chair of ACEDA, and Louise Sadu is the chair. She said to me, we really want to get this right. We want to take the time to get this right. You know, the previous Arts Council was completely, I guess, not destroyed, but it was taken off the plate completely from the arts community with a vote on council. And that level of destruction to the arts community takes a lot of time to rebuild back, especially if you want to do it right. And so that's what they are trying to do. And here's some good news. You've got your update that's coming to council, and hopefully we will see in that update what the real amount of money that Brampton is investing at this point. I actually think it's less than what we think it is, because I think the calculation includes our full support of the Rose Theatre, which actually should be separated out, in my opinion. The other thing is that today we had 4 delegations talking about public art, whether that's memorials or murals or what have you. And so there's this appetite now in the city to see more art. And so I think because folks are trying to make sure that we get this right and we engage as many people as possible, and we've got the public now and organizations saying to us, we want art installed, there's this pressure now to get things done very quickly. And so I look forward to seeing the Culture Master Plan update and report coming up. And when is that coming up, Kelly?
Through the chair, June 22nd.
Yeah, it's coming up like next committee of council.
2 weeks.
Look forward to hearing more about that, and thank Mike Vickers and Kelly and the team for all of the work, and all of the ACEDA volunteers for their work over the past year to really hit some record numbers in terms of engagement with artists.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so I'll just make a comment. Kelly, I think your passion seeps through, and I've had the opportunity to work on you. I've seen you dealt with some difficult decisions, and you always come up on top and continue to care about the artists and work for the betterment of Brampton. So thank you to everything you do, and Michael. I don't see any other questions, so we'll just move on because there's just a discussion item. I don't think we need a motion. Yeah, moving on, we have 11.4, no correspondence. 11.5, councilor's question period. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing and hearing none, public question period to the clerk. There was no questions from the public, so I will pass it on to Councilor Vicente for the Public Works and Engineering section. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Our first item on Public Works agenda is a staff report regarding stormwater charges for farm properties in the city of Brampton, held by Councillor Paleski. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I know we've punted this back to staff a couple times now, and I think we're really almost there. It's a really good report. I know staff's done a tremendous amount of work in this, but I recently have gotten a call from the farmers, the agricultural industry, and, you know, they're really upset, one, at the fact that they were told this report was going to be online Friday, and it wasn't. Then when they looked on Monday morning, it wasn't. And it wasn't until late Monday morning or early Monday afternoon. So they felt like they didn't have a lot of time to get through it, to look into it. If they have a few kind of minor recommendations, one being a lot of the wording, they would like consultation with the PFA and the OFA. So I had a conversation with Michael Wan. I think we're almost there, but I would like to just refer it back to staff one more time to have that discussion with the OFA, the agricultural industry, and the opportunity. I think they're hiring the guru when it comes to wastewater, stormwater, Sid something rather, that works for Burnside. So I think that would be really good for us to have the conversation with Burnside, the agricultural industry, and see if we can, you know, get this right, nail it home, and bring it back for council support. So that's my referral, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Would you also move receipt of the correspondence in 12.4.1? Is receipt. Okay, very good. So we have a motion of referral. All in favor, any opposed? And so that carries. Next would be Councillor's question period. Do any members have questions? Seeing none. Public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do. We
Very
have a
good.
question from Sylvia Menezes Roberts, and the question is, I have a question for staff regarding item 12.2.2, the Stormwater Asset Management Plan. It was approved as part of the consent motion. The approved 2022 budget shows $64 million withdrawn from reserve number 46, the Stormwater Charge Reserve, for the purpose of funding Riverwalk over the 2022 to 2024 budgets. How does the city plan to replenish those funds for stormwater infrastructure maintenance and replacement?
I'll ask if staff can provide a response.
Yes, it's Mike Kwan here, through the chair. Perhaps I could take a stab at this. The stormwater charges collected each year is in the order of approximately $24 million. And approximately half of the funds are used for our annual operations and maintenance programs, such as catch basin and stormwater management pond cleaning. The other half is held in the reserve account to fund future larger capital projects to improve the city's overall stormwater drainage system, as well as to help the resiliency of climate change. So effectively, the $64 million that is being withdrawn, if you will, for the downtown and Toberville Creek Flood Protection Project is, it has been accounted for in the stormwater charge, and that is collected, and therefore the reserves will not need to be replenished for this infrastructure project.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael, for that very complete response. Are there any other questions, Mr. Clerk? Okay, there are none, so we next move on to the referred matters list. Do any members have questions with respect to the referred matters list? I see none. So now we go on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, are there any questions from the public? Seeing none as well. So next we're going to go to our closed session. We do have an item or two to deal with. Mr. Clerk, can you summarize?
Through you, Mr. Chair, both items were approved as part of the consent motion. Item 15.2, just for committee's reference, is in regard to identifiable individuals. And as per the recommendation in the public report, when that's approved by council next week, that appendix will be made public. So there's no need to go into closed session at this point in time.
Okay, so next we have adjournment. I have a motion moved by Councillor Singh that we now adjourn. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. So we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a great